right up to, I think, a 15mm. They also come in a vast array of hole sizes, which as a jewellery maker gives us more choice in the way that we can use them. Obviously various mediums require various different hole sizes, and we know with Swarovski pearls that we can use them every time. Swarovski pearls are also incredibly resistant to outside influences such as hairspray, perfumes, humidity, which a lot of faux and simulated pearls simply aren't. Swarovski pearls aren't meant to be a replacement for the beautiful natural cultured pearl in any way. It just gives us as jewellery makers more of a choice, and that can only be a really good thing.
I love working with polymer clay because of the versatility of the medium, because of all the things that you can do with it. It is, I think, more versatile than...
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Buying from Jewellery Maker couldn't be easier. When we bring an item to you, all the graphics come on screen, and this gives you all the information that you will need to know, from the item code to the product description with all of the key information. Then the price comes on, and whether you join at the beginning or at the end of the offer, everyone pays the final on-screen price. So, when you see an item that you would like to buy, simply pick up the phone and dial our free phone number, and you'll get through to our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, you can join us at www.jewellerymaker.com and start your jewellery making journey today. Jewellery Maker, the one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Hello everybody, welcome one and all to Jewellery Maker on this, our At Home with JM Day. Really nice to meet you today. My name is Rebecca Redican, but you can call me Becky. And today I am joined by a guest designer who has whipped up some homeware storms. It is the lovely Sue.
Hi.
Hi Sue, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You're looking lovely in blue today.
Thank you. Oh, so it was
Dion.
green, not blue.
Oh, I'm seeing blue.
Oh, I'm saying green.
We see colours differently though, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
What colour are you seeing? Turquoise. Oh, there's always one, isn't there? And it's always Paul. I think it's beautiful, whatever colour it is.
Thank you.
Home with JM. What does that mean to you?
Ah, that just means, you know, using your jewellery making skills to make things to go around your home, to really bling up your house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you think that's quite a sort of big market, really?
You know, it's not one I've ever tested, so I couldn't answer that myself, but I can see no reason why not. I mean, you're making unique items for your house, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's why a lot of people get into crafting and jewellery making, isn't it? To make something a bit different, to make something that maybe you can't just go out and get on the high street really easily. We've got absolutely loads coming up for you in the show today. The first make, I think you're just going to adore. Tell us a little bit about this first make.
Well, it was a bit of a challenge for me because I'm not really a sculptural wire worker, so it was a bit of a foray into the unknown for me. And it's a utensil holder, and I've made a little spoon to go in there as well, just to, you know, keep all your spoons in, really.
Yeah, every spoon needs a home.
It does.
I think that's really cool. We're going to be learning how to create that, and you're going to adore the masterclass as well. I will let you know both of our kits are going to be under £35 today. They shouldn't be, but they are going to be. We are talking about At Home with JM today. I have got a whole time of 100% gemstones. So if you've missed all of your gems, all of the things you love and adore about the genuine gemstone world, I've got a whole mammoth section of just pure gemstone after gemstone after gemstone. That's coming up for you in the 3 o'clock hour. I've of course got the longest demonstration of the day as well. That's coming up for you at about 4 o'clock. And I have my 1, 2 own, which is something very, very, very special. Most certainly one of JM's most prevalent gemstones. This is a very, very special pairing. Take a little look. Oh! One of our absolute and complete favourites here at Jewellery Maker. Every single one of our guest designers and every single one of our presenters and producers and everything else will often be seen wearing a piece of this gem. It is probably the one that every single one of us owns, actually. And I genuinely don't think I can say that about any other gemstone. A very beautiful gem. This is coming up, all of them, at about 3:30. Shall we just let you know that at past, I have got Tanzanite coming up for you, which is just so crisp. It's really nice and eye clean. Have a little look. Really beautiful, delicate hues on this. And look at how crisp and clean that is. Oh, the crispness. I always think I'm saying Christmas when I say that, but I'm not. Crispness. I wish you a Merry Crisp. Anyway, they're coming up for you in a bit. But a lot of people have been requesting these. A lot of people, the first one I'm going to treat to you. A lot of people have been requesting the shape, the tumblers. More and more and more people seeing the tumbles, not the kids show, the shape, and have basically been requesting it. My lovely producer Dion's had loads of requests for these shapes over the last couple of weeks, so we thought, why not kick off the show with exactly what you've been wanting to get your mitts on? These lovely rose quartz medium tumbles. Now, a tumble stone is kind of, as it said, it is a stone in which we smooth down naturally through a tumbling process. Now, that basically gives these slightly quirky, slightly different, slightly individual shapes. But what it does so beautifully is it makes them, I would say, more smooth than the likes of your nuggets, larger than you might expect in your chips, but also it still has that real natural feel and individuality that does not distract from the beauty of this. To get these pieces in this really lovely sort of organic shape and yet still be able to get that impeccable glow, which of course you're not going to be able to get that amount with the likes of a chip or a nugget because they do tend to be smaller, and therefore you're not going to have that light interaction with the structure internally that gives you that brilliance, that glow. So these are giving you that really natural organic feel, but you get that gorgeous glow alongside it as well. Totally and absolutely natural, as Mother Nature intended, on your rose quartz. It's yours today for one price. And that deal that you've got on your screen isn't the price it should have been. You may well have noticed that Dion, my sneaky producer, popped in those arrows, which meant we dropped that price down for you today. Remember that if we do price drops, which we don't have to, of course, because we bring you great prices straight off the bat, but if we do price drops, they don't last for long at all. They're only going to last for a few hours. So do make sure that you make the most of them and you check them out when you get to see them. So may I ask you, why do you think more people than ever are requesting this tumbled shape?
I think it's just the organic shape of them, and it just makes it look so very natural, your piece of jewellery, and so unique. Yeah. And they're really comfortable to wear as well.
That's a really good point
to make.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make. I know we're talking about homeware today, so that's sort of an aspect you don't have to think about, but yeah, if you're going to be having something you want to wear and adore, you want it to be comfortable, don't you? Absolutely. You don't want something that isn't, sorry, just realised I still got my ring on. You don't want something that is uncomfortable. You want something very much like that ring that I've been wearing that you do kind of forget that you're wearing. Yeah. That's what these will do. That's what these shapes can do. You pop them on, they are going to glow, they're going to emit that wonderful light, but you're not really going to notice them due to, you know, them being uncomfortable. Do you treat yourself to these ones today? Hello, what are you doing at home today? At home with JM? I hope you're having a really nice one. You've got your feet up. I hope you're resting. Do feel free to text us in today. Maybe you want to let us know what you're kind of thinking of sprucing up in your home. Maybe you've got a bit of a drab corner in a room and you think, what on earth can I do with that? Do feel free to message us in. We might be able to help you out with some ideas. Or if you've got any ideas of things you want to be making, then do let us know. It's always nice to be nosy. 60777, of course, you can get involved with us today. I'm going to bring you a tool now, if I may, and it is to create a toggle clasp. So for anyone who doesn't know what a toggle clasp is, can you tell us?
Well, a toggle clasp is, it's at one end you've got a bar, and at the other end you've got a round or a shape that the bar fits through. And it's generally, mostly it's used on bracelets, I would say. It's a very decorative clasp.
It is a decorative clasp, definitely. And I think you're right about it being used on bracelets because it tends to be easier to do up in a bracelet than, say, a lobster claw clasp, which of course can be a little bit tricky. This is your tool, so you can make your own bespoke, individual toggle clasps. So you can see that picture that's done in the pink wire. That will be what the basic toggle clasp can look like at the end. You can use this tool to do slightly different variations on that, of course. So this the great thing about using this as a tool is, A, you know you're going to make something really nice and sturdy. B, you've got something that you know is going to look the same time and time and time again, so you're going to get the same shape, you're going to get the same finish, which is great if you do want to do, say, a collection. You know, if you do a collection of, say, you know, a bracelet, a necklace together, and you can't find quite the same clasps or whatever, it can look a little bit out of place. With this, you can make your own. Another brilliant thing about it is, if you've got any kind of quirky coloured wire that you've been working with, maybe in your wire work designs, you're going to want a clasp that will match the design. With this, you can make any colour you like. So any wire that you may have been working with, whether it's, you know, pink, blue, black, the lovely pearl designs that we've been bringing to you recently, you can finish it off with a really nice distinctive look. If I flip it around for you, you'll be able to see exactly how you use the tool. You'll also be able to see the actual sizing of it as well. So again, perfect for bracelets and perfect for necklaces. Literally all you're going to need with this is some wire, and you can use different gauges of wire as well. It does kind of say at the top what the different ones you can use. I think this is going to be great if you do want to have that finishing touch, if you do ever get to that moment where actually you've not quite got the clasp you need and you need to whip one up. I mean, of course, you can whip up a very simple, you know, hook and loop clasp, but they're maybe not as sturdy as this. They're maybe not as strong as this, because obviously for a hook to fall out, it literally just needs a bit of the angle. With this, of course, as you'll know if you've ever worked with a toggle clasp before, it is a little bit more sturdy. It's going to be even every single time. You're going to get that consistent finish. You're going to get it to be as unique as you want it to be to match your design, and you're going to get it for a great deal as well. It's £4.95 for a tool which is going to last and last and last. It's a tool that you're always going to have. It's a tool that once you buy this, you've got it, if that makes sense. It's not one that, say, you need to, I don't know, keep adding saw blades to. For example, if you buy a saw and you buy a saw blades off us, you know you're going to have to top up on the saw blades. If you buy a thread zapper, you know you're going to have to get new filaments after a while. With this, once you've got the tool, you've got the tool. So for £4.95, it's something that can really add lovely consistency to your design. And it is something, like I say, you can use different variations in gauges for as well. But also remember, you know, you've got this lovely design feature there. You could actually do a way of maybe, you know, using that as a connector, for example. You don't have to use it as a clasp. Use that element as a connector. Use that element as maybe the frame or the base of a pendant. You know, you could do lots of different things with these. Link them together, make yourself a jazzy chain. And there's lots you could do with these ones. Get it home to really make the most of this wonderful bit of a kit. This is your toggle jig. Oh, that's fun. Just fun to say. Try it. Toggle jig. That's fun, isn't it? It feels nice. Anyway, that and many more wonderful things about this £4.95. Sounds like something you might do after one too many fizzy pops. £4.95, well done to every single one of you. Get it whilst you can. I'm moving it on. Don't forget 100% gemstones coming up for you a little bit later on. So just gem after gem after gem after gem. And then another gem. You did say something to me, Dion, but I ignored it. Now, be honest. I'm going to guess. Okay, I'm going to go for... wrong. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Oh, I love these. Big fashion thing at the moment is really kind of unusual lengths of necklaces, going all the way up from sort of, you know, your sort of 10-inch right the way to kind of, well, 30, 40-inch necklaces. They are mammoth at the moment, and things like this can really help you achieve that look. You have got here your gorgeous rose gold plated popcorn chain. You can see you've got the element here, doop, doop, where you can attach whatever you like. So you could attach a gemstone, you could attach a meter's worth of pearls, you could attach our one to own malachite, you could attach, you know, a sterling silver spacer bead. You can attach whatever you want in between there, and that will essentially determine the maximum minimum length you can go to on this. So imagine that those two sections there are attached. This bit here, the ball detail bit there, is then your slider. So that's what you slide, and you can change the length of this. So this is genuine sterling silver with all of that gold. So not only is it very precious in its metal, but also extremely workable as well, because just by moving that little element there up or down, it means you can change the length of these. It's a real nice slide motion on it, genuine precious metal. And if you do want to get some more attachment areas, I've got them coming up for you in just a few tickety-boos. But before that, this is your gold plated popcorn chain, and we're going to do you a great discounted deal. Now please remember, gold and silver up in price at the moment dramatically over, you know, the last 6 months. Today though, we're Jewellery Maker, and we're rolling this down for you to just £21.95. That really is going to be fantastic, because if you wanted to do this at the minimal length you could get on this, say you just added one gemstone in the middle, or even just one jump ring in the middle, minimum length you could get to on this is around about 9 inches. But you could go, well, literally as long as you want. If you attach a meter onto this, a meter of your pearls, say, if you attached a whole meter, you're going to be getting, what, about 49 inches. But you could go even more than that if you wanted to. You've got absolutely loads and loads and loads of different things you can do with this. I just think it's glorious. In particular with all of that precious metal as well, which, as I say, is up in price quite dramatically, and it doesn't look like it's going to be stopping anytime soon as well. £21.95, well done to you all. And of course you can add any gemstones to this you like. Maybe you too want to stick around for a 100% gemstone time. If you do, then you'll be in the right place. Okie pokely, we're going to do these ones, did you say? So I'm going to do these ones now. Now, you will already recognise whoa, they're weighty. Whoa, they are weighty, blimey. I've got for you here genuine sterling silver 925 sliders. So, very much like the ones we've just seen on that popcorn chain, but you've got 3 individual sliders that you can essentially put onto anything. So long as it all goes through the little slidey sections that you've got your eyes on there, you can essentially pop anything you want through this at all. You could put within there the likes of your chain, your cords. If you've got any popcorn goodies, you could put that in there. You've got absolutely loads you could do with these, and it's great. Maybe you've got that necklace. We're talking about comfort, weren't we, before? Maybe you've got that necklace that you love and you really like wearing it, but actually it's a real pain to undo. Oh, blimey. You know, you have that lobster claw clasp at the back and it's a nightmare to get it off, and it's just irritating. Things like this will make your life a little bit easier because, you know, it's a slider detail as opposed to having to get into a little weird nodule. These ones can go on to absolutely loads, and the thing is too, if you've got the right cord, this could really add a little bit of glamour, a little bit of sort of high-end prestige to the likes of your macrame, which I think often when you're thinking of finishing off macrame, maybe you are just thinking, you know, of a little bit of copper, the copper cord, and there's nothing wrong with those at all. But if you want to make something very special to gift to someone, you probably want to go a little bit further in the prestige. This is the way you do it at $22.95. Everyone who's already bought it, don't worry. I know you've already checked out at that price. You're happy at that price for 3 because of the weight on them. I'm not surprised. But today, we've dropped it down for you to £17.95. This is way over 5 grams worth of precious metal. You could see that I could feel the weight of these instantly as soon as I picked them up. Over 5 grams for £17.95. Like I say, everybody pays the final closing price point. That price drop will only last for a few hours. So do make the most of it whilst you can. If you've already bought something today, guess what? Your postage and packaging's sorted. That's done. That's a tick off the to-do list. You've already sorted it. So add as much as you like to your basket. Check out as many times as you want. That postage and packaging is done and dusted already. You know, if you wanted to say maybe do a really beautiful sort of pearl strung necklace, for example, you can of course do your pearl stringing, have the French wire at the end that maybe will go into a little piece of chain, and then have the chain going through something like this. It'll make it really easy to wear. Maybe for people with dexterity problems, it will mean that they get to wear it more often. And these pearls are coming up for you very soon. Again, we have seen a massive shift in your popularity to the more organic, moving kind of pieces and designs. Like I said on these beautiful tumbles I had for you earlier on. So we know these are going to be popular because we've seen a big amount of people wanting this kind of shape more. They're coming up for you in a few moments. Probably about 10 minutes. Not long on those ones at all. Well done. £17.95. I'm going to pop those heavy things back where they were. Well done to everyone on that. How about I bring to you? I love this strand. Oh my giddy aunt, Sally. This is just sensational. Take a little look at this for me, please. Ooh, Iolite. Hello, workshop lot. I say lot. Just you, yourself, and I. Just the one.
Everyone else, they've been here for about 4 days, so now they're just...
Everyone else is like, do you know what? I'm over it.
Yeah.
I'm over it. Hello, how are you?
I wanted to come in and say hello to you.
Oh, good. How's it going today?
Yeah, it's good. We've got pedal knotting with flat.
And how's it going?
Fantastic.
Is it? What have you made so far? Anything?
My necklace.
Oh, witty woo. Oh my goodness. Oh, you haven't just gone for any old strand there, I see. Oh, I love it. We're gonna, oh, look at that, little bit of a close-up on the neckline. Oh, she's officially a model. There we go. That's gorgeous. So, have you treated yourself to anything in the shop yet?
Oh yeah, a whole lot.
A whole lot. I love
3
it.
days worth.
3 days worth in one. Well done, you. I've got a little, very delicate strand of iolite here. What do you like about this? Can you see it from there? It's super delicate.
I'm trying to think of myself. It's a blue stone, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've never actually worked with highlight.
No.
No.
Come and have a nosy. Come over here. Come have a nosy. Have a little look. Oh, that's more kind of purple. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you like about it?
The fact that it's purple.
Favourite colour?
Yeah.
I should tell with the hair. Mine as well. Oh, I love it. Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Right, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. It is. She's right. It's a gorgeous purple. It is. It has got more of that kind of purpley, delicate colour to it, and the sparkle is exceptional. Oh. Don't forget, if you want to join a workshop, you can as well. It's lovely to see all the workshop lot in. You have got a really gorgeous glittering strand here that is more purple than you might expect. And, you know, just like the lovely workshop lady said then, it is a very, very popular colour. This is not your normal iolite. For anyone who doesn't like the inky iolites, then this is a great way to get your hands on it, because remember, even though it is more delicate in its colour, it's still going to have that highly pleochroic look to it, so you will get that shifting of colour. I think this is so beautiful. Sometimes referred to as the water sapphire, and I don't tend to sort of tell you that fact about it when it's the deeper colour, because water sapphire, the term, is much more for this purpley lilac variety. I think it is exceptional. The workmanship on this is impeccable as well. You've got to always remember that here at Jewellery Maker, our strands are absolutely and completely cut by humans. You know, we're not one of these companies that cuts with machines at all. I mean, obviously we use like the lathe, but there are more and more companies now that actually will have more of a conveyor belt element, and there'll be, you know, a reach and claw that'll essentially grab them and then put them in, and then it's all done by computers, and it's, you know, etching into the shape it needs, and then it kind of pops out the other side. These are all individually hand cut, and that means we get to see the personality of each and every one, and we decide exactly how we want that look to be displayed. And in this one, we have gone for Sparkle Central on one of the most delicate water sapphire iolites you can get your hands on. I'm going to be bringing this to you today at a great deal. I've just heard the price point. I actually can't get over the fact that because you have to remember for me, this is 2 mil, so the facets on this are like micro facets. When we first started doing micro facets, probably about sort of 4-ish years ago, the start price for a micro faceted strand was around the £20 mark, but that was for the likes of your quartz, not for the likes of your iolite, a much more generally highly regarded and expensive gemstone. So I'd love to hear what you think about this little beauty.
They're absolutely gorgeous. I'm actually thinking of them as part of a wirework piece, just to add a pop at the edge of a weave, and they really would pop because they've got so much colour in them, haven't they? It's delicate, but it's strong at the same time.
Definitely. I love the idea with this. And you all know Sue's wirework. You all know how intricate it is. But adding little splashes of things like this, like you say, just gives a little bit of intrigue and interest. And obviously, you know, it's a pleochroic gemstone. It's a gemstone very much used for direction. So it will have that changing colour where you get almost those golden hues in the background. Something like this, maybe, because you know I love my purples and greens together. Something like this, maybe to add a little bit of sparkle to the beauty of our want-to-own bundle of our very, very precious malachite that I've got coming up for you a little bit later on. But right here, right now, it's your final chance on your iolite in these gorgeous, delicate 2 mil rounds. Really nice drill hole on those as well, just before I sort of wrap it up. And let me also show you it next to the pearls as well, because they just work. Do you think they work together, Sue?
Definitely, absolutely. They play off each other so much.
Don't they?
Yeah.
And obviously, with a pearl, you don't tend to think sparkle, do you? Because obviously, the lustre on the likes of a pearl is very different to that on a genuine gemstone. But you can add sparkle to your pearls with these. I think that's a really nice idea. We're going to do these pearls very soon, but not yet, because before that, I've got for you that glorious, crisp strand. This is something that is, of course, you know, a rare gemstone. It's one locational. It's the one I showed you earlier on. And because it is getting rarer and rarer, we're around 1 kilometre into the earth now. And because it is getting rarer to get out of the ground, of course, we have seen price hikes. You know it. We know it. We've seen them, and they are continuing. We're going to auction. Well, we're going to the mine where we can. If not, you know, we'll try and go to auction sometimes for certain gemstones. And we are seeing huge increases, even from the mine that we know so well, that we have great connections to. We are feeling the price increase, which you will have done over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 months. This is due to the fact it's become so much more expensive to get out of the ground. You know, a few years ago when we were 500 meters deep into the earth, it was tricky to get out, but now we're a kilometer deep into the earth. We've had to get more machinery that is more expensive in the upkeep, in the fueling and everything else. Because of that, we are trying to very much kind of make the most in return as we can, in the sense of, if we've got some that the quality is a bit meh, we'll still take it. Whereas maybe before we'd be a little bit, obviously you'll see it reflected in the price. If you do get a bit of a strand, then you're likely to get it for, I don't know, under 15 quid. But what I've got here for you isn't a strand, it's a wow strand actually, because it is so crisp and so clean and so internally dynamic. Right here, right now, stop by. It has the most glorious, dynamic internal effect. Not included, not silked, not all in all just a bit muff. This has got wow factor. Look at the way that light glows inside each one. More and more of the tanzanites, I would say in particular the bigger pieces that we're getting now, totally opaque. I mean, it's fine, it's okay to do that, to get that opaque nature, because at the moment it's one of those, we're lucky to get anything, so kind of grin and bear it. But it's also nice just to have any tanzanite in your collection. But when you have the rare opportunity to get one that has such a beautiful, clean internal effect, you've got something really special there. Of course, we know that tanzanite is one that we like as a glowing gemstone anyway. General refractive index, you're looking at 1.7-ish, usually internal effect. 1.71, 1.72-ish usually. With this, you've really got that more high-end reflective index, because you can see quite blatantly the light itself is captivating. Like I say, it is dynamic. It is something that really is adding glow. Now, why is that a good thing? Well, it goes to show that you've got something a little bit high-end. Very rarely will you actually want a completely opaque variety of a gemstone. Very rarely. Obviously, there's some gemstones that are only opaque, so, you know, that's the way it is. But with most gemstones that have the opportunity to be clear and have clarity, those are seen as the more high-end ones. The ones that have got more of the silks in, or you can't see through them, those are generally the lower-end ones. Ones like this, therefore, with that light, bright glow that is uninterrupted, really has got something special going for it. And that means you're getting something more high-end, but it also means that you're getting something that is going to illuminate. You get something that's going to give interest and intrigue. You've got something that isn't going to just stop the light, but in fact the light is going to emit through. And it's going to emit onto the skin, it's going to give a really nice illuminating look. So if you like a little bit of a glow, if you like that kind of freshness feel, then a strand like this is going to do that for you. I said to you earlier on that, you know, we have seen a price hike of newer strands over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 months in tanzanite, and we have. This one is one that is slightly older. This is one that we've had in our vaults, and we kind of managed to rustle it up. We managed to find it, because you've got to imagine, we have a lot of incredible products, and sometimes, you know, you do have to sift through some things to find maybe that hidden treasure, that hidden gem. This is one that has been with us for a little bit of time. So we haven't actually on this been affected by that price increase that you and I and everyone else have noticed over the last 4, 5, 6, 7 months. This was purchased before that, and therefore I'm able to do this crisp, clean, incredibly bright tanzanite gemstone for just £9.95. Now, genuinely, you will well know yourself that for this carat weight, to get it opaque at this time, you would probably be paying around this price actually, for this shape, for that carat weight, but opaque, none of that Christmas, you know completely well you'd be likely to pay this price point for the opaque variety. To be able to get the brightness and shine of this, it's because it is something we've had in our vaults for a while, so we and that's what I know Jewellery Maker, one of the many things Jewellery Maker pride themselves on, is we have a formulaic kind of way in which we bring things to you. So we don't go, okay, well, we paid this much for it, but actually there's been a, you know, 98% price rise in the last 3 months on tanzanite, so even though we bought this before that price rise, let's add that 98% on top of it. We don't do that. We have never done that, and we never plan on doing that, because we want you to come back to us time and time again. We want to keep this relationship going. So that is why we have quite a formulaic way of doing things and pricing things and bringing them to you that is fair, basically. This strand, like I say, if I bring a strand like this to you on Tuesday when I've got my spellbinding show, and it is this carat weight in this shape, in this size, but there ain't no light going through that whatsoever. It almost looks like a soda light, and I bring it to you at $9.95. I will still sit here and say, you're getting yourself a good deal, because you still will be. It's just to prove to you that we really are quite formulaic in our ways, that we've got this a while ago at a great deal, at a great price, and we haven't messed with it just because we can, just because that's what maybe the market does. Oh, do apologise. We haven't done that. We've been absolutely down and safe and true, and we brought it to you at £9.95. I've got to move on up because I don't have huge amounts of those ones left. Pardon? I promised you the peacock strand. No, a peacock doesn't sound like that. It sounds nothing like Isn't it more like that? I know. Oh, I'm a menagerie. More of an Avery, I suppose. No, I'm not very good at a peacock impression. I'll work on it. Have you got a good peacock impression, Paul? No. No, all right. Peacock freshwater pearls we've got here for you. Have a little look at these ones. Oh, that's so nice, isn't it? I love a true, real deal peacock colouring to pearls. I think it's just captivating, in particular on this shape. So, if these were perfect rounds, and you'll have seen peacock perfect rounds, I'm sure. If these were on perfect rounds, you're going to get this lovely sheen of colour that will generally, it looks mainly purple, and then maybe you'll get a little bit of a flash of green around the outside. Because these ones are your Keshi variety, you get all of these gorgeous odds and ends and elements that are beautiful within there, really, really spectacular. I don't suppose you have a Keshi slide in the Redican files, do you, Bruce? He's going to delve on into the Redican files now to see if he can find it. But just before he does that, in case we can't, let me just say to you that Keshi pearl is one of the most expensive varieties of freshwater pearls to create. We will talk about different types of pearls and how long they will take to create, and there are certain pearls in the world that will form only a mil every year. It's not this type of pearl, it's not your freshwater variety, the ones we bring to you every day, but there are certain mollusks that will take that long to create. The general ones though, you know, they can take about 6 months to create a millimetre. With a Keshi pearl, you have to remember that every single millimetre of this is true nacre, okay? So that is very different to the likes of your rounds, to the likes of most of your ovals or your you know, buttons or whatever. Because essentially what we do to create a pearl is you will put an irritant within a mollusk, and then the nacre will layer up to create the pearl. Now, technically, you can put something tiny within the pearl if you wanted to. Most people don't, most places don't. Most strands you will own won't be that. You could, if you wanted to, put in a perfect round 8mm shell. So a perfect round 8mm shell, like the ones you buy here. You could put perfect round 8mm shell into a mollusk. You could then leave it for 6 months. A millimetre of nacre would grow over that, and then you can buy that as a perfect round pearl in 9mm. Technically, only a millimetre of it is nacre. Now that's absolutely normal and absolutely fine, because that's what everybody does with every pearl that there is, apart from a Keshi, essentially, basically. You have got here just nacre, because a Keshi pearl is created in, well, There's two main ways. The Keshi pearl will either be created by pearls like the ones I've just mentioned being created in the mollusk, and then the mollusk being protected and kept in a safe environment whereby it still is there protecting itself because it thinks it still needs to, even though it doesn't. So that will create the Keshi, so there's no nucleus in there. Or it will be from a pearl that you will have put something into it and it'll have gone, do you know what, I don't like that irritant, and it will just open its shell and just spit it out before any nectar is formed. But then again, it will carry on protecting itself. So essentially, a Keshi pearl is pretty much just necra, just the expensive stuff, just the bit that takes a long time, which is why a Keshi pearl will be more expensive than most, because we always talk to you, don't we, about the perfect rounds, they're one of the most expensive, and they are, because Mother Nature doesn't tend to create that way. But this is one of the longest forming freshwater pearls. It's one of the most kind of toil in its time taking, but it's well worth doing it because it's unique, it's individual, and it bends the light like on this strand so beautifully, so magnificently. It is one of the more expensive types of pearls, but it is one of the more unique, more individual, more organic, more kind of stand out, I would say, in particular when you've got that lovely peacock effect to it. If you want to get your hands on one of the most expensive types of freshwater pearls, now's your chance. And at £9.95, we are bringing you something very, very special indeed. Now, you will have noticed that I keep telling you that this is one of the most expensive types of freshwater pearls, and it absolutely is. So you're also thinking, hang on, how come you're able to do them for me at £9.95? It's because we here at Jewellery Maker are, you know, not everyone does this, but we essentially have a farmer of a selection of pearls that we go to, and we will say, okay, can we get, you know, this many Keshis, this many rounds, this many blah, 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 this many, you know, bijou pearls, this many, this, that and the other, and we'll tend to do a swoop price. So we'll do all of that. What can you do us for the whole kit and caboodle? So we're able to kind of even out the price point basically. So you can get one of the more expensive varieties at a really great deal. And we do keep going back there time and time again to get our wonderful pearls, which again means we've built up a brilliant relationship. I think these are so unique and individual. I'd like to know what you like about Keshi pearls, please.
I just love the uniqueness of them, just like that other strand we were talking about. The every single thing that you make from it is going to be different to what everybody else makes, because you to find two the same is almost impossible.
Totally.
And I just love that the uniqueness and the organic nature of it. They're beautiful.
They really are, aren't
they? Really are. They're absolutely gorgeous.
I just think it's something so unique and individual, and it's so nice to be able to look at each and every one and go, right, what will I use that one for? What will I use that one for? I mean, of course, you can just restrand it. It's a pearl strand, just knot in between each one if you wanted to. But I love that this is giving you almost more inspiration, I would say. Each and every one has a little bit of a different story to tell, a little bit of a different look, a little bit of a different kind of effect. I think you've got something really fun to play with, actually, haven't you?
Absolutely. And I mean, you'll look through and you'll find some that you'll just absolutely fall in love with, and you'll want to put them on a single sterling silver chain, just to, you know, to make them stand out.
Completely agree with you. Do feel free to get in touch with us today. If you see a strand that you like and you think, oh, that's what I want to do feel free to get in touch. Or, you know, it's our At Home with JM. Have you got anything that you're putting off doing at home today? Oh, I love a good put off. Do you know what I mean? When, oh, I should be doing that, but instead I will do this. Do feel free to let us know. We like hearing from you. 60777. Start the text with the word JM Studio. Or you can join us at JewelleryMaker.com as well if you want to. I have a very, very special strand to show you, by the way. I'm just thinking pearls, probably for many one of the most exquisite of all organics. I've got for you one of the most exquisite gemstones. Coming up, I will make you aware that, I haven't seen these in a good fair few weeks actually. I will make you aware I don't have hundreds, but these are coming up for you in about, probably just after the break, if we're honest. Girl's best friend. Diamonds. Oh, stunning that, isn't it? Isn't it funny that girl's best friend's diamond, man's best friend's a dog? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense, does it? That and other redundant questions to be asked very, very shortly. Okay, everyone. Right now, I'm going to be bringing to you a bit of a special treat. Basically, we have different parts of each and every show, and each and every deal we bring you is exceptional. Sometimes we're able to do some a little bit sneaky, a little bit different, a little bit maybe things that we shouldn't do. But it's okay, so long as we say it's a showstopper. This is something so many of you will have wanted, so many of you will have been trying to get your hands on. If you've ever worked with wire and you've had that moment where you've gone to do a gorgeous little twist with your round nose pliers and then you've sort of gone a little bit with them and you've got a nick in your wire, the colours come off, it's squidged it down at the end and it's the final finishing piece of that 4-hour make you've been creating. These will have been what you will have been absolutely hoping for. Have a look. Super, super protective round nose pliers with your nylon jaw finish. Oh, they are fantastic. Now, I am joined today by Sue, which she won't mind me saying, knows her way around a spool of wire, don't you, Sue?
I do.
Now, have you ever had that moment, even as a skilled wire worker as you are, whereby maybe your pliers have been not your best friend?
Yes. Everything I make, I can say, and that's when you have to think outside the box, maybe change the design, which is incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, definitely.
Because you've got in your head, you know what you want it to look like, and then that you come to that final flourish, and your pliers slip, or you know, which happens. It happens so easily, and you think, oh, it's ruined, and you've got to try and salvage it instead of finishing it, and that's where the nylon coating would really become in handy.
So the nylon coating, for anyone who's never worked with nylon jaw pliers, why is that going to help? What's good about it?
Well, because when you're working with your traditional tools, which are metal, you've got metal on metal, there's more chance of you marking the wire.
Yeah.
But the nylon coating over the top of it just gives it that protection so that you're not going to you're not going to scrape along it accidentally, or like you said, squeeze it and it goes a bit flat where you don't want it to. Yeah. It really gives the protection from that.
Yeah. Because like you say, with your normal pliers it is metal on metal, so you know you've got two of the same harnesses essentially. With this it's got that lovely smooth finish, so it's going to help and you protect your wire, help your final piece, because like Sue says, and I think a lot of creatives are like this, you know, you finish off a piece, you go to do, say, a little spiral, and it just catches, and maybe a tiny bit of the colour comes off, or it flattens it, or dints it a little bit. And the thing is, it is like Sue said, you know, you feel like that's completely ruined. I mean, it's probably not. Most people probably wouldn't notice, but that is the bit your eye is drawn to time and time again, isn't it? And so you might have to cut it off and then try again, but then you have to even out all the other sides, or whatever it might be. Things like this just save you that moment of having to cast your eyes back over that one bit again. This is a really, really snazzy tool that we do not get to see often. It's going to be great for protecting your pieces. It's going to be great for, you know, doing clasps with as well, which, you know, you don't necessarily want to be a little bit sort of divoted, if that's the word. You've got here your nylon jawed round pliers, and these are going to give you that finishing touch without any issue. They're a really, really comfy one to be able to work with too, because you'll see they've got that lovely matte handle, which has got a little bit of a squidge to it, so it doesn't mean you're working with metal on metal. And another thing, which is really small to mention, is this little bit here. Now, on a lot of pliers that you will buy, this little section actually will be a spring. Now, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Apart from if you use them and use them and use them, the springs have the tendency to almost nudge out of place. They can knock out of place. They can slightly distort. They can lock sometimes. You know, you might not even have had it on Jewellery Maker pliers, but you might have had it on, say, secateurs that you use in your garden. You know, when the spring just gets a little bit past its time and you have to kind of pull them apart. Or, because it is a spring, if you catch it just at the wrong angle, it literally can come apart and then you're constantly having to do this. These are really great because you can see it's two separate sections right there, which means you've got the element that isn't going to pop out of place or anything else like that because they are detached. So you've got that lovely workability, which means you don't get to the moment where you do have to kind of prise them apart. So little things we've thought about with these to make them really workable, really easy, really useful, and really a bit of a bargain at this price. These are a professional pair of jewellery making pliers, £2.95. Sue smiling.
Yeah. That's a no-brainer. You absolutely need these in your kit if you're working with wire.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And at $2.95, I mean, wow.
Why not? And this is the thing as well, I think, in creativity in particular, I would say, of any kind, even if it's, you know, you're cooking or whatever, you will be able to do something absolutely fine. And now and again, it's a bit of an issue, it's a bit of a thing, but you know, you can carry on doing it. But actually, if there is a tool that makes your life easier, once you try that tool, you never go back. It's like, I've got this garlic chopper. I know, snazzy. And you basically put your garlic clove in and you just sort of go like that a couple of times, and it has loads of blades and it chops it up and it dices it for you, and it's dead easy, and you kind of move it back and forward and it takes off the skin dead easy. I mean, I've never been like, oh gosh darn it, I've got to peel another garlic clove. It's never stressed me out that much. But now that I've got this tool, I think of all the time I've saved, think of all the new friends I can get now. I've got all this spare time. But you know, it's one of those that you might think, well, I've got round nose pliers and I don't really do it that often. Give these a go. You even get a 30-day money back guarantee on tools, you know. So say you use these for 5 days and you think, actually, I could probably live without them. Do just send them back. Hey, why not? But it's one of those tools that maybe you won't know how good it can be until you've actually got them. So give them a go, give them a try. $2.95, it's not going to break the bank. There is a little bit of a queue on the phone lines at the moment. Remember, if you are in the phone lines, it's free to stay where you are. All you have to do is put up with a little bit of hold music, which actually not as irritating as some, and you will get through to someone really, really soon, because basically you are already in a queue. So if you're at the back of the queue now, we'll get you to the front of it as soon as we can. I should have potted my tumbling potatoes 3 weeks ago, but I can't move away from Jewellery Maker, and that's from Goldilocks. Hello. Tumbling tomatoes. Now, what are they?
Well, I think they're ones that go. I'm not really an expert on tomatoes, but I think they're the ones that they grow, they tumble down, and they grow on them almost like flowers, which, I mean, tomatoes obviously come from flowers, but yeah. So they're pretty as well as practical.
It's one of my favourite smells in the world. Growing tomatoes. Or, you know, when you walk into someone's greenhouse and they've got tomatoes, or if you go and buy tomatoes from like the snazzy bit at the supermarket and they're still on the vine, honestly, I do pick up the packet and like have a good old whiff, because they put the little breathy holes in, don't they? The smell of a growing tomato.
We've got some growing in our greenhouse at the moment.
It's the best smell, isn't it?
I say we, it's my husband, not me.
What's mine's my own. But the smell is sensational, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous. You can't beat the smell of a really fresh growing tomato.
Growing tomato.
Yeah.
Buy just a tomato when it's been cut off the vine, not really much to it, but otherwise, whoa. There's a couple of people asking about the diamonds, which these incredible beauties, these absolute stunners, these scintillating wonders. Oh. Some people have texted in. Now, what are they texting in, please do? Can we do the diamonds before the break? Someone's got to go out, apparently. Got stuff to do, people to see. Dogs to take on walk-ins. All right. So, we were going to do these in about 15 minutes because we were asked very politely. We always take kindly to polite things. Because we were asked very politely, we are going to do a bit of a special treat. We're going to bring it to you right here, right now, as your diamond sparkle star by. There are gemstones that are just spotlights, and that is what this is like. The intensity and beauty that you get from pure, beautiful, intriguing diamonds such as this is quite a captivating phenomenon to be able to own, and even more so, I think, to be able to work with, because there are certain elements that I think we're always going to feel, you know, really chuffed, really happy to be able to work with and to own. But then there are things like this that is actually quite breathtaking to be able to own. Just take a little look at them and imagine working with these. Imagine being able to hand over an ethically sourced, individual black diamond piece. Now, black diamond is actually one of the more popular of the coloured gems. It's something which, in kind of terms of when black diamond that was as rich and deep as this was found, we're sort of talking the 1800s, sort of mid-1800s, when we actually found black diamond. And pretty much ever since then, it has just become more and more and more popular. If you know of the Black Orville diamond, you will know that you get this really deep and intense, almost steel-like colouring to that black diamond. It's one of the biggest black diamonds, coloured diamonds that there is. It's like 46 or 7 carats. It's 66 or 67 carats. It's huge. But you will know that beautiful, intense, steely nature you get. And that's what you get with this. Now, you're going to see it better when you get it home. But essentially, yeah, okay, the body of colour is, of course, that 100% tonality. But look at the shine and look at the shimmer on this, and you get that impeccable, steely-like look. And just look at how that sparkles and shines. Lit up your screen, didn't it? It has got an impeccable amount of light return on each and every single one. And for a huge, huge, huge surface area across that entire strand, which is a hefty carat weight, isn't it? What you have here is something that is wanted, it's something that is loved, it's something that is sought after, which is why you can get diamonds that haven't been sourced in the best manners. You can get diamonds that have been sourced illegally. This one is a Kimberley process assured diamond. That means that you can buy in confidence knowing that this is conflict free. And that, for me, is absolutely imperative, and sadly not something you can say of absolutely everywhere that you will purchase diamonds. This has got that beautiful wearability and workability as well, because what you have with this is actually a slightly larger drill hole than I've been used to seeing on the likes of the nuggets, but also you have that light bulb effect from each and every one. This strand is kind of breathtaking. Sue, what do you think of it, please?
It's just amazing, isn't it? I'm just absolutely in awe of it. The amount of sparkle coming from over there is just poor.
Perfect way of putting it.
Yeah, I couldn't find a word.
Yeah, I do completely agree with you. It has. It's a showstopper in its truest form. It really is. It's a spotlight gem. It's got something that really does captivate and enthrall.
In fact, now, that VT that's showing at the moment shows better than what you can see through the camera, because it really does look like that. It's quite stunning. Yeah.
And you're absolutely right, completely right. Obviously, the lights in here are different to the lights you will have outside and when you're wearing this. And the recording that you're seeing in front of you now is more of that natural day effect. Now, there are people who have already checked out, well done to you, and there are people who are on the phones waiting for this right now. I'm just going to get a little bit of kind of the housekeeping out of the way before you kind of consider whether or not this is for you. Remember, 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions, no quibbles. Say you buy this and you love it and you are so excited to work with it, and then your washing machine breaks down. And you could do with the extra, you know, 160, 70 pounds. Fine, send it back, the money will go back into your account. We don't give it to you back in like, here's 180 pounds worth of vouchers, okay? It goes back into your account. Another thing to remember as well is, with strands like this, you can go halves with your friends. If you know of a mate that maybe will want to go on halves with it, just ring them, message them, maybe work something out there. Also remember that when you're working with a strand like this is diamonds. This isn't one of those snap impulse purchases that you instantly regret, because this isn't something that is going to go out of fashion. It's your deepest, richest black colour, which is always popular. It's not something that is, oh, you know, it's a high-cost gemstone now, but, you know, in 5 years' time, all of a sudden it won't be. Diamond is diamond. Diamond has always been one of the most highly prized gemstones on the planet, and highly priced on the planet. So you don't have to worry that, oh no, I'm going to get this and then, oh, will I still want it, like it next year? Because you know you will, and you know your customers will, or your friends and family will. But also you need to remember that what I've got here for you isn't actually just a strand. This is, you know, a year's worth of gifts for that special person in your family. This is a piece for you, a piece for your partner, a piece for your best friend, and a piece for your daughter or your son. That's what this is. This is not just a piece. This is 4, 5, 6, 7 of the most precious makes you will possibly ever make. Liz has gotten in touch saying black diamonds and that JM style. Black diamonds that'll make you smile. Black diamonds that won't bring me to my knees. Black diamonds, if you please. Liz, I love it. Somebody get that made into a poster this instant. Liz, you're a love. Absolutely and completely agree with you. And we're doing it at true JM style. £99.95 is your closing deal on this today. Now I can tell you this without shadow of a doubt. That is not the price these should have been. The starting price on these was much higher than that. I said to you a moment or two ago, you know, the £160, £170 mark, and that's what they were. You will have seen the price if you're on the web before my lovely Dion rolled it down. That is your price point for now. I can only guarantee that price during the live show. If you're watching on the repeat this evening, hi future people. How is the future? If you are watching on the repeat, I hope you're having a really lovely evening. Just to let you know, you still have the opportunity right now to get it at that price, but once it comes 8 o'clock, you're done, you're dusted. I mean, it's still going to be great at that higher price point, but at the one you've got on your screen now, make the most of it whilst you can. This is no risk buying, everyone. This is your chance to get these home, look at them for yourselves, because, you know, you are the best judge of what you want to do and what you want to create. So when you get these home, you can be inspired, and if you're not, if it's not quite right for you, 30-day money back guarantee. No hassle, no issue, back in your account, not as a voucher. You can you know, have that money back into your account. But with goodies like this, you may well want to get them home to really feel them, really see them, really let them speak to you, because that's what a strand like this does. This isn't one of those strands that you're going to forget about. This is a strand that you're going to love, you're going to enjoy. And remember, it's also a strand that's going to last. It's a 10 on the Mohs scale. Even if this falls to the bottom of your jewellery box, you're still going to have it there in a few years' time. Well done to absolutely every single one of you. And speaking of well done to all the future people, because after the break, we've got more makes with Sue.
Tune in this Saturday for Alison Tarry's Wire Sculpture DVD. Alison will guide you through from start to finish on 2 wire projects, a Siamese cat and a tomcat. Alison will teach you weaving and Viking knit techniques, framework and construction. This DVD will really take your wire sculpture work to the next level. So make sure you're tuned in this Saturday.
Swarovski pearls come in a vast array of colours, also a vast array of sizes, right up to I think a 15mm. They also come in a vast array of hole sizes, which as a jewellery maker gives us more choice in the way that we can use them. Obviously various mediums require various different hole sizes, and we know with Swarovski pearls that we can use them every time. Swarovski pearls are also incredibly resistant to outside influences such as hairspray, perfumes, humidity, which a lot of faux and simulated pearls simply aren't. Swarovski pearls aren't meant to be a replacement for the beautiful natural cultured pearl in any way. It just gives us as jewellery makers more of a choice, and that can only be a really good thing.
love working with polymer clay because of the versatility of the medium, because of all the things that you can do with it. It is, I think, more versatile than...
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Buying from Jewellery Maker couldn't be easier. When we bring an item to you, all the graphics come on screen, and this gives you all the information that you will need to know, from the item code to the product description with all of the key information. Then the price comes on, and whether you join at the beginning or at the end of the offer, everyone pays the final on-screen price. So, when you see an item that you would like to buy, simply pick up the phone and dial our free phone number, and you'll get through to our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, you can join us at www.jewellerymaker.com and start your jewellery making journey today. Jewellery Maker, the one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Hello everybody, welcome all to Jewellery Maker. If you just tuned in, hi, I'm Becky. How's your day going? Are you at home with Jewellery Maker? Today we have got a fantastical theme, I have to say. It's all about adding that little je ne sais quoi, that little zhuzh to your home, and you can do that with genuine gemstones such as, oh hello, we haven't seen this location on Amazonite in ages. Ages! Very special. That is not your normal Amazonite, is it? Normally, when you see your Amazonite, you are getting more of the sort of sort of blue candy floss colour. Sorry, it's the only thing I can think of. Let's go periwinkle. That's nicer. Periwinkle. This has got much more wow factor. This is coming up for you, a location we've not seen in ages, coming up for you very, very, very soon indeed. And sure, it'll go great with my one to own. Oh, it does. Oh, look at those together. This is my one to own, coming up for you at about 3:30. Doesn't that work nicely? Those coming up as your one to own. Those ones coming up for you very soon indeed. If you also love your genuine gemstones, I have got 100% gemstone time coming up for you at about 3 o'clock. But before that, we are going to get genuine gemstoned up in our kit, which has been worked by the lovely Sue. Hi, Sue.
Hello.
Sue, gemstones in your kit. Discuss.
Labradorite. That's all I need to say.
Yeah, and it is true labradorite, isn't it?
It is. It's gorgeous. It really is.
For anyone who's new and doesn't know what labradorite is, give us your take on it.
You see, I always think of labradorite. For me, it's like a little secret surprise. I think it's, you know, you look at it one way and it looks, you know, it looks grey, and you think, you know, that's a pretty stone. Then say you're wearing it as a bracelet, and then you move your arm and you get that flash.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wow. You know, it just really is a wow stone for me in that sense.
Yeah, no, I get
love
that.
it. I absolutely love it.
So it goes, hi, I'm labradorite.
Yeah.
Oh, and nice and kind of, you know, chilled. And then it goes, hi, way, da, da, da. It's like it puts its party shoes on, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, and I think that's what, you're totally right, that kind of individual, different personality which takes it from, okay, to, oh yay.
Yeah.
I've got a really glorious, glorious piece that you can see right in front of you, but this isn't the only one. This just happens to be the one I picked up, but it works perfectly in showing exactly that beauty. So as you're looking at it from one angle, you're getting that different kind of structure of the feldspar itself. And then as it rolls and turns, you will get the different depths of light that give you different impacts of colour. So dependent on where the light hits within the gemstone, what angle and what elevation and what depth depends on the colour you're getting. So in this one stone, you get that sort of deep, rich, steel-like body of colour that turns into flashes of gold, purple around the outside you may be able to see, that then turns into this peacock-like blue to green, each in this stone. And yes, that's a natural effect. And that's not the only one. I have got quality along each and every one. Pick a number between 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Pick a number, Dion, go. Let's go for number 1. What, the one I've just picked up? All right, yeah, no, let's go for that one again. No, rules are rules. No, it's too late, Dion, you've had your choice. Let's go for you now, Paul.
7.
Number 7. One of my lucky numbers. 2, 4, 6, 7, all way up. Way up, we've got a good one. Look at that. Oh, monster. One of the largest ones I've got there, actually. Oh, that's beautiful. Let's not leave out my director. His name is Bruce. Can you see number 1 again? Yeah, no problem, Bruce. What about you now, Sue? Sue, what would you like?
I think I'll go for number 3.
3, number 3. Yeah, let's mix it up. Thank you, Sue. At least you're playing ball. Have a little look at the different ones in here. This is just to prove to you every single one is different. B Diddy, are you about?
Yeah.
Hey B, you alright?
Yeah, yeah.
What you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing. And by that she means working really hard for management that are watching. B Dids, pick a number. Oh, I can't remember now. 2, 4, 6, 4. No problem. Thank you, B Dids. There you go. Oh, this is a good one as well. Oh, you like this one, B Diddy? It's got lots of kind of pinkies in this one. You have got absolute personality and pizzazz across each and every single one of these, all with the different personalities. Now, you might get 8 or 9 like I have, you might get 10, you might get 11. It will be very much dependent on the size of them, but you will guaranteed get the carat weight that is on your screen, and you will guaranteed get this natural, true beauty and quality, because these ones we have most certainly cut for beauty and not for carat weight. So when you have the striations in here, to get that light interaction beautifully, you have to cut them in the right direction. If you're slicing through them this way, you'll get one effect. If you slice through them that way, you're getting a very different effect. So we've cut all of these for absolute beauty, which is why even completely sporadically and random kind of numbers from my really helpful team, I've been able to show you the different qualities of them. You've also got one of the biggest varieties of wires in here as well, haven't you?
It's amazing. So much useful wire in this.
Tell me what's good about having a different selection on your wires.
Well, it just gives you the different. It just gives you options of what weave you do, or what you actually do with it. It gives you lots of different variety of being able to of uses.
Definitely, different variety of uses. And you've got in here ones that you're going to need. For example, your structural wires. 1.25. Yay, 1.25. That's a wire we don't get to see too often, isn't it?
No, it's great wire. Structural wire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really sturdy, really structural. 1.25. So 1.25 means in millimeters. So it's 1 millimeter, 0.25. I've also got in here 1 mil, so that's your 1 millimeter in thickness. So again, slightly more structural, great for your bases of your designs. Going down slightly more, I've got a 0.6, so that's just over 0.5 millimeter in thickness. Really nice malleable wire, great for clasps and slightly more intricate backings if you wanted to. I've then got your weaving wires, which is your 0.4. That's 2 times over, so 20 meters worth of that in total. The 0.4 is lovely for the intricate weaves, which is what we're going to be learning in this demonstration. We're going to be talking you through 2 very individual techniques that are used in this design. Now, this is a lot you've got here to work with and play with, isn't it?
It is. It's a huge amount. It really is.
And I think obviously we're looking at JM at home today, and we're going to be showing you this lovely, really nice piece that Sue's created for us. But when you've got a kit like this, I think it's going to be great for homeware, it's going to be great for jewellery, it's going to be great for headwear, it's going to be great for neckline pieces, it's going to be great for, you know, pretty much anything you can set your mind to, because you've got different sizing cabochons, you've got one of the most popular and loved cabochons, you've got one of the biggest amounts of your wire in one of the hugest selections, you've got everything you could want to work with here, all in one place, all in one space, and all at one price point. Now, let me let you know that the Labradorite you've got here is around £15. You've then got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spools of wire. The price we're about to show you is a price that we've had to have okayed by management. This isn't one that we've kind of we had leeway on it, and then we said, you know, leeway, let's push Lee out the way and really see the leeway and the way that Lee can go. We are going to bring you a very, very special deal. £19.95 is the place that we've been allowed to, with asking, go to. This is very much one of those occasions of you don't ask, you don't get. We saw it, we loved it, we thought, okay, we've got an okay quantity of these. Let's see if we can go a little bit further afield with that deal and bring a little bit of a better price point. And that is exactly why you've got this on your screen. £19.95, spin around you, pence on this is exceptional. I mean, what do you think of a deal like that, Sue?
That's a cracking price, it really is. I mean, just for the wire alone, that's a brilliant price for all of that wire, let alone those beautiful cabs, and they really are stunning.
Yeah.
Each and every one of them.
Yeah. So basically, you buy the cabs, you're getting the wire for £1 each.
That's bonkers.
In fact, less than that. Better than that. Better than that. I ain't no mathematician. I had to even double check that was a word then. I was thinking of magician. Mathematician. I'm not great at maths or language, apparently. But that is an absolute steal of a deal, because the cabs themselves should have been around the £15 mark. And today, the whole kit and caboodle for just £19.95. I think that is exceptional. In particular, when you look at this gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous piece that Stu has made. I mean, even just looking at the intricacy of the spoon detail. So tell us what you thought when you got this kit, and tell us what you thought when you did you have an idea in mind instantly of what you wanted to create?
I didn't, because I'm not really, like I said before, I'm not really a structural wire worker, so it was a huge challenge for me. So I had to really stop and think, and I just had to really break it down into the different elements and how I could do it. And you know, I spent a lot of time thinking about how to make the utensil holder, and then the spoon just came afterwards.
Yeah.
The spoon was like, well, I need to put something in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got it. You have got your spoon here absolutely beautifully, and then you've got the utensil holder itself, which has got this really lovely finish. You've done these kind of really beautiful, almost floral, individual splats of wire with this really gorgeous, huge amount of your cab in there as well. You know, it's something which actually you could definitely see in your home, couldn't you? You could easily see this in your home. If you maybe wanted to do one as a utensil holder, perfect. But you could, of course, also do one a little bit smaller, maybe as a little trinket holder, or bigger if you wanted, for a fruit bowl or something like that.
There is actually plenty of wire to be able to do it bigger as well, because there's so much wire in the kit that,
As you well know as well, some people at home, I have a very good spoon collection. Now, I don't like to toot my own horn about my spoon collection, but it's pretty extensive, actually. And you could actually create your own spoons, because decorative spoons are a big thing, actually. So just creating your own spoons would be lovely, wouldn't it? Yeah. For someone like myself who is an avid spoon collector, or just for someone who wants something really lovely in their home. I could imagine something like next to, you know, people who have like the big copper pans Like my auntie's got these huge copper pans, literally like once every 3 or 4 weeks. Oh, she's, you know, been cleaning them and she has to put all this stuff on and she wire brushes them and oh, you get a full breakdown of it and the newspaper everywhere. But you could imagine, you know, these spoons next to something like that, couldn't you, in the kitchen?
Absolutely.
Lots you could do with these, but first you need to know how to make them. So let me just remind you, you're going to have to get your hands on the kits. If you love our demonstrations and you love making along at home and you love the time and effort and care that goes into creating the kits, do make sure that you're getting your hands on them, because if you like it, if you enjoy it, then we're going to carry on doing it, aren't we? So you have got here your kit, which is up on your screen right now. It's just $19.95, which is a huge price drop for you, really mammoth. And don't forget, we are now about to dive on into land of creativity, and we're going to be getting spoony, aren't we?
Well, we're going back to basics. We're just, you know, learning the two different weaves that have made up the shank of the spoon and the what do you call that part? The spoon part of the spoon. The scoop of the spoon.
Yeah, why not? I feel like, as someone who's just been bragging about my spoon collection, I should know this. But I'll be honest, I just like the look of them. I'm not like into the anatomy, the shovel section.
The shovel section, yes.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah.
I'm going for maybe it's the section
Of the spoon. Could be.
Like
And the rest is the oon.
Yeah, this is the spur and there's the oon. Maybe. We'll work it out for you, let you know.
Okay. Okay, so I've started with 3 pieces of the 1 mil, which is a nice structural wire.
For the length, yeah.
Okay, and then I'm going to cut myself a nice long length because I can use 1 length for both parts. So I'm going to use, I would probably use 1.5 meters to 2 meters, probably 1.5 meters. And then I'd go about 0.5 meter in for one end, and that's going to be the end for the spoon part itself that we don't know the name of.
The scoop section, not the handle, the non-handle.
The non-handle.
Yes.
And then the longer piece, I'm going to start with that part. So that's just going to sit to one side because we're going to use that in a minute. That just saves you adding in wire.
Okay.
Okay, and we're just going to start with this very simple basket weave. So I've got the 3 pieces, the 3 frame wires, and I've taken the wire behind it, obviously with the piece for the spoon there and the piece for the handle here, and this is the piece we're going to work with. So the first 2 wires here, we're going to coil 3 times around these 2 wires.
Ross
you don't want
we call
to
that bit the bowl.
Oh, I say. Yes.
So what, you
that
put
makes
the
sense.
bowl in the bowl?
That makes sense.
I mean, I don't know why, but wow. It's a bowl, says Margot. Okay, so the domed bit is the bowl.
Okay, so at the moment we're not making the bowl.
No.
But we will in a minute.
Wendy loves it. It's called the bowl. I've just tuned in. That's lovely, neat work. Well, why is that in the kit, please? As it doesn't give a breakdown on the graphics. No problem, Barbara, I'll let you know.
Well, I can tell you that this is 1 mil and this is 0.4.
Yeah, perfect. And in the kit you also get your 1.25, your 0.6, and
you get two spools
of your 0.4, don't you?
Yeah. So
hope that helps you, Barbara.
Plenty of weaving opportunity
And thanks
here.
for all the bowl info, everyone.
Okay, so I've gone 3 times around those 2 wires. The important thing when you're doing this weave is to remember not to go too tight, because you need to make sure that you can bring this wire back in between these the 2 frame wires. Bring your weaving wire back in between your 2 frame wires without distorting the frame. So there we go. We've brought that through, so it's gone 1, 2, 3, and then just around that the second wire, the middle wire again, and then we're just going to go 1, 2, 3. Sorry, this wire here's in the way, isn't it? Move it out of the way. 1, 2, 3 around the second 2 wires. So you're always going around your centre wire, and you're alternating. You're either going around the lower wire or the upper wire as you're looking at it to create that basket weave effect. And then just as you're going, just squish them together with your thumbnails. And then you're going, take the wire all the way around the back, and then go around your bottom 2 again. 3 times. 1, 2, 3. There you go. And then back between again, and that is literally your basket weave. You're just going to keep going like this, alternating around the 2 lower ones, and then you bring the wire around the back. Oh, sorry, the 2 upper ones, wire around the back, and then the 2 lower ones 3 times. You can actually, if you wanted to alternate, have a different look for this weave. You can change the number of times you coil around. You can go around twice for a narrower weave. You can go around 5 times for a wider weave. It's, that's how you can alternate the look of it. And you just keep going with this weave until the handle is the length that you want it to be. So I went up to about here, but obviously if you wanted a shorter spoon, you could do it shorter. It's entirely up to you.
So that is the handle.
That's the handle.
Weave.
I call that basket weave. Other people call it different names, I think. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut this wire off so it doesn't get in the way for the next demonstration. And then we're just going to turn that round. Once that's all woven and you've got your handle all sitting there,
Yeah.
you're going to make your bowl.
Okay.
So for that you want to separate out the 2 wires, and then just with your thumbnail, just make a curve. Make the centre one's going to be straight. The 2 outer ones are going to make the curve of the bowl of the spoon. So you just need to roughly decide the size that you want them to be, set them in place, and then you're going to take your other length of wire and around one side first. You go coil 3 times around the outer wire, and then bring it around the centre wire. You've gone over the top of this wire, so you want to go behind the centre wire and just coil it once around that. Bring it through to the other side, and then bring that out through the top, and you're going to go 3 times around the other wire, the other side of the bowl of your spoon. So that's 2, 3. And then just carry on like that. You've gone, this time you're coming out underneath this wire, so you want to go over the top of the centre wire and go once around that centre wire and bring it round. And you've gone over the top here, so you want to go underneath this outer wire and coil that 3 times around the outer wire. Whoops. Trying to keep your wires in place as much as you possibly can. Just, as you go along, just make sure that they're sitting straight, because otherwise you'll end up weaving them into the wrong place. So I've gone over the top, so I want to go underneath the centre wire just the once, and then I'm coming out from underneath, so I'm going over the top of this outer wire. 1, 2, 3, and then you just carry on like this until you reach the end of your spoon.
If you're doing this and you lose count, what do you do?
Well, you can count. I'll show you. So I've done 1, and then say somebody speaks to me, and I can't remember how many I've done. You can just pull this out slightly, and you can think, well, from that wire coming across there, I've gone round once.
I see. Yeah.
So you can just pull it slightly away from the rest of it to see where you go from that. From that single one. I mean, obviously the centre's pretty easy because you only go around that once every time. But on the outside, you just pull it away slightly, and then once you realise I've done that once, so I can push that back in and go 2, 3. It's just you can move your wire away from where you're weaving with, so that because there I've done 2, and I've just pulled that along, and I think, well, where's that wire gone across? I just use my fingernail there to think, well, that's 1, 2, so I can push that back and go, there's my 3rd one.
I see, perfect.
Yeah. So okay, you carry on exactly in that way until you get to the end here. When you're at the end, let's just make this.
Whilst you're pretending we're at
Well,
the
I'm
end,
pretending.
I'll read out Chris's message. It says, "Hi all, I visited Anglesey Abbey, and they have a table made from Labradorite squares.
Wow.
So whichever way you see it, it's beautiful, and that's from Chris. Oh, that sounds stunning. I bet that's absolutely captivating.
I bet that is gorgeous.
Oh, that sounds so gorgeous.
So okay,
Thanks for that, Chris.
we've got to the very end here, and you've woven all the way along here, so you've got the bowl of your spoon. Obviously you can make it whatever size you want. And then what you would do is you would just go around your 3 wires 3 times, and that just holds that in place. And then with all your weaving, what you want to do is just make yourself the bowl shape of your spoon. So you can just do that with your thumb, or you could do that around a mandrel if you wanted to. And then these extra frame wires here, I just trimmed them down, and I made them I made decorative. Now see, this is where those
Nylon round nose.
Yeah, because I've done all of this. And then if I make a mistake here, then you know it's not going to look so good. So I'm going to make these outer ones a bit smaller. I'm going to take my round nose pliers and just make some decorative spirals. Tuck that in. And then use my flat nose pliers just to guide the wire into place. You're moving the spiral along so that it just follows the shape of the original. The important part of a spiral is the original. It's the first loop that you make, because everything that you do after that is going to follow that shape. So if you make sure you get that first loop right, you just, oh, there you go. So there you go. I've just squished the end of that. So what I would do now, because I'm not using round nose pliers, the nylon nose pliers, I'm going to snip that off because that would be messy otherwise. Then you just bring this loop back into itself and then use your flat nose pliers. I'm doing this upside down because it's easier, because it's the other side, but I will tuck it around to this front side. So I'm tucking it behind so that it's on the front of the spoon.
I see.
Yep. And then the last one, I just squeeze those into place so that they're all sitting right within the tip of the bowl of the spoon. You can have the tip of a bowl.
Yeah, why not? Tip of the bowl spoon.
You can now, and I'm just going to trim that down a little bit so it's a slightly smaller spiral, and then just finish with the final spiral. In the same way, just hold it still and bring your spiral in with your flat nose pliers and just sit it on top of the other ones, so that you've got a nice little collection of decorative spirals there on the spoon, on the bowl of your spoon.
How beautiful is that as a design?
Actually, it looks quite nice without the weave.
It does actually, yeah. It's got a really
Not
lovely...
much use as a spoon though.
No, in fact, kind of useless,
Yeah.
but beautiful
Looks pretty.
for decorative purposes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for showing us
welcome.
that. Isn't that a lovely design for you to be able to make? If you too love a good spoon collection, imagine making your own. That'd be a bit special, wouldn't it? So we have learned how to create this gorgeous spoon, and of course that fits perfectly with our utensil holder here. All of these will be photographed and popped onto our Facebook page, so do keep your eyes peeled for those for a closer little look. Now, don't you go anywhere, because I've got the longest demo of the day coming up with Sue in a bit. Give us a clue, Sue.
Well, our next ones are decorative hooks, so I thought I might show you how to make a decorative hook.
You're going to really, really like these. Think places to put your keys, places to put your jewellery, things to put on your stands. Very, very useful indeed. Also, don't forget, if you love your gemstones, I have got 100% gemstones coming up for you in a moment, or 19. But before that, it is time to bring you that great, unique individual. I've not seen you in ages, Strand. Stop by. We do get to see this gemstone quite, actually I was going to say quite often, total lie, Reds. We do get to see it maybe once or twice a week, which is more than we have relatively recently. I remember when we used to do this Strand for you day in, day out, 4 times a day, you know, easy peasily. It is a gemstone that has become more and more popular in certain circles though. It's been really pushed in certain directions, such as like the crystal healing, feng shui, chakras, etc. And because of that, it's getting... I nearly didn't drop it and then I did. It's something that's been snapped up time and time again, quicker, at a quicker pace, which has meant we haven't really been able to get our hands on that much over the last literally like 3 years. This gemstone is a really beautiful Amazonite, and you can get Amazonite from different locations in the world, but I would say possibly more than any other gemstone. Dependent on the location, you can instantly see it like that. This is a strand that I haven't had. This is a gemstone that I haven't had from this location in easily 2.5 years, because I genuinely cannot remember sitting here in this studio bringing this strand from this location, well, any strand from this location, this gem from this location at all. And we've been in this building about 2 years now. I've got for you here your beautiful individual Russian Amazonite. Take a look at it. Isn't that spectacular? I know, if you've never ever seen Amazonite before, if you've never ever seen Amazonite before, then let's talk to you about it. It is a microline feldspar. It is made up with tiny elements. Generally, when you would get it, and I would say a good 99% of the Amazonite we've had in the last 3 years will have been the really delicate, really light kind of periwinkle colour. Has a lot of mottles on it, a lot of markings on it, and it's you know, sky-like in colour. This is your Russian Amazonite. Now, it's completely natural in colour. We haven't had to dye it to look this way. But basically, because the elements that are in the makeup of this when it's being created, you get these trace elements that give it more of that green, more of that tropical kind of hue, as opposed to your sort of watery aqueous colours. It brings more of that rich tropical hue, and I think this is so exotic. It's got a really exotic feel to it. If you imagine you know, kind of oh, what's his name? Oh, older gentleman, gorgeous voice, very intelligent. Documentaries, what's his name? He's an absolute legend, living legend. David Attenborough. Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Imagine it's an Attenborough that you're watching, so a documentary, and imagine it's like on planet Earth, and he does kind of they do like a helicopter shot over like a canopy in a tropical forest. This is that kind of colour you expect to see, isn't it? It's got that really exotic look. This is a really sort of, you know, if you were to see this in nature, you would see it in rainforests. You would see it on the likes of, trying to think of animals with this sort of colouring, hummingbirds, peacocks. It's that kind of really out of this world hue, and I absolutely adore it. Now, like I say, this is getting harder and harder to get because it is in kind of myths and legends. It has had a lot of, it has had a big push in locations such as, you know, chakras and such as crystal healing, because people believe that it's a very calming gem. They believe it's a soothing gem. So it's said to sort of soothe your emotions, it's said to soothe your nerves, it's said to sort of soothe you in stressful times and stressful occasions. So because of these kind of stories, beliefs, myths, legends, however you want to see it, based around this, over the last few years, it's been really kind of come to the forefront. And because of that, it's just getting snapped up time and time again from actual locations that maybe wouldn't normally. So it's getting more competitive to order, more competitive to purchase. And I would say most certainly from this location, because this is one of the lesser known locations. If you type in Amazonite online in your search engine, this colour won't come up. The other powdery colour will come up. This is more likely kind of the more reserved, maybe the lesser seen, in particular when it's natural. So you've got something exotic, individual, that I personally, off the top of my head, can't remember bringing to you this gemstone from this location in, as I say, way over 2 years. But what you've got here is something different, something unusual to add to your stash, to add the touch of the exotic, a touch of the tropical, and at £10.95, you could do that time and time and time again. This is an individual colour. This is almost like jadeite has had a couple of coffees. Do you know what I mean? It's like jadeite, but more. It's got that sort of hue to it. It goes beautifully with jadeite, mind you. Absolutely stunning. In particular, if you like your analog colours. So if you like your colours that on the colour wheel sit next to each other, then ones like this are going to be perfect with the likes of your jadeite. Also, of course, don't be afraid of using things like this around phenomenon gemstones, because it can really pick out some of the colours, in particular in the likes of your labradorite. I've literally just held these two together, and I just in my peripherals then, I've just seen Sue do a little smile. That made you smile, didn't it?
Yeah, it looks lovely together.
What do you think of this gem, please?
It's gorgeous, it really is. I was lucky enough to have some of the 4mm rounds in a kit last week, and I used them with some Amazonite cabs, and the colour, you can see the colour variation there, and they go together so well, and that's really gorgeous. Yeah. Such beautiful colour.
It is really spectacular, isn't it? I think it's got such personality to it as well. For anyone who is new and is watching, they may be going, okay, it's a genuine gemstone, it's totally natural, 6mm round. Is that good? Is that bad? Is that going to be easy? I'm going to be able to make something. Tell us about a 6mm round. Why is it a good one to have?
6mm round is beautiful because it's a substantial stone, but it's not huge. So you can use it in delicate pieces, but you could also use it in big statement pieces as just as an accent. It's a versatile size, and it's a really useful size to have in your stash. Really useful.
So perfect for versatility. I think that's the word for this, as you said.
Yeah.
And don't forget, if you are brand new, hello, welcome. If you are brand new, today you get a free DVD and a free booklet with your first order. Doesn't matter if you buy one strand, like this one, or if you buy, 39,000 products, you will get it for free today. And the DVD and booklet is really useful. It shows you how to actually make things. So it's not just a DVD like explaining, hi, we're Jewellery Maker. It's not one of those those ones. You know, when you go on like corporate meetings, it's not one of them. It actually shows you how to create and how to make things. And the vast majority of your makes and demonstrations will be with this shape. Your perfect rounds, because they are workable, they are easy, they are fantastic to use. And if you do want to get your hands on these ones, then you know what to do, right? It's a free phone number at the bottom of your screen, or join us at JewelleryMaker.com. These would be great with my one to own, which you can see next to it. That's coming up at 3:30. One of our most loved gemstones across the whole of Jewellery Maker, our incredible malachite. Absolutely adore this gem. And we have got all of that coming up as one deal as our one to own, and that's coming up at 3:30. Before that though, I've got some charms, and these charms are going to be wonderful for anyone who is inspired by the likes of Mother Nature. Sue, Mother Nature floral designs, why do you think they are popular as a general rule?
Well, it's... Who doesn't love a flower? And I mean, a flower, if you can recreate a piece of nature, a flower is it's the obvious choice, isn't it? It's like butterflies, because they come in the all the different colours and shapes. I mean, flowers, there's so many that you can do, that you can make. And also, flowers make you happy.
Oh, that's
they make me happy anyway.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah. It's always nice to see flowers in bloom, to receive flowers, to go past a sort of field of flowers. It's really beautiful. Yeah, no, I agree with you. And these ones are the flowers that will last and last. These are the flowers that you will be able to own and cherish and wear and gift year in, year out, because they're made of genuine sterling silver. I think they're so pretty.
They're very, very sweet, aren't they?
Perfect for charms, aren't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely, definitely. They'd make a gorgeous little. I mean, even you just string them onto, or just link them onto just a delicate chain. They would make the most adorable bracelet, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they really would.
Yeah.
Like
for a flower girl at a wedding.
Oh, that's such a lovely idea. Yeah. Oh, what a lovely idea. Actually, speaking of weddings, you could even do these as favours, actually, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
As we said, just something really simple, just one of these on a threading material, and you've got something really simple, because they are so high end. They are such high quality. We've really gone to the extra effort on these ones, because you can see you've got that mirror-like shine around the outside of these that also goes down the centre of each petal. But then you can also see that we've got this lovely mottled textured effect within there too, which takes you down to almost the stamen section with these. Now what that does is it really interrupts the way in which the light kind of is affected. It doesn't just give you a sort of ping of light, it gives you that shimmy. So that is going to mean that you're getting a different look from each and every angle. So it's not just flat and plain and boring, it's got a bit of pizzazz, it's got a bit of movement to it. So when you do wear this, for example, on a bracelet, it's going to catch the light, it's going to give you a different look. And at £8.95, whether you use all of them on one bracelet or you use them very, very sparingly across 5 pieces, it doesn't really matter, because it's under £10, and dramatically so. £8.95 for these ones. If we're thinking at home with JM, what might your idea be with these?
They would look really beautiful if you had I can't think of the name of them, the things that you hang in the window. What are they called? When you...
Window hangings?
Yeah.
Is that?
You know what I mean? Just, yeah,
I do know what you mean.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't think
you
of the
put them
name
on
of
the
them.
window and they hang.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what
But
you
if
mean.
you had those hanging off, they would also catch the light. They would look
Lovely
really
idea.
beautiful and they'd move as well.
Lovely idea.
Yeah.
If you get any ideas of at-home pieces with any of our products today, do feel free to get in touch. And don't worry, I'll be asking my team for their ideas too, because they're a snazzy bunch. £8.95 is your deal on those ones today. Good work, everyone. Now, I'm about to bring you something very special indeed. I have been in London. I was in London a few hours ago, and I was having a good old nosy around the shops, you know, as you do the other day, and was around in the Islington sort of arena, and I went into the very, very centre, and you know, South Bank, and did all that region too. And it's so interesting that actually different locations within London will vary dramatically in price. There was rose gold and pure gold in every single location, every single store, and I saw some pieces that looked, when I say exactly like this, if it wasn't a well-known shop, I probably would have thought, hey, if they bought them off Jewellery Maker and then they're just selling them. It was pieces that looked genuinely like exactly like this. They were these long, beautiful tubes in sterling silver that were gold plated. Now, each one of these was linked together on what looked to be, it was like beading thread in feel, and it had a small clasp in the same metal on the back. And they were selling them for £122 for a bracelet length. Now, obviously, you know, I don't know what the gram weight on it was. I don't know, you know, exactly kind of the amount of sterling silver that was in there, etc. But when I saw it, my eyes sort of doubled. But you can expect prices like that, can't you, Sue, on high-end materials?
You really can, because you're using quality.
Yeah.
And when you put it together, you're using that quality and coupling it with your creativity. So you can charge for that. You can charge for your creativity. You can charge for your design. You can charge for your ideas, because
Totally.
you know, that it's part of it. It's part of the design. It really is. It's a huge part of the design.
It's a huge part of the design. Completely agree with you on that. And I think, you know, never forget that when you're working with metals like this, you are working with the same types of metals in the same types of qualities as some of the biggest retailers in the world. The fact that you have to come up with your own design, the fact that you hand create it yourself, the fact that every single one of yours probably is going to be totally unique, that just adds to the wonder of each piece, doesn't it?
Absolutely does, makes it unique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you have got if you're spending all of that time and that effort in the planning and designing, and you try it doesn't work, and then it does work, and yay, it works, and you know, you're doing all of that, it does take time, effort, and it does cost you, in essence. If you're going to be doing all of that, why not work with the best that you can? And this really is kind of going towards your top notch. Of course, you could create this in design like the one I've just mentioned in just pure gold, but that would essentially cost you, what, £80–90 worth, possibly, dependent on the weight of the gold and the quality of the gold, but it easily could. I'm about to bring you the components to create your own unique individual piece that could be as easy as just stringing it together on beads and thread with a clasp on, or could be as extravagant as you like. And today at £5.95, I think that is wondrous. What do you think?
That's just amazing, isn't it? It's just, you know, it kind of blows my mind, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always something that's going to be seen as very high end, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. Because and if you add it as an embellishment to your design, it's just really, it's going to lift it. It's going to lift anything that you put it with.
Definitely agree with you. And one thing I would remind you as well is, I've just pulled up the chart at the moment, one thing I would remind you is, today there is an ever so slight drop in the price of gold. It is down from the last few days by sort of 1% on the last day. It's down 1%. But day on day for the last month, it's up by over 4%, which you might think, well, 4%, that's not massive. So really, why does Becky always mention it? Like, the price of gold is up or it's down at the moment. Why does that make a difference? Because obviously 4% up now means that if we were to buy this now, we would pay 4% more than we did 40 days ago. But actually, that 4% is going on top of an 8.7% increase in the last few months. And that is actually on the last year on top of a 9.73 increase in price. And actually, if we're going way back 16 years, you're looking at a 408% increase on the price of gold. So actually, small amounts of the likes of, 1% up within 30 days, that is a big amount, in particular when it just keeps going and going and going. So do make the most of things like this whilst you can, in particular if they are that much of a deal. £5.95 for you. What are you handing me there? Ooh, thanks. So daintily handed across. Oh, this is gorgeous. Wow, there's a lot of metal in this. So bear in mind what I've just said about the price of gold, okay? It's up and up in price. Silver is doing the same because let's talk why. Sterling silver, well, only silver and gold will change in price for many, many, many different reasons. And without putting too fine a point on it, let's just say two of the main reasons are if things politically happen in the world, then that has a huge effect. It has a mammoth effect because people are kind of buying and selling and everything else. Political things and political changes, no matter how minor or major, have a huge, huge effect. Another one is supply and demand. So around kind of the Christmas time, about 2 months before Christmas, we always see a little bit of a spike. We always see that because it's supply and demand. People are gifting, people want the best. So you see a bit of a spike then. General rule, come the end of December, that drops off again. This year it hasn't at all. I mean, we have seen no quitting whatsoever. Usually December, prices sterling silver and gold will drop quite significantly. Not this time. It's one of the first years. I've never seen anything like it. So if you like your precious metals, I would definitely say, with the landscape being as it is, who knows what's going to happen, but do make sure that if you do need to get any silver in your pocket, in your stash, you do it whilst you can. So this is coming up for you very soon, apparently. Very soon. Very soon. Right, Dion's on the phone. Whilst she's on the phone, let's have a gossip. Hiya, how are you? You having a good one? Oh, I've had a lovely few days. Been in London, went to a well-known... Oh, that reminds me. Went to a well-known wizarding location. You know what I mean? Yeah. Little sterling silver charms of the car that, may or may not fly and slightly go invisible. You know the one I mean? Little ones, little charms. £65. Sterling silver, £65 with a lobster clasp on the top. Genuinely, if I'm doing that, I was like, oh. But with the prices as well for different shapes. And it's not that I couldn't believe it. I was like, fair enough, good on you. And there were people buying them, very popular indeed. Anyway, that wasn't what I was going to gossip about. I was going to gossip about the shows we've got coming up for you. So, I've got loads coming up for you. Got a fab weekend planned this weekend. On Tuesday, I've got a spellbinding, Laura binding show. We've got her in for 5 hours, okay? We've pulled a few strings, we've got her in for 5 hours. We're going to be doing a jewel make. Which is going to include me making something, her making something, and us working them together into a piece. Also, to make you aware, I've got the weekend after that, we've got this lovely shibori weekend. I had a little nosy at my guest designers that I've got, and I've had to chat to Jan. Now I've got Jan in doing shibori, and I was like, I've never seen you do shibori before. She is genuinely dead excited. She was like, it's nice to do something a bit different. So I've got loads coming up for you over the next couple of weeks. So if you are looking forward to anything, do feel free to let us know. If you want any sneaky insider info, let us know. If I know the answer, I might tell you. If I won't get into too much trouble. Whilst we're speaking future shows, when are you next on, Sue?
I'm back on the 3rd of July after today.
Oh,
I've got a bit of a break because I've done quite a few shows in quick succession for me.
Yeah. Which obviously takes up loads of time, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Really does.
Preparation time is, it's quite long.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so... Yeah.
So back in July, so you get a week or two off.
Yeah.
Oh, feet up, lovely. Anyway, this is coming up for you now. We had a bit of a technical issue, hence the gossip. But it's always nice to have a catch up with you. It really is. Have a little look at this 95 sterling silver with your gorgeous chain. Now, bear in mind what I've just said about the wizarding world. Bear in mind what I've just said about the price of silver. Bear in mind what I've just said for all the types of prices of very small charms that you can get. Now remember, the intricacy that goes into this, also remember I'm just shy of 3 grams worth. Then remember for me, this is a finished necklace. This is not to me a chain. A chain to me is a base for something. Do you know what I mean? This is, you could get a canvas, which is a blank canvas, or you could get a canvas that has a beautiful print and artwork done on it. You don't say, if you've got one that's covered in paint and it's got this lovely texture and this design to it, you don't go, oh yeah, that's a canvas, do you? That's what I think with this. This to me is a necklace. It is not a chain. It is the sum of its beautiful parts, and its beautiful parts mean you've got the chain section, you've also got the clasp section, you've also got a design feature on this which quite easily could be worn by itself. If you like what you see, and a lot of you do because you're already checking it out, then do add it to your order now at this deal, £7.95. Giving you a bit of a price drop on that one because we had a bit of a technical issue. Well done to all of you if you've already got it, because remember, everybody pays the final closing price on this one today if you've got it in your box. Like I was saying though, you know, sterling silver, it is one of those you can kind of demand what you want to if you're doing it right. And you know, as I said, this place I went to around London, which was a fab little day out, I have to say, you know, small, I'm talking no more than 2 centimetres each direction, small sterling silver charms, £65 and upwards. And obviously I don't know the exact weight of it, but you know, it is just to remember that when you're working with top quality, you can charge top prices, in particular if you've got lovely components all at the same quality, such as this. £7.95 is your deal on these ones today. JFPO12 is the code. If you've not ordered with us before, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Info's at the bottom of your screen. Free phone numbers just here-ish. And JewelleryMaker.com is just there. It is free to get involved with us. You don't have to pay a joining fee or a membership fee or anything else like that. Now, after the break, we are going to bring you genuine, real deal gemstones. Now, in this time, we, you know, well, what do we like to bring you at Jewellery Maker? We like to bring you quartz, wood. We like to bring you seed beads, Swarovski. We like to bring you metals and bases and all of this, that and the other, and that's great. But sometimes, when we get the opportunity, when we get in a new order, we're allowed to go and rummage through the vaults. We've done it, and we have picked out a whole hour of 100% genuine gemstones. That is coming up for you very, very, very soon indeed. I'm going to try and fly through as many genuine gemstones as I possibly can. You're going to have to help me out though by getting these treats in your basket and checking them out, because the more I can get into this hour, the more I will do just for you. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to a break now, aren't we? We're going to a break, so I will see you back with Sue and genuine gemstones in a few minutes.
Tune in this Saturday for Alison Tarry's Wire Sculpture DVD. Alison will guide you through from start to finish on 2 wire projects, a Siamese cat and a tomcat. Alison will teach you weaving and Viking knit techniques, framework and construction. This DVD will really take your wire sculpture work to the next level. So make sure you're tuned in this Saturday.
Swarovski pearls come in a vast array of colours, also a vast array of sizes, right up to I think a 15mm. They also come in a vast array of hole sizes, which as a jewellery maker gives us more choice in the way that we can use them. Obviously various mediums require various different hole sizes, and we know with Swarovski pearls that we can use them every time. Swarovski pearls are also incredibly resistant to outside influences such as hairspray, perfumes, humidity, which a lot of faux and simulated pearls simply aren't. Swarovski pearls aren't meant to be a replacement for the beautiful natural cultured pearl in any way. It just gives us as jewellery makers more of a choice, and that can only be a really good thing.
I love working with polymer clay because of the versatility of the medium, because of all the things that you can do with it. It is, I think, more versatile than.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
It is our genuine gemstone hour. Yay, I was so excited. You know I love times like this so much. Hi everyone, my name's Becky. Really good to be with you today. It's Jewellery Maker and we are at home with Jewellery Maker today. We really are. And at home is kind of our theme realistically for our makes today. And we have already been inspired and we're about to be again later by the lovely Sue. Hi Sue.
Hi.
Genuine gemstones.
Love them.
Tell me why.
They're just a piece of nature, aren't they? It's just, you know, you're working with what the planet has given you.
Yeah.
What, you know, the planet's riches and the planet's beauty, and you know, it doesn't get any better than that, does it?
No, I completely agree with you. And there's something quite connective, I think, about that.
Absolutely.
And
Definitely.
I think that's what we have got for you in this hour. So I have got a full hour to power through. Now, before we get started, let me just make you aware. Outside of the star buys, I'm going to be trying to get through as many as I possibly can in this hour for you. So you can help me out with this. It means that if you see something you like, make sure you're checking it out ASAP. Because once I have a certain quantity left, a small quantity left, I am then technically allowed to move on to another product. So if you keep going, I love it, check out, I love it, check out, I love it, check out, then I can keep bringing you more deals and goodies. So let's start with the star buy, shall we? And it is on this glorious citrine. Bright, shiny, glowy citrine. Genuine, real deal gemstones of your citrine I have here before you. It glows, it shines, it develops this sun-like colour. It's almost got sort of sand-like hues to it as well, actually. You can almost imagine the sunlight just kind of, you know, dancing across, can't you? Mm. This is a really beautiful strand. What do you like about citrine, please?
It's just, it's one of those ones, I often say this, that it's warm and it's fresh. Mm. You can use it in so many different ways, but it's just so beautiful and sunny and happy. I love it. I love citrine. I always have.
Yeah. Sunny and happy, I think, are your perfect words for this, actually.
They are, yeah.
It is a really happy, shiny gemstone. It is a gemstone that kind of puts a smile on your face. It's got that really lovely sort of signature glow about it that we do expect from top grade citrine, I would say. Sometimes when you get citrine, it can be a little bit buttery. Sometimes when you get citrine, the saturation of it isn't the best. Sometimes if you get citrine, you heard me, citrine, the saturation actually can be a little bit, well, it can leave a bit to be desired, to be honest. With this though, you've not got that. It's not buttery, it's bright. It envelops you, doesn't it? It gives you this impeccable glow that really does grab you in. All of that, and it's eye clean. Now that is something to absolutely be enjoyed. That brightness, that intrigue, that interest, that hot heat coming from each and every single one of these that glows, that shines. You're checking out. I'm going to bring you this as a deal. You ready? Start buy. Price point today is £11.95. Do your research on citrine. Type in citrine celebrities and see the amount of celebrities wearing this kind of gemstone. For example, Oprah Winfrey is one. She has a beautiful ring, really, really pretty. It's just over 2 carats. Did it cost her £11.95? Nope. Not at all. Obviously it's different types of citrine possibly, but of course it is very much to do with what it's set into and what kind of prices people are prepared to pay. I have got a strand here of 65 carats worth at £11.95 that gives you true brightness and beauty. If you love your genuine gemstones and you see them like this, treat yourself, get them whilst you can, and when you get them, £11.95. If you like this kind of colour, how about, is it the pendant? Huh? How about I bring you something really special indeed. You're going to love this. I adore this. I am big, if I'm watching a film, go-to genre I would say a film is like fantasy, sci-fi, all of that, love it. That's my go-to time and time again. And the first time I saw this, I was absolutely captivated. It's almost elven in its design. It's gorgeous. I mean, don't get me wrong, this side, beautiful, very pretty. I like the way it's got that encapsulation. I like the way it's got that kind of texture internally. But as I flip this, you'll see what I mean. Isn't that stunning? Don't you think?
Wow.
It's just beautiful. It's these kind of tendrils that kind of swirl and sway around each one of these. It's got almost this liana-like effect over each and every one. And it's all in genuine sterling silver. Now, if again I flip this to the side, show you the profile, look at the beauty and the detail we've really gone to on this. I mean, that is a lot of sterling silver, a serious amount of genuine amber, and a serious amount of work. Sue, you instantly wowed at this when I flipped it.
It's absolutely gorgeous. I love the colour of it and just the intricacy of the design.
Yeah.
It's just stunning, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And I think this is a really, really multi-wear piece. You know, wear it whichever way you choose. Wear it this way if you just want that flash of amber. If you just want that kind of bright, beautiful look and appearance, wear it this way. Wear it with that gemstone really facing the front. Or if you want a little bit of an extra framing, flip it over. You've got a real jewel wear design here, I think.
Absolutely. It'd be beautiful in a bracelet, in the centre of a bracelet, because then, you know, obviously it will flip naturally. So you'll have it, you know, just gorgeous.
I love that idea. We haven't seen this in absolutely ages. I'm talking months and months and months and months and months. It is a reorder. Say it again. Listen. Get ready. Hold on to your hats or socks, whatever one you're wearing. What we're about to do is silly. You know, I was talking to you about the price of silver and how the price of silver is up dramatically. How the price of silver in the last 6 months, so over the last 6 months, you're up by around about 7%, just shy, 7%. When we brought this to you, which was about 6 months ago, you know, we will have had to have, since then, we'll have had to have rebought it about 4, 5, 6 months ago. We will have had to have paid a little bit more extra. But because we've done this with the location that we get most of our, not all of our amber, but most of our amber from, you will have seen it in the VTs, we've been there recently. What we have done a couple of years ago when we started working with them is we basically came up with a contract that said we're kind of doing these rates and these prices, and if we buy more, can we stick to this deal? And so long as we order within the space of 6 months a new batch of the same product, i.e. a reorder, not a new order, we get that same deal we did initially. Now that means that even though the price of silver has gone up, because we bought more, but we are working off the same basis deal, that means more expensive silver, same great quality, but we're able to do for the first time ever the lowest ever price. This is the lowest ever price we've been able to do this for you, even though the price of silver has gone up, even though it's taken us more time and effort and energy to create that beautiful framing on this. This is literally the lowest ever price point we've done on this product because it's a reorder. We had a contract with this buyer that we get these from. You may well, as I've said, see it in the VTs when we went relatively recently. Some of our buying team did, and Carol, lovely presenter Carol, went along as well. We did a reorder on this, and on the basis of our initial contract over each piece that we created, because this was reordered within that space, that cut-off period that we have, we're able to get the same deal, and therefore we're able to do you price points like this, £8.95. So we go along the same deal lines, but we bought more this time, hence that slight decrease.
Because, I mean, there's so much you can do with it. You can make it into a necklace, you can make it into a bracelet. I mean, it can stand alone, it can be with other things. It's just, you know, you've got the sky's the limit with the designs on this.
Yeah, and of course you could do earrings with these because it's amber.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about, you know, at the end of the day, feels like it's, you know, like, yeah, hanging low. Wobbling to and fro like your earlobes do in that song. Yeah, you don't get that issue though, do you? You don't get that problem because they're lovely and light and bright, and they give you that organic, you know, it's known as a sea stone, isn't it? Because it can float on seawater. So it's going to be lovely and easy to wear, but give you that dramatic look. There's loads of you who've already checked out on that. I do appreciate it. The quicker you check out, the quicker I'm able to move on, and loads of you have checked out on that, so I'm going to wriggle on over. You may well have remembered I did for you a little bit earlier on this absolute sensation. Oh, look at that. So nice. I did this for you earlier on, didn't I? Maybe you couldn't stretch to the price of your faceted, but you do want your black diamonds. I've got you covered, because this one's coming in at the bottom of your screen, but I've got a slightly different, more affordable one here that is currently at the side. I mean, but let's be completely different, be honest, these are worlds apart from each other, aren't they? And again, you know, not everyone would show you this actually. Not everyone would go, you know, these are the same gem, these are how, working with them differently will change their appearance. But you know, that's what I do, because I think it's important to know that Jewellery Maker are absolutely through and through honest. We're saying to you, the bottom strand is highly faceted. That kind of facet, that kind of detail takes work, it takes skill, it takes time, in particular on this beautiful crisp finish that makes it look more of that really kind of deep, rich tonality. You've then got these ones, which we've left as Mother Nature has intended, naturally faceted. We haven't kind of, you know, cut these in any way. We've just sort of left them as they are. We've de-shaped them. We've obviously cobbed them when needed, and then we've stranded them. But it's important to show you things like this because I want you to know that when you're buying diamonds, or any gemstone in fact from Jewellery Maker, you are getting what you pay for. If you want absolute kind of perfection, if I'm allowed to say that, but you know, perfection, with beautiful faceting, a serious, wonderful alignment of light that glimmers and pops like paparazzi bulbs, you know, then you've got it here. If you want something that is a black diamond in big pieces with a natural rough look, it takes us less time, it takes us less energy, we don't have to be quite as pedantic about it, and therefore we can do better deals. Like that one on your screen right now. It's so important to be absolutely out there and honest and truthful. £21.95. So maybe now is your chance to sit there and think, okay, if I want to own black diamonds and if I want to work with black diamonds, would I prefer to buy today the drop down price on the bottom, which was the £100 mark, and then I'll get one and then that'll last me? Or would I rather maybe treat myself to one or two or even three of the top black diamonds and then still be around the £100 mark? Which one do you want to work with? Which one do you like the idea of? You could of course work them together if you wanted to. But I think this is the great thing about Jewellery Maker. We give you a vast range of genuine gemstones in different guises, in different shapes and sizes, and at different price points, so everyone gets to own them if they want to. Now this strand is obviously a million miles apart from the strand at the bottom of the screen, but I would like to know, what does this strand say to you?
I love this strand. I love it. I love things in rough like this because I just think it's really honest, and it's really, I mean, like I was saying a minute ago about the planet giving us beauties to work with. This is you know, this is how the planet's given it to us, which I think makes it just a little bit more special.
Yeah.
I mean, and at that price, they're still diamonds.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't get away from the fact that they are still diamonds. And I mean, this look, this rough look is really on trend at the moment.
You're not wrong.
So, you know, at that price, it's fabulous.
Yeah.
I'd absolutely go for them.
Yeah. And I mean, $21.95, what can you really think of about that price point that is going to last as long as this? I mean, at $21.95, what are we thinking? Bottle of wine? Oh, well, that's not going to last as long as these, is it? $21.95, you're thinking, you know, even a piece of furniture, you know, a little flat pack table, for example, that's not going to last as long as these. This is lasting, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, it's forever.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
A pizza? Dion's just gone. A pizza? Dion has just taught us something. Most pizzas are worse in calories than a doner kebab. I'll be honest with you, I knew that. Yeah, because think about it, doner kebab, you know, you've got your meat, you've got your kebab, but that's kind of, you know, your only carb. With pizza, you've got all of it. Do you remember I told you about that school trip I went on to the kebab shop? Yeah. We learnt that there. We learnt like the kebab. I've just set my tech up off laughing. Was it you, Paul? What? Now I went to a kebab shop as a school trip. Oh, it was traumatic, if I'm honest. Oh, it was horrible. Do you know how they do doner kebab? Do you want me to tell you, Paul? You're going to be riveted by this. They get a bucket of like grey. It's like the viscosity of like PVA glue. They get a paintbrush and we just paint it onto that skewer. And by the time it's rotated around, that bit's cooked, they just layer it up again and keep going. Yeah? But, weirdest thing, we all got to have a go at piling it on and then we got a free taster as well. Oh, great day out. Better than the salt factory. £21.95, which is another trip we went on. Yeah, £21.95 for us today. Well done to all of you. No matter which diamond you get, I'm sure you will enjoy. You went to what, Bruce? A spring factory. What, as in springs, coils? Oh, wow. Not spring water, like springs. Oh, wow. Do feel free to let us know. Have you been on any quirky school trips or maybe a work trip? Maybe you go somewhere with work. Have you ever had a weird trip anywhere, like school trip or something you can remember?
No, I can't think of any weird ones. We went to a biscuit factory. That was awesome.
That sounds brilliant.
Yeah, it was the best.
That's really cool. Did you get to take anywhere with you?
Yeah, we got to take a sample home with us. It was brilliant.
A sample? Was it a packet?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, we didn't get that at the kebab factory. Anyway, I'm over it.
Sounds like that's a good thing.
Oh, I don't know, I love a kebab. Oh. Anyway, I'm about to bring you some amethyst. Now, this strand is going to make you smile if you love genuine, real deal, natural amethyst with a bit of a shine and sparkle. Also, if you like something a bit different. You may well love your favourite meal, but you wouldn't want to eat them every single day for the next 5 years, would you? No, because it gets boring, it gets dull. Same with this gemstone. Because the shape is very, very unusual. Not a shape we get to see often at all. And that is so important for creativity. Just like if you had to eat a kebab or whatever your favourite meal is for the next 3 meals a day for the next 5 years, as much as you might love it now, by the end of that 5 years, you would be bored. And it's exactly the same with creativity, isn't it? If you're already used to working with rounds or rondelles or your drops, which I would say are our standard top 3 scene shapes, you're going to become a little bit numb to them all. Things like this can add a little bit of something different, can't they, Sue?
You find yourself, when you've got the same sizes and the same shapes, you find yourself making the same thing over and over again, subconsciously. You don't mean to.
No.
Even though there are so many designs out there, once you know, you really do get yourself stuck into a bit of a rut of making the same thing. But if you're given a different shape, it just sets the neurons firing of you know all the different things that you could do, and that actually has the effect of kick-starting your design. So when you go back to rounds, you're
replenished.
You are. You're
almost.
replenished, and you can think in different directions.
Totally.
For different stones.
You see, that's exactly what strands like this are about. It's about adding something different, about adding something new and fun. And this is new and fun because it is new. And it's fun because it's £7.95 to get your hands on a genuine gemstone. You couldn't get a large kebab and chips for that price, could you? Nope. You have got totally natural, real deal amethyst here, which I think is sensational. Anyway, I'm a February birthday, so of course it is my birthstone. But, you know, it's also one of my favourite colours. But when you've got a strand like this, it's the texture, it's the shape, it's the internal beauty you've got. You've even got some here that really, because of the way the light's sort of spanning, you're getting almost a change in colour. Oh, someone went to a pencil museum on a school trip.
That would be actually really interesting, I think.
Would you?
Yeah.
I think it'd go down like a lead balloon. Oh my goodness, hilarious. Karen's in saying, hi Rebecca and Sue. My school really pushed the boat out and took us to the sewage works. Still remember the stench. Oh, Karen, that trip must have stunk.
I used to live just down the road from the sewage works.
Did you?
Yeah.
You ever go there for a day out?
No, we used to go and peer. As kids, we used to go and peer through the fence just to see what was going on.
Did you? Oh wow! Just, you know, when we were bored, just to entertain ourselves.
Go and watch the sewage.
Oh, Saturday, just after lunch. We go and watch it. Thank you for that, Karen. Do feel free to message us in. We love hearing from you. 60777 weird trips that you've been on. Did you go on any odd school trips? Or just school trips that were really awesome and actually want to brag? Do feel free. 60777. I will, of course, be asking my team as well. So get thinking, team. Okay, how about I bring to you now another genuine gemstone for our gemstone time. Now, in the second demonstration today, it's our longest demo of the day. It is the wonderful masterclass. We are going to be talking cabochons and how to work with them. This has to be one of the most prestigious cabochons we will ever have the chance of owning. Ruby. A genuine, weighty ruby cabochon. Now, this ruby in itself has got that sort of idyllic purplish red hue that you might like to see in a ruby. Not everyone wants that kind of pigeon blood colour. Now, this is a very, very special treat of a treasure. And I think we here at Jewellery Maker, or anywhere actually, can become slightly nonchalant about the likes of ruby. I was watching, I'll be honest with you, slightly out of season, about 6 weeks ago, a TV programme about very expensive Christmases and how you can have Christmases and you can really go the extra mile. And there is a very well-known London-based company which this year, the year just gone for Christmas, actually came up with an edible range of cakes. And these cakes were, I know, edible range. Oh, it's so out there. Finally, someone's thought of it. Wait. So, a range of cakes that were cupcakes. So they're around about this size, just a normal little average cupcake. They then were in chocolate, and they had a little piece of icing around in like the shape of a muzzle, and then they had two little icing sections piped on, and then it had a genuine ruby cabochon nose. Now the ruby cabochon itself, I mean, get that and quarter it and maybe even a little bit less, because that was the nose on this size of a cupcake, and it looked like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And I thought, that is adorable. That is so sweet. How cute, how wonderful. You couldn't buy them in a pack, but if you did want to, you would be paying quite a lot. They sold them individually for the price of £400. Nosed Rudolph cupcake, something like that. £400 each they were selling them for, and selling your pieces. But also it's important to remember that actually, if people are prepared to pay it, then you can kind of put any price point on it you want. With a size of individual carat weights such as this, 10 carats in one piece. If I was to see a 10 carat ring in a well-known high street store for 15 grand, would I actually be that shocked? No, not completely. Not if it was the right shop at the right time with one individual massive 10 carat ruby. No, I wouldn't. We're not, you know, talking Boodles. We're not talking, you know, your Chanel. We're not talking your Van Cleef. You know, we are none of those. If we were, we probably wouldn't be able to do deals like this. We are Jewellery Maker, and we bring you deals and prices on some of the most extravagant high-end gemstones on the planet for absolute base rate deals and base rate prices. £12.95 for you on these ones. I think it is truly, truly exceptional. It really, really, really is. I think you've got the opportunity here to get something very prestigious, very high-end, very recognisable, because of course it is ruby in its purest of natural forms, and you're able to get it at a very low cost price. Remember too that, you know, there are some stores, there are some shops that will go to department warehouses and get the exact same ingredients, the exact same stocks at the exact same price, sell that exact same product in two different shops, whether it be food or whatever, two different shops. You're going to be paying two dramatically different prices. That deal is something very, very special. So do make the most of it whilst you can, because, you know, high-end precious gems like this we don't always get to see. In one Shopportunity's time, I've got the one to own, and it isn't quite yet, it's in a moment or two, but it is something that we absolutely love and adore. And if you've just tuned in, hi, how's your day going? We want to know about your rubbish school trips. I also want to know what your least favourite thing to do at home. 7 carat ruby on a cupcake at £475. Yes, that's the one I was talking about. Yes. Thank you for doing that research. Yeah. And it's true, isn't it? And they're the ones with like the Rudolph faces. Yeah, tiny little smidgen of a nose. £475 for one. Don't even get a box.
Isn't that a bit of a health and safety nightmare?
Well, yeah, you've got to be careful with that, haven't you? Like, you've got to take that out.
Yeah.
You don't want to get confused after a few bubbles, do you, on that one? Oh, you crack a tooth. What a way to go, though, eh? Cracked tooth, lovely ruby. Be all right. Thank you very much for getting in touch with that. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? I've got these coming up for you very, very, very soon. If you do like the look of these, I will let you know that there's just a few moments to wait for it. Before that, though, I'm going to bring you some pearls, and not just any pearls. Really beautiful, smooth. Sorry. Do you ever make really strange noises for very little reason? I've got for you here a gorgeous strand of pearls that I think, if you love smoothness of nacre, you're really going to appreciate. Have a look. Purest of your pearls. Pearls mean something different to everyone. And I think when you have that lovely, smooth nature such as these, it's just quality and quality and quality, isn't it? What a glorious strand we have here for you. Now, pearls, when they're like this in their natural form, it's very difficult to get them. And I don't think it's maybe something we actually discuss that much. To get a strand to market, a huge proportion will have been ignored. A huge proportion will never ever get to this stage to be able to be on your screen. A huge proportion of actual pearls can be put back into mollusks because they're just not good enough quality. They'll be put back into mollusks and hopefully they'll make a slightly better pearl on top. If they're not, often they can be crushed down. Often they're basically just never brought for sale at all, because they can be mottled, because they can be darkened, because they can have spots to them, swirls to them, line designs that maybe the market doesn't want, and therefore they don't even get to see the light of day. So already when you get to own genuine pearls, you're getting to own something a bit special, because they have had to fight to be there. This strand, for me, what this one has done so beautifully is giving us that smoothness of surface. It's described, depending on what school of thought you're from, But if you do want to sort of have a graded pearl, which some places do, some places don't, there are different guidelines that they will look for. And many places will say that if you want a quad A grade, i.e. the best, the creme de la creme, the top, if you want a quad A grade, each pearl can have up to 5% of an unclean finish. So it could have up to 5% on each pearl of lines, mottles, dots, spots and everything else. If you get 4% or 5%, you know, you will still have a triple or quad A grade pearl. I don't think any of these, therefore, could be classified as any less than a triple A or even a quad A, because these are smooth in so many different areas. They've got that lovely smoothness to them of the nacre that has built these up. Each one is impeccable quality, so impeccable we haven't even had to dye them. Totally natural, to be able to get completely natural finish on these, and with that gorgeous quality, I have got for you £19.95. We're dropping down. Okay, listen, we're dropping down for you, everyone. £17.95. Pearls are up. Pearls are up at the moment. You will notice it. You will have noticed it. You will notice it. Any of the pearls that we're buying in or have bought in the last, how long is it, about 3 months now, you know, newer ones, you will have noticed there has been a price hike, there has been a price difference, in particular on high quality ones like this. It always happens around this time of year. It's kind of the organic of the summer, isn't it? Always at this time of year, people are kind of gravitating more towards pearls for the likes of bridal season included. And as I said, it is supply and demand with many gemstones, including this one. So if you do love what you're seeing, make sure you're adding it to your collection whilst you can, because that deal is a very special one. And speaking of a very, very special deal, what I have for you now is a gemstone that we haven't really been able to see in a pretty long time. I was lucky enough to be able to sort of launch a strand of this for you about sort of 4 or 5 months, oh no, not that long ago, about 2-3 months ago. And it was the first time I'd seen it in a very long time. A lot of you will know that this gemstone is very, very important to a lot of us here at Jewellery Maker for different reasons. And I would say that for me, it's the only gemstone I know that every single one of us owns. And I know that completely and absolutely. I know that each producer has a piece of this, each director has a piece of this, each presenter, each guest designer. So it really is a very, very special gemstone to us here at Jewellery Maker. The thing that's great for me to be able to bring this to you is that finally, for the first time ever, I'm able to bring this to you as a one to own. And also, finally, for literally, easily, the first time since December, I'm not just bringing you one strand, I'm bringing it to you as part of a bundle. That means we're going to be able to give you a sensational deal on sensational quality. It is our malachite one to own. Malachite is a gemstone that you can get from many different locations in the world, and it is a really, really beautiful, beautiful gemstone. You have got a gemstone absolutely loved and adored here at Jewellery Maker and so many different places in the world. It's a perfect gemstone for anyone this year, because of course it's got that year's colour, the greenery. It's got Mother Nature's sort of name written all over it, and it has got real intrigue and interest. Now, malachite is a special gemstone to us here at Jewellery Maker, and it is a special gemstone out there on the market. But malachite's also an interesting gem because it's one of those gems that you can get from lots of different places in the world. So, you know, for example, the likes of your quartz, you can get your quartz from pretty much, you know, stick a pin in a map, you can kind of get your quartz from there. Some gemstones are like that. Malachite's not quite to that extent by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, but yet there are still a few different areas in which you can get this. Now, quartz, I would say, is slightly different in this instance, of the fact that if you're going to get, say, a clear quartz, it kind of generally doesn't really matter too much whereabouts in the world you get it from. It will have similar qualities, it will have similar elements, it will have similar looks and styles and similar prestige. Malachite, however, is different. So with malachite, you can get it from loads of places. You can get it from, I've got a list in front of me, you can get it from the likes of Australia, Mexico, Germany, Romania, the USA, Chile, United Kingdom, Namibia. You can get it from Russia, you can get it from Zimbabwe, you can get it from South Africa. The thing is, there is a big difference in the qualities you will get. And I would say, again, very much like the likes of your, let's say, emerald. You can get emerald from lots of different places, can't you? You can get emerald from Brazil, you can get emerald from Colombia, you can get emerald from Zambia. You will know instantly that due to different locations, you will get different price points because of supply and demand. If I show you this list, and this is a list that you can get off Tinterweb. This is a list of the main locations in the world you can get your malachite. You will notice that 3 of them have stars alongside them. Those are classified as the best quality for connoisseur locations. You've got Russia, the USA, and South Africa. Now, ours is South African. So basically what we have there, and these were written in an order for a reason, these are essentially the prime, the location. It's like if you wanted to go and get a croissant, you know, you would, if you want a really good croissant, it's like going to France for a really good croissant, you know? It's like going to, let's say, Zambia for your really good, rich, deep, intense amethyst. That's what it's like. That's what this is. So what you've got here already is kind of a connoisseur location. But why? Well, it's because in this location, which again, you don't get in many places, you get this lovely juxtaposition in the tonality. So within each and every single one, you get almost that bay leaf colour that is going through, oh my goodness, it's gorgeous, isn't it? To a really deep, 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 rich, almost bottle green. So malachite is an opaque gemstone. So how do you know if you're getting a good one? Really good question. Firstly, it's to do with that juxtaposition in tonality. That is one of the main ones. So sometimes when you get malachite, it can almost, now let me just pop that down for half a second if you don't mind. It can almost look like this. Now, this isn't a bad example because this is a different gemstone. Amazonite's meant to look like this. But you can get malachite that looks more like this. So it's kind of one colour, and yeah, there are a bit sort of differences, but can you really see it's a bit mottly or not as much? The top one, if this wasn't a malachite, isn't the type you want. It isn't striated enough. That isn't a key feature or key sign. So this one, if it were malachite, would be much low cost than the bottom one. The bottom one would be more creme de la creme. Also, another thing to look for is the workmanship. So, of course, you can see these have got that lovely natural tumble design, but what you will also be able to see is when we've taken these, before we've tumbled them, we will have cut them into sort of pre-shapes, if you will, before they're tumbled. And that means you still get concentric circles. Now, that is one key thing to look for in a malachite. And essentially, when you're cutting a malachite and you get the striations, you get the lines, if it's cut inappropriately, you will literally get one element where a circle, which was continuous and all the way around, will all of a sudden split slightly and kilt off. So it'll kind of just almost look like it's broken away for some reason. With these, you genuinely can see that you're not getting that on the vast majority. I don't want to say on none, although I can't see any that it's happened on. Although I don't want to say none just to really cover my own back, but genuinely on hardly any of these. Literally, you're getting this concentric circle. So when you look at it from that side, and then you can kind of follow it around the top, and then following it around again, you can see that those circles are concentric. So this means that Mother Nature has made us something very special with that juxtaposition in tonality. She's placed it in that very much highly regarded location, and we've taken all of that info and really respected it. And therefore, we've given you this really beautifully cut look and design. Mary's in saying, I love malachite. and all the energy it brings. One of my favourites. I have been waiting for this. Big smiley face coming in from Marie. Hello to you. You are not alone. You are not alone at all. It is one of our absolute ultimate and complete favourite gems, and it is something very, very special when you get to own it. In particular, when you get to own this quality from this location with that changing colour, but also this amount. I mean, this is huge amount you've got here, isn't it?
Copious amounts.
Serious amounts.
Yeah.
Now, what you have here is 2 strands. But technically, I don't like saying it's 2 strands because it's not really 2 strands, is it? Our average length of strand is about 30 centimetres-ish, isn't it? It does vary. Sometimes you'll get, you know, 42 or whatever. It's about 30-ish. If I measure this one for you, yeah, I've got 39 centimetres on this. So that's about what we're looking at here. So let's say it's 40 centimetres because, as we discussed before, math's not a strong point. If it were a 40 centimetre strand, that would say our average length of strand, 40 centimetres. Then, if I brought you this at 86 centimetres, which it is, you can tell quite easily, instantly, even if I were to cut it here and tie a knot in it, you've actually got slightly larger than our average strands. So this to me, although that is continuous, is 3 separate strands. 3 separate strands of malachite. What price could you put on that? £11.95 is the deal we're doing on these ones for you today. We have absolutely waited and waited and waited to get our hands on this amount of malachite for yonks, and we have now been able to bring it to you. This is going to go so far. This is going to keep you really on your toes in the trends setting arena, because of course it is one of the colours of the year with that greenery hue, but also because of that texture that everyone's looking for. As we said earlier on, more and more people than ever are requesting the tumble shapes that we've got in here. You know, this really is a key look of the moment, and to be able to bring it at £11.95, that is really very special. I just absolutely adore it. Laura's messaging saying, Becky, have you been to the National History Museum in London? OMG, the vault upstairs is amazing. Huge piece of malachite on display up there too. Laura, like I said, I've literally just come back from London this morning, but I didn't actually go to the National Museum this time. I have been, but it's a couple of years ago, and I really do need to go and sort of refresh my memory, because I know exactly where you're talking about. There's this whole stunning section that is, you know, geology, and it has these incredible rocks and there's fossils, and it's just absolutely impeccable. It's one of those things, actually, Laura, I need to see this huge malachite, because like I say, I have been, but it was a while ago, and I really need to refresh my memory. But that sounds stunning. I need to get myself down. Any excuse for a jolly day. Thanks for that, Laura. I love malachite and gold together. I think you're onto something there. Let me just get these. I know I did these before, but just to give you an idea, I'm just sprinkle some out. There is something about green and gold, and I completely agree with you. There is something about green and gold which just feels lavish. Oh,
it's luxury, isn't it?
Luxury, completely agree. Thank you for that text as well. Sue, please tell me, these malachite, for anyone who's never worked with malachite or these types of shapes, just give me a simple idea of what you might be able to do with them.
A very simple idea is just to string them onto memory wire, and then you've got yourself you can go as many as you like, but I like to go 3.
Yeah.
3, you've effectively got a three stack bracelet on the one, and it's really simple to do. You just got to put a little loop on one end, string them on, and they will naturally go into the shape of a bracelet.
That's such a good point. And memory wire we do have available on the website. We might even have some later, maybe. We've got some later. We can't do it now because it's our 100 gemstones time, but 100% gemstones time. But yeah, so something like that.
And it just looks so effective as well.
Yeah.
Really simple, really effective.
Really simple and effective. And of course, Tree of Lives with this would be beautiful, and so much more. £11.95 for you today. Well done, everyone. I'm moving on up to, no problem, bring you, now this, with that cab I did for you earlier on of the amber. Remember, amber is a really notable organic, very precious indeed. And you can pay a big amount for amber. Because it is from a prehistoric forest. It is from, you know, a very rare part in the world. And it's not one that we can mine traditionally. Because sometimes if you're mining something traditionally, I mean, you can look and go, oh yeah, we've got that amount to be able to bring out however many times. Not with amber, because this is your beautiful sea stone. Ooh. Now, oh, look, you can almost see like wings in this, can't you? So obviously this is a variety of resin which is extremely viscous, which means that when an organic or a creature flies past, it's there and it's stuck, and it gets this covering of your amber, which keeps it internally, it keeps it inside, and that means that it keeps it fresh and beautiful and pure. Now these could be up to 300-ish million years old. They could be around about 45 million-ish years old. But this is the thing that you have to remember with these too. Very much like with the diamonds I was talking about earlier. Whatever you've got here, it has that lasting beauty. It has something which has already lasted minimum about 45 million years old. It's already lasted that long. It's going to last you for the rest of your lifetime. It is a hand-down piece, in my opinion, and at £12.95. In fact, 11. Do you know what? If we can take off a little nudge extra, then we will, and we're going to for you today. £11.95 for this stunning, genuine, real deal amber. I just think it is phenomenal. And remember for me too that this is a very good gemstone for at home. It releases an acid. Now do not be afraid, but it releases an acid. It's a really gentle acid. It's not going to affect your skin or anything like that in any way, but basically if you cause a little bit of friction with this, hold it in your hands, cause a little bit of friction with this, you know, for just a couple of minutes, and it warms. It will warm to almost your body temperature. If you smell that, you'll be able to smell the acid that is released on this. It's what's used in incense, and it has been scientifically proven as a relaxant. So it's been scientifically proven that it does naturally relax your body. So you know, something like this around the home would be gorgeous. Even if you maybe had this, obviously be careful, but if you had this around sort of the base of a candle, or just somewhere that does emit quite a bit of heat, you know, that could be released, that scent could be released. I just think it's a stunning piece for you. If you do want to wear this, you do want to own it, if you do want to smell that stunning amber yourself, then you absolutely need to get this home. It's £11.95. Well done, everybody. Oh, let's turn this over to it. Let me show you the back actually too, just really quickly. So you can see, big amount of silver in there. Kind of a dual-sided again, can't you? Oh, it looks a bit like the eye.
It does a bit, yeah.
£11.95. I love this strand. Will you price point me? No. Okay, do you know what? Without having to even show you this strand, connoisseurs, some of you are going to instantly pick up the phone. When I say to you, tourmaline, long nuggets, under £15. Go, 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 go. Bing. What's that song? No, I was going for that one. Not the point. Multi-tourmaline, take a little look. Oh my goodness, look at the quality and the beauty of this vintage floral strand. Gosh, that's a lot of purple tourmaline, isn't it?
It's loads.
Loads. Lots of purples, lots of pinks, lots of your sort of dravite colours. Rubellite SQs you've got in there, definitely. Gosh, you've got a lot going on in here. You've got quite a bit of your chrome tourmaline as well, which of course is one of the rarer hues. This is your tourmaline, a very special gem. It's got its name from a not so special place, I suppose. It got its name because, and the story goes that way back when they were delivering this to a place in I can't remember now off the top of my head. It'll come to me. And they basically delivered a box of this, and the word turmil was written on the side, which basically means mixed stones, mixed precious stones. And essentially they were played with a bit like toys, almost like marbles. And as these sort of were hitting into each other in the hot sunlight, things started to literally be attracted to them. So very attractive gemstone. Things literally were being attracted to them. So I'm talking, you know, the likes of dandelion heads and the likes of leaves were literally being attracted. Because of this, you know, everyone kind of thought it was a bit magical. So they sent them off to get tested by some of the best and most brilliant scientific minds at the time. And they worked out that actually it wasn't just any old mixed gemstone. This was a very special, rare, not sort of singlified and singly found gems before. And they went back to this town where they kind of worked this out and said, look, would you guys like to name it? So they literally just went with tourmaline, because that is exactly what was written on the box, and it does in that language literally pretty much mean mixed precious stones. So it's not the most snazzy locations to get its name from, it's not the most romantic, but boy, when you've got a strand like this, you don't really need a story. And then £9.90. Do you see why I was so shocked? Do you see why I was so shocked? £9.95 is your deal on these ones today. Lots of you already treating yourself to these ones. Hi, B Diddy.
Hello.
B Diddy, have you been on any weird school trips? Weird ones that you can remember? Oh, good ones. Maybe there was a good one that you went on. Because I was saying I went to that Donna factory. You are?
Like we did Paris one.
Oh, hello. All right, I'm here talking about how I went to a kebab shop. Bruce is saying how he went to a spring factory. B Diddy, oh, you know, we went to Paris.
Doesn't every school trip go?
Doesn't every school trip go to Paris? No.
My school didn't go to Paris.
No,
It's a bit
my
far
school
away.
didn't go to Paris.
It's like the other side of the world from the school that I went to.
Oh, of course, of course.
We went to New
particularly.
Caledonia instead.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
That was awesome.
Oh, my goodness. I feel... Oh, nice one, B Diddy.
I went to a cave once, I can't remember what it was.
I went to a cave. I love that. Oh, I can't believe we've got back onto this school subject after Bruce was going loop-de-loo that he never had custard at school and everyone else did. We've gone back down the same road. Oh, hey up, Mary-Arty. How are you? Mary-Arty's in saying, unusual educational outing. 1, a landfill site, smelly, and 2, a sewage plant, not as smelly as you might first expect. I learnt a lot, says Mary-Arty. Hi, Mary-Arty. Okay, that's a weird one. Landfill site.
Yeah. Maybe that was for geography and ecological type.
Maybe.
Trip,
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Wow, what an unusual
She's right
one.
about the sewage treatments not being that smelly though, because having lived near one,
I can vouch
we
for
very
it.
rarely smelt
Really?
it. Just there was a light northerly wind. We occasionally smelt it, but other than that,
Oh,
it
wow.
was fine.
Oh, wow. Mary-Arty's back saying, clearly, the sewage works I visited was very well managed, as it didn't smell bad. It smelled a bit like coffee. Okay, would you agree with that? Vouch for that?
That it doesn't smell that much. I can't remember it smelling like coffee though, but then I was a child at the time.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that. Claire's in saying, I must have been to a boring school then, as we just went to castles and windmills. Nothing as fun as a kebab shop. Aye, Claire? Castles and windmills. That's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah. Not a lot of
windmill.
castles in New Zealand though.
No, not that many. Windmills?
No, not really. Not really big on windmills.
No.
No.
I live next door to a windmill. Interesting fact. Hello. Hello, Wendy. Lovely Becky, can I ask, has the wire and cab kit that's on your desk been on yet, please? Hello, lovely Wendy. How are you today? You having a good one? You've obviously just tuned in, Wendy, because you haven't seen us do this yet. Now, I did this for my first kit. I have got some available. It's our first one. We've just put it in at the bottom of your screen if you want it, Wendy. I'll give you a little schmoozy schmooze, because you're nice, Wendy. So let's give you a little schmooze. You're going to be getting a big amount of capuchons, 230 off the top of my head from what I remember. So a big amount of capuchons, really good quality, really good. I mean, all of them. And you've also got in here your wire gauges of 1.25, 1 mil, 0.6, and 2 of your 0.4. So I hope that helps you, Wendy. And thank you very much for getting in touch as always. Can you please show the ruby cap on the finger? No problem at all. Hang on. There we go. It's sizable, mind. Oh, sorry. It is sizable. They are. Oh, you get the idea, don't you? Sorry. My balance is. Oh man, you get the idea. I hope that's for long enough. Let's stay really still. There you are. I hope that was good enough for you. That'll. Okay, so thank you for your messages in. Do feel free to let us know. Are you avoiding anything at home? Should you be doing the cleaning up? Would you like a little bit of your room sprucing? Maybe we could help you. Also let us know any school trips you went on. Either ones that will make us jealous, like B Diddy's, or ones that will make you go, thank goodness that wasn't me, like Bruce's. Okay, next up, we're going to bring to you some blue lace cabochon. Now again, in our second demonstration, which is coming up with Sue, you're going to love these pieces. I mean, properly. I've got this for you. Blue lace agate. Now, I haven't got this actually coming up in the kit. What I mean is I've got cabochons coming up for you. We're going to show you how to work with cabochons. And this is one that you could absolutely cabochon wrap with some of your wire. Blue lace agate. What do you like about it, please?
I just love the real intricate detail in it. You can see nature working within it. I love blue lace agate.
Yeah. What kind of wires might you be able to work with this?
All of them. That goes with all the colours. But my personal favourite is rose gold. I think that goes the best with the. I think the light blue goes with the warmth. The
kind of pink. Yeah. No, I completely get that.
Yeah.
Blue lace agate. Your snapshot of something very interesting. Your fortification design in the 25 by 18 mil. Your price point today. It's just £8.95. Actually, sorry, I read it and then it kind of processed. That is an exceptional deal because I'm used to bring, and I have brought to you, blue lace agate strands, mind you, so that is different. £80 mark. I've done that loads of times. I've brought you some at the £75 mark, loads of times. Okay, obviously the carat weight's bigger and greater, etc., but that makes your mind naturally go, blue lace agate, £80, £70, £60 at push. It doesn't make me think £8.95. Yet today it is for you. And as I said, we will be learning how to work with cabochons very, 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 very soon indeed. In fact, in just a few minutes. So if you have no idea what to do with it, don't worry, we've got you covered and we'll be inspiring you with a free demonstration very soon indeed. £8.95. Okay, right now I'm just before the break about to bring you a brand new, never before seen strand. It is realistically, like a Bellini on a strand. This is your Start By. This has got this lovely Bellini-like colouring. So your Bellini, of course, is often, generally, you would have like your peach with a few bubbles topping it up, wouldn't you? You have got here that really traditional peach colouring that has this glorious, almost bubble-like effect to it because of this incredible finish. Have a look. You can see what I mean, can't you? You've got that peach body colour and then you've got that frosting finish which does make it almost have that bubble-like effect. What a interesting gemstone we have before you today. This has got so much intrigue and interest to it. Not only because the gemstone itself is you know, in this gorgeous, elaborate shard-like fixture, but also for that colouring. You do not get many gemstones with this glorious peach-like hue, do you? Not really, not truly, not with clarity. I mean, obviously you get pearls, I would say, in this colouring, and pearls with this, I think, would be so desirable. But obviously they're opaque. You don't actually get ones that have this amount of intrigue and light that bursts around them, kind of fills the strand with that beauty and that glow. I think this is a really, really nice strand. And Sue, I can see you can't really take your eyes off this. Tell me what you're thinking.
It's just gorgeous. It's just, there's so much interest in it, isn't there? And it's just, there's so much, again, individuality, and they're all unique, and you can use them separately and they would make a statement, or you can use them all together and they would just, like, that would blow your mind, wouldn't it, really? A piece with all of them in together. Totally. As a bracelet, I think that would look fabulous.
Oh, it would look sensational.
Yeah.
I'm so on board with you there. And I think that is the kind of thing you can get with these, can't you?
Yeah.
Use one and, you know, you've got easily 50 pieces on this strand. Or just create one and use them all and go really OTT over the top. Now, we are, of course, talking homeware quite a bit today, at home with JM. There is a lot of home-style things you could do with this, I think. What is that film? I always forget the name of it. It's Pollyanna. It might be Pollyanna. You know the film whereby there's the young girl who's a little bit kind of rebellious, and she makes friends with lots of different people in this town, and it's all about the prisms, and she hangs the prisms from these kind of light fixtures. And the prisms catch the light and put this beautiful display of rainbow light around the room, and it really raises a smile. It's just beautiful. But that's what these remind me of. So you could actually do something like that. Imagine these sort of hanging around a light fixture, or even from a lampshade if you wanted to. Of course, you could use these for your window hangings, like we were talking earlier on, or even of the base of a dream catcher style design, because again they've got that natural, quite organic feeling to them. What homeware ideas might you have for these, please, Sue?
I think you could actually use them really nicely in a curtain tie back. You could use them hanging off a curtain tie back because they would sit nicely.
Great idea.
In that sort of setting, I think.
I love that idea. Yeah, and that would be a nice feeling from your probable fabric, quite soft, luxurious curtains, and that juxtaposition with the kind of the strength of these. Something like this, of course, would be really nice, say, in the base of almost like a Kilner jar. Maybe you could put a candle in there just to really reflect that light and to give off that sheen and that shimmer. And what I like about this strand too is, actually, if you were to think of a rose gold, because that's the colour at the moment, if you were to actually think of a rose gold gemstone, this is probably the closest to it, if that makes sense. With clarity, it really is, isn't it? Because obviously your pearls are slightly more muted, they're slightly opaque, maybe not that rose gold-esque colour, but this one almost is, isn't it? You've got your lovely peach frosted bars here. You have got your final opportunity to get a real treat on these ones, because already I've had loads of you checking out, loads of you already treating yourself with these ones. In fact, so much so that I need to refresh my page. Lots of you coming through, lots of you have treated yourself. Final chances for you now at just £7.95. Very, very popular product this is. It's new for you today. We've not been able to bring this to you in a long time, if at all ever, in fact. £7.95. It is brand new for you today. It's going to add a little bit something different to your collection. Maybe you've already got this shape and this style, because I know we've done a few strands like this, but in a different colour. Imagine working them alongside each other. You know, we did like the purple ones, we've done we did those gold ones the other day as well, didn't we? We've done silver ones. Imagine all of those lined up next to each other, how snazzy that would look. £7.95 on these. A really, really good opportunity on those. Loads you could do with them. Speaking of loads, I have got loads still to come in this show. I have got Masterclass. Masterclass is our longest demonstration of the day. So if you're ready to be inspired, please don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with Sue and her creative mind in a few minutes.
Tune in this Saturday for Alison Tarry's Wire Sculpture DVD. Alison will guide you through from start to finish on 2 wire projects, a Siamese cat and a tomcat. Alison will teach you weaving and Viking knit techniques, framework and construction. This DVD will really take your wire sculpture work to the next level. So make sure you're tuned in this Saturday.
Swarovski pearls come in a vast array of colours, also a vast array of sizes, right up to I think a 15mm. They also come in a vast array of hole sizes, which as a jewellery maker gives us more choice in the way that we can use them. Obviously various mediums require various different hole sizes, and we know with Swarovski pearls that we can use them every time. Swarovski pearls are also incredibly resistant to outside influences such as hairspray, perfumes, humidity, which a lot of faux and simulated pearls simply aren't. Swarovski pearls aren't meant to be a replacement for the beautiful natural cultured pearl in any way. It just gives us as jewellery makers more of a choice, and that can only be a really good thing.
I love working with polymer clay because of the versatility of the medium, because of all the things that you can do with it. It is, I think, more versatile than
Buying from Jewellery Maker couldn't be easier. When we bring an item to you, all the graphics come on screen, and this gives you all the information that you will need to know, from the item code to the product description with all of the key information. Then the price comes on, and whether you join at the beginning or at the end of the offer, everyone pays the final on-screen price. So, when you see an item that you would like to buy, simply pick up the phone and dial our free phone number, and you'll get through to our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, you can join us at www.JewelleryMaker.com and start your jewellery making journey today. Jewellery Maker, the one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Hello everybody, how are you all today? My name is Rebecca Redican. Wow, I completely forgot. Do you know what happened then? I was like, my name is, and was looking at the Jewellery Maker sign, and it threw me off. What? My name is Jewellery Maker. It's not, my name's Becky. Anyway, it's really nice to be with you today. And if you are ready to be inspired, and I don't know if this is just me, but I feel like I need the inspiration today, just me. Then you are absolutely and completely in the right place, because today I am joined by the creator of a wide selection of hooks that could be used all over the home. It's my pleasure to be joined by Sue Mason.
Hi.
Hello Sue, how are you?
I'm okay, thanks.
Now, lovely lady, hooks.
Hooks.
Discuss.
Well, I got hooks and I thought, hooks? What am I going to do with hooks? And then I thought, hang on a minute, hooks. I can do anything with hooks. I can, you know, it's the background for so many things. All it's got to do is have a hook at the bottom of it, really, doesn't it?
That is clever.
Yeah.
That is a brilliant way to think of it.
Yeah.
Hooks around the home. Let's have a look at the hooks that Sue has created. Look at the hook that you have created here. Now think about this. Let's think about, you might not have any hooks in your house. You might have a hookless home. But actually, you can use hooks for lots of different things.
You absolutely can. I've got lots of hooks in my house.
Do you?
Yeah.
Such as?
Well, I've got hooks with keys on, I've got hooks with hats on and scarves and all sorts.
Keys, jewellery, of course. You can have hooked on your wall, coats, umbrellas.
Yep.
I mean, it's not just about hooking ducks, is it? Off of the well-known game. There's a lot of things you can hook around the home. Now, why is a hook going to be good for these types of things? Well, sometimes, you know, you put hooks in areas that actually you maybe wouldn't use the space otherwise. Do you know what I mean? So, for example, I've got a hook on the, what they called, under the sink, your cupboard under the sink. As you open the cupboard, a couple of hooks there, which is where I hang my tea towels. It's a dead space. You wouldn't usually use it, but it's handy. That's what hooks are great for, aren't they?
They are. They're perfect. They're perfect for just hiding stuff away, aren't they?
Yeah.
But if you're going to make a decorative hook, you're going to go to all the trouble of making a decorative hook. You don't want to hide it away.
No, these are the ones you want by your front door that keep your keys on, or whatever, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I have got for you all the components you need to get you hooked into these designs. Anyway, let's tell you exactly what you're getting in here. I'm going to start off with the wire, if I may. So, I'm going to be doing a wire work demonstration for you now. If you've never bought a kit before, it's so easy. And you've got a great amount in here to start off with, because I don't know if you're like me, but when you start something new, you try something you really like it, all you want to do is try it more and more and more, don't you? If you've made something and you really enjoyed it, you don't want to then go, oh no, I have to wait another 4 or 5 days to actually, you know, get another kit or get another thing that I can make. You just want to make it, don't you? From your straight off the bat. So I've got a big opportunity here for you, because there is a mammoth amount of wire, because I have got 100 metres at 0.25. Now, why is 100 metres of this gauge good?
Oh, because you can do anything you like with it. There's so much, and you've got the scope as well to make mistakes. Because you know with 100 metres, you're not really wasting it. You're looking at it, you think, all right, okay, I've had a go at that. It didn't really work. I can put that to one side and use more, and you haven't really made a huge dent in the spool of wire.
Exactly.
Gives you the freedom.
The freedom to sort of make mistakes, move on, try something different, fill a large space as well with an intricate weave, but you could easily do that with the amount you've got here. It's perfect, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
100 metres worth I have got here for you. I've also got 1 mil, and there's a big, nice structural 1 mil here. Does the complete opposite thing, really, in this instance, to the 0.25. but still very much needed. And you've also got the 0.6 here, which is a lovely in-betweeny gauge that you have got here. So a lovely look and finish. I've also got for you, no, I think that came off the bottom of this actually. There's like a felt underneath it. So I've also got here for you a beautiful, really high grade strand of your labradorite. Now, how did you feel when you saw this in your collection?
Oh, it's just gorgeous. it's really stunning. Which is why I had to make a piece of jewellery with it. I just couldn't help myself.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful, and there's so much labradorescence in it as well.
Now, why is it labradorescence that you love so much?
Well, it's just that, it's like I said earlier, it's just that secret that you've got, the bracelet that you're wearing looks one way when you hold your wrist one way. But all you've got to do is move your wrist a fraction, and the colours are all gonna fly out all over the place.
Yeah.
And it's, I just find that I like that.
It's special, isn't it?
It is.
Another thing that's special is the cabochons. Now, let me just let you know. When we bring you cabochons as a general rule, you might get 100 carats in a selection of cabochons, you might get 200 carats. I've got 950 carats worth of your cabochons, which will equate to something that looks as dynamic and eye-poppingly good as this collection here. Have a look at all those. Huge amount of genuine, real deal lapis lazuli. Now, lapis lazuli is something which we dye time and time again. This is giving me all indicators that we haven't dyed this, because it's got that lovely, almost willow-like pattern of framing, but also, can you see the submetallic luster points within this? Those elements that you get, that almost scale-like appearance. Normally that's covered up quite a lot if you dye it, so these are saying to me natural. I've just looked at the info, they are completely natural. That is not something we see often in this gemstone, in particular at the moment. Do you remember I showed you might not have been in with us, but I showed you the other day, there is this gorgeous push on lapis lazuli at the moment. And there are these gorgeous designs that have been in very well-known publications and very well-known magazines, and they've been doing little kind of cross designs of lapis lazuli. The starting price on them is just a little bit over £1,000 for just a little cross of lapis lazuli on this lovely necklace, but it's been really heavily promoted. It's one of like the new pushes in their gemstone. This is kind of one of their new, maybe stepping away from your emerald, your ruby, etc. But this gemstone's really at the forefront. But anyway, because that's been at the forefront and that new design and feature is in, more and more people are trying to buy it, so it is getting harder to get. But in particular, natural acres, a lot of these places want them to have that very flat colour. We here at Jewellery Maker appreciate what Mother Nature has really given us, and appreciate that you might not want that one base colour throughout all. You might want this intrigue and interest, and hey, why wouldn't you? Because I think it's absolutely captivating. Each and every one telling a different story, each and every one with that really glorious appeal of texture. I just think it's a stunning amount that we have here, and you get to work with them. Now, I mean, you would be able to work with them anyway if you wanted to buy these individually and separately. The price point on these, the RRP on these was, is it $21.95 or $20.95? 20. The RRP on these cabs is £20.95. Now, I think for 950 carats worth, that's incredible, actually.
That is, that's a brilliant price.
And like I say, if you go into your search engine and just type in lapis 2017 trend, there are very well-known brands, the likes of Tatler, the likes of your Cosmo, the likes of Red, there was another one as well, Elle had this gemstone featured in one of its kind of jewellery sections recently. It is a gemstone at the moment. Today, I am giving it to you. All of this on your screen right now should be £20.95. But don't forget, I've got more. I'm adding to it a massive 120 metres worth of wire. I'm also adding to it a massive, glorious, high-quality strand of your labradorite. All of this today is coming in at one price. This is going to be popular. This is going to sell out. The cabochons alone are £21, just shy of £21. But today you get that labradorite and 120 metres worth of wire for, look, just £6, £7. I think that is phenomenal. What do you think?
I think that's an amazing price for this. There's so many labradorite cabochons and in such an array of shapes. It's brilliant.
It's stunning, all of those gorgeous lapis cabs and all of that lovely labradorite in the strand. It's just intrigue, it's interest, it's beauty, and to get all of that wire as well.
Yeah, it's amazing, it really is.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, if you're liking what you see, remember you do have to order this and check it out ASAP. I have got an okay quantity of this, which is why we were able to go so low on that price point. But do make sure you're making the most of these whilst you can, because as always, if you like what you see and you want to make along, then you're going to have to get the kits. But also it means that you're going to be able to make sure we keep doing our wonderful long demonstrations, because if we know you like it, then we're going to carry on doing it, aren't we? And that is why I'm over here with the lovely Sue, because we are on to do our longest demonstration of the day. I love masterclass. Is it tricky for guest designers?
No, it's actually quite nice to have the time to be able to explain things properly and to, you know, to really get across the techniques.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To have a bit of extra time to really go through everything.
Yeah, it really is.
And I mean, you're going to want to go through these because there's so many of you who are going to want to make them. These are our captivating hooks. Now, tell us a little bit about, you saw the theme hooks.
Yeah.
How did you come up with this huge collection?
Well, you know what? They just kind of, I won't say they made themselves, but it worked around the cabochons. You know, I decided how best the cabochons would work, and I mean that one's got the labradorite across the top of it. That's a really simple design. That was a nice quick one, and the others, it's all about bringing the cabochons in and then working around the shapes of them, and then bringing the hook in. And you know, just I didn't want to do them too big because I wanted to do them all because I thought I could do a big piece with lots of different hooks on it, but then I thought no, I want to do each one differently because I wanted to show the array of designs that you can do in your hooks and you know for different places and different things.
Different hooks for different cooks, I suppose. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
As in, like, you know, larger hooks such as this, you know, with maybe more layers, you could have as a clothing hook, or you could have slightly more delicate ones, maybe as your key hook and things. I suppose that's something you have to think about too, isn't it? But when you have this much wire as you're doing this kit,
you've got the freedom to be able to do that.
Definitely, definitely all about the freedom in this. Now, if you have never wire woven before, you've never done anything with wire, in fact, apart from maybe rewired a plug when you were at school, then do make sure you are getting in touch with us if you've got any questions. None are too big or too small. Don't think, oh, it's going to be a silly question. They're going to laugh me out the door, because we won't. Just text them in 60777. And also, you know, if you do kind of have your own ideas or own spins, or you just want a little bit of a helping hand, do let us know, because we will try and help you out, because Sue's with us for ages yet. So do make sure you text them in. Okay, Sue, we are going to be creating this piece here,
Indeed,
aren't
we are.
Which has got the lovely bracelet on, which just goes to show the quality of that labradorite.
Oh, it's just gorgeous, that labradorite.
So why are we showing this piece?
I don't know, I think it's the one that I enjoyed making the most. It kind of, it started out just organically. I really didn't know where I was going with it, and it just kind of flowed. So I enjoyed it so much, I thought I might just, you know, show you the elements to make it.
Perfect. Let's learn how to create this stunning piece, and do make sure you are checking out, please, because that treat and that deal is only on screen for a short time. And just to let you know, a huge price drop on what it should have been, because it should have been over £50 on this kit. So do get it whilst you can at £27.95. Okay, so to start off with, what do we need?
Okay, we need the 1mm wire, which I've cut 3 pieces of here, one of which is slightly longer than the others. That's to accommodate the fact that I'm going to use loops to hold the cabochon in place. So I've got those 3 pieces here, and then we're going to use quite a long length of the 0.25 for weaving, and if we find roughly the centre of that, and now you want the longest wire to be on the inside of the 3, and roughly the same amount of overhang on each side of the three wires. So whoops, I've got that one in the wrong place there. Let's get that in the right place.
Okay.
So I'm just going to line up my first 2 wires here, and then have the one on the inside is going to have just have the slight overhang there, equal on both sides.
Okay.
Right, from the centre, and with the centre of this weaving wire, we're just going to start the weave, and I'm going to start with it's actually in 2 sections. I'm going to start by going around that first wire, around the first wire and the second wire together, and then between the 2, and then around the second wire and the third wire together, all the way around this 3rd wire, and then bring it round the back. And then it's going to, from around the back, I'm going to go just around the centre wire, and I'm just going to coil it around that wire. Can I just have a quick look at that, just to see how many times I did that? Yeah, 5 times. 5 times around that wire in the middle, and then just carry on with the weave, going around the bottom one, and then around the bottom 2 together, between those 2, whoops, just move this wire out of the way, between those 2, and around the top one, and then around the back. this part that I'm doing here, this is the loop at the very top. So this weave is just going to make, I'm just going to carry on making this weave to make the loop at the top before I start bringing the cabochon in. So there's just 5 coils on that central wire, 4, 5, round the bottom, round these 2, between there, around those 2, all the way around the back, and then the 5 again. It's a very simple sequence. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just bring that round again. Sorry, this isn't particularly interesting to watch, but in a minute I'm going to make the loop and then start bringing the cabochon in. 2.
Don't forget, we had that cabochon before. If you wanted to do something like this in a different look, we could do the sort of the, you know, the blue lace agate. If you wanted to put that cabochon in, or if you wanted to put in the ruby.
That would look lovely.
Oh, Wendy. Lovely, Becky. I bought both of the kits and I can't wait to try out some bead embroidery and wire work with them. Thank you so much for showing me. Mwah! Wendy, you're an absolute love. That actually hurt my nose. I did a little bit of an over squidge then. That really hurt. I sort of walloped myself, but it's all right, Wendy. Thank you, Wendy, for getting in touch. And please show your pieces. Wall of Fame if you want to. Or put them, take a photo and put them on the Jewellery Maker Facebook page. And then tag my Rebecca Redican presenter page on them as well. That'll be lovely to see them. And thank you, Wendy. Don't forget, if anyone's got any questions, do feel free to get in touch with us.
5, I'm still doing this. Still doing my loop. Just around the bottom there, I keep getting a bit caught up there. Around the central. It does actually, but it builds up quite quickly, but the great thing about 0.25 is that it makes a beautiful, neat weave. It really does, because it's such a fine wire. It makes making neat wire work very, very simple. It slides around the frame wire a lot easier than a higher gauge wire, and it just sort of hugs against it, and then it nestles up against. If you're doing a coil, it nestles up against the next one so easily that it just makes your wire work very neat. Okay, done enough here. So now what we're going to do is start bringing that round into a loop shape, and what we want to do is move one over the other to make that loop, so that the two come together. You can do this, obviously you can use it with, you do it with a mandrel, but when you've got woven wire, it naturally curves like that, and that's the beauty of it. So you can get it to go into that shape really, really easily. Although you can, I mean, if you want to, you can use your round nose pliers or a mandrel plier. Okay, now we've got that, we're going to pick up this wire here. And what we want to do is we want to make that loop secure. So as you're carrying on with the weave, just move that. I'm just going to anchor that out of the way because it keeps flying in the way, which obviously it doesn't matter for me when I'm working at home, but when you're trying to see what I'm doing, it's a bit distracting. So I'll move that over there. Okay. So this one here, as we go, it's coming around the back here. The last thing I did was the highest point there. So the next step is to go around the centre. But what I will do is I will take it around the back of both sets of wires, and then isolate that second wire and bring it up. This is a little bit fiddly, but it's really good for holding that loop in place. So what I've effectively done is wound it around the back. Yeah. I've looped it around that second wire there so that those two sets of wires are together, and then just carry on with the weave. So I'm going to go 5 in the centre there. You need to make sure that it lines up. You just need to make sure you need to wrestle your loop over so that it's going to line up. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops, sorry, I've just gone round the wrong way there. I've managed to get round the extra wire, so I've just undone those and go back round just the centre wire. 2, 4, 5. Okay, let's attach that on, and then this one's escaped. I'll just put that back under there. Put this wire here, and we're still carrying on, and then we're going to go around that bottom one, around the 2 together, and then around the top one, and it's exactly the same weave. Back around the middle one again. Then we're going to start down each side. We'll probably do 3 sets of this weave down each side before we start to introduce the cabochon. So 3. That's 1 set.
Oh, we had a lovely message in from Stacey. That's so nice. Just saying. Afternoon, everyone. Loving the show, enjoying the demo, whilst introducing a kitten and my dog. Oh my gosh! I really big time want more animals. Do you like animals, Sue? Do you have any?
Yeah.
You have many an animal.
I do. I've got 5 cats.
That is. I bet introducing the likes of any new animals to each other could be a little bit daunting, but I hope it's going well for you. Alison's in saying, hi all, I love Sue's voice.
Really?
So much. This is Alison.
My kids don't agree with you.
This is Alison in Sheffield. I love Sue's voice so much. Do you think we could get her to record some audiobooks, please?
Well, I'd have to learn to read first.
Alison, I love that. If you were to do as an audiobook, which audiobook would you do?
Oh, now there's a question for you. I don't know. I don't think I have a favourite book because I have so many different genres of books that I read. I like a crime thriller.
Do you?
Yeah, so I could probably record a crime thriller as some discord.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could imagine
Would that work?
yeah.
Would that work for you, Alison?
Alison, would that work for you?
Do you have a particular book that you'd like me to read?
Yeah, do feel free. It is though, isn't it? It's a very captivating. It's quite hypnotic.
Really?
Isn't it? Yeah. Definitely find that.
Oh, like I said, my children would not agree with you. All I've done here is I've done 3 sets of the weave there, so I've just turned it around and I'm just going to do another 3 sets of the weave.
So it's the same weave.
Same weave, exactly the same weave. Up the 3. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's not a very exciting weave at all.
No, it's a useful one to learn.
It is. It's a lovely weave to look at, but it's very. I mean, like all weaves, it's very repetitive, and there's only so many times I can tell you to go round the bottom wire, around these 2 wires together, between these 2 wires, around these 2 wires together, all the way around that wire, around to the back, and then coil 5 through the middle.
And the thing is, if you've never ever done wire weaving before, you're going to hear all that and go, eh? Wait, how do I remember that? Don't worry. It's one of those that, of course, you can watch us back at your leisure. So you can, have a little look at us on, what's it called? YouTube, that's the one. Or watch us back on a repeat, and you can pause it and rewind it and play it. But also, it's one of those that when you get into the rhythm of it, you're really in the rhythm of it, aren't you?
Yes, you are.
So you can really build this up quite quickly.
I can show you a quick new technique here because the wire, because it kept getting caught, it kinked, so it snapped, and that does.
So when you say
that can happen, it can happen with point. There's a kink for you with 0.25 there. It's got itself into a nasty little kink there.
Got kinky.
Yeah, I mean normally if I'm walking slowly, I will spot the kink and stop it before it happens. But because I'm trying to work quickly here, I didn't manage to do that. And if a kink is left like that, it will snap, and you'll end up with a snap piece of wire. So here, all I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to add in an extra piece of wire. It's very, very simple. I've done the 5 across the middle, so I'm just going to lay this across the back and carry on as if nothing had happened.
And no one would ever notice that.
No one will ever notice, because once I trim that off at the very end, it will be exactly the same as everything else.
It's like it never happened.
It is like it never happened.
Just to let you know that kit has been extremely popular, which is why we've taken the graphics off. We have got some left, but I'm not talking hundreds left. So, do get it if it's in your basket. Do feel free to check out. But I've popped on the screen for you really quickly some gorgeous cashew pearls, because we were talking about the cashews earlier on, and lots of people are getting in touch saying, oh, have you got anything more like that? You're loving your organic shapes at the moment. So these are up on your screen right here, right now. These are your genuine, real deal Keshi pearls in the white colour, and we're dropping the price down to you for a masterclass treat of £9.95. Remember, we were talking about how this is one of the most expensive varieties of your pearls because you haven't got a sort of shell that is put within the mollusks that's, say, you know, 3 mil and then just a millimetre of nacre over the top. This is your pure, natural, mind you, Keshi pearls, which is basically just nacre on nacre on nacre on nacre on nacre. Continue that in your mind for a while. That's how we're making these pearls. Stacey is saying, going well, Becky. Oh, good. A kitten and a German Shepherd is an interesting combination, but they're getting there. And Kai, the kitten, is loving his new home. Hiya, Stacey. Oh, I'm glad it's going well. Give them both a little squidge for me, please. What a nice name as well, Kai. That's a nice name.
Do you know what that means in Maori?
No.
It means food.
Does it actually?
So yeah, it does actually. If you're going to have some kai, you're going to have some food.
That is brilliant. I love that about... Dion, did you hear Dion then?
Yes,
Dion's
I did.
just gone, I did that in my household. My son would think we were going to have him for dinner.
Well,
that's what his son's
that's
called.
the thing that a lot of people go. I love it as a name. I absolutely love it as a name. But to start with, I would have a little bit of a titter to start with when someone would say that they'd called their son Kai. But no, I actually really do genuinely love it as a name because I was brought up with Kai being food.
I think that's brilliant. I was thinking this afternoon, different names, and I was thinking, you know, the different months, like, there are a lot of names in there, aren't there?
Yeah,
April, June, May.
is my mother's name. Yep.
Have you ever met September?
I have not ever met a September.
Me neither. Anyway, fun things I think of whilst on the train. Bernadette's in as well. Sue, I'm not good at wire work, so you need to repeat the pattern over. And have you got any tips? Love your jewellery. Beautiful, says
Thank
Bernadette.
you. Now, I've just discovered that I've made yet another mistake, which is what happens when you're demoing live on television.
And I'm chatting away to you as well.
But you'll see, you know the extra long one that I did?
Yeah.
I've actually put it on the wrong side because I forgot to allow for the fact that when you go all the way around,
I see.
it's gonna end up on the other side. So it needs to be at the top, not at the bottom. So when you first lay the 3 wires out together, put your longer wire at the top so that when you do your loop, when it comes back round, it will be at the bottom where you need it, which is where we're about to trap the cabochon.
I see. Yeah.
Okay. So, for this, here we go. All you got to do is take your wire. Again, you can use a tool if you want to, but I didn't because 1mm wire makes beautiful loops all by itself. And you're just going to go around, just take it all the way around in that loop shape, and then bring it back so that it sits parallel exactly where it was before. Okay, and that's going to trap the front of your cabochon, and then you do 1 set of the weave. Who was that a minute ago who needed the weave?
Sue.
Okay, so you got round the bottom one.
Oh, wait, was it Sue? I can't remember who.
I think you'll find I'm Sue.
Yeah, no, but I thought it was Sue messaging about Sue. No, it was Bernadette. So close.
Okay, Bernadette, here you go. So I've gone once around that 1 wire there.
Okay.
And then I've gone once around that wire and that wire together. And when I bring it around the back, bring it back between those 2 wires. So you're effectively going all the way around that middle wire.
Okay.
And then you go around the 2 top wires.
Yeah.
So you're taking it all the way around that top wire there, the one that should be shorter than that. And then take it around the back. And then you weave 5 times around that centre wire. And you're starting at the back and then just coiling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you just do 1 more of the round the bottom, round those 2, round those 2, and then leave that there ready to do the next set of weave.
Okay.
Now, turn it all the way over.
Flipperoo.
Flip it over, and then just do another set of the weave. Now, the great thing about this weave is it's the same both ways up, so you can just carry on with your weaving as you would normally, even though you've got it upside down, because it looks the same. Backwards, forwards, upside down. So we've got to do the 5 through the middle there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sorry, I'm just catching up here with the set of weave. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Finishing off with the one, capturing all 3 wires together. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another loop, because this loop is going to go around the back of the cabochon. So you've got 2 loops together, but you won't actually see, you'll only see one of them from the front. This is, you can see now why you need the extra long piece of wire, because this piece of wire is now a bit shorter than the other ones, whereas it wouldn't be if I'd used the correct one. Okay. Now what that's going to do is you slip your cabochon there into place with the tip up here, and you're bringing that one around the front and you're pushing that one to the back. So I'm sorry, my fingers are in the way here, but I'll show you what I mean in a minute. So if you push this, pull this one up a little bit. So as you put with the tip of the pear shape at the very top there, and you just squeeze it into place.
And of course you can be quite firm with it, can't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The firmer you are, the better, because then it will get it nicely snuggled into place. Snuggled, that's a good word, isn't it? There you go. So there you've got that captured in place. You can see that that's gonna hold once you've gone further down. That's holding at the back there. I'll show you. It's not holding at the moment, obviously, because it's not finished. But at the back, it holds with these 2, and on the front, it holds with these 2. I probably should have done those loops a little bit bigger if I'd stopped and thought about it. I did it the size that I did because the cabochon that I used in the original piece was a bit smaller. But then now we're just going to carry on with the weaving.
Okay.
And that's going to take it all the way around to the bottom. So instead of doing all of that weaving, because I am very, very aware how boring that weaving is to watch, I'm just going to show you. These are all woven pieces. And I'm going to take the innermost piece here. And that is going to form a loop down the bottom here.
Yeah.
And that's going to hold it at the bottom. Now I would do that as a bigger loop to show you. If I use my mandrel pliers and a bigger loop, and I've got a piece of wire is too short here. That's going to hold the front.
Yeah.
Like that once it's in place. And then the other piece of wire, if you flip that over, this other piece of wire that you've brought round, you take that around the edge, bearing in mind that it will be woven all the way up to this point. And you form that into a loop. That's going to hold the back of your cabochon in place. And those sets of loops are going to hold your cabochon in place, leaving, once you've got all these ones are all woven. I'm sorry, you're going to have to use your imagination a little bit here, but these are all woven. And then you've got these extra pieces here, which are not in any way structural. So you can do whatever you like when it comes to decoration. I'm going to put this down so that I can move my fingers out of the place.
So whilst you're popping that down, let me just let you know, up on your screen now is a different one to the one we had earlier on. The other one was faceted, this one isn't. So if you want something, a genuine, real deal, natural amethyst, like the one we had in our 100% gemstone time, then you have got the opportunity to work with this one instead. Or as well as with the kit, because we were thinking actually with some of the colours brought out in the lapis and also some of the purpley hues brought out in the labradorite, what a gorgeous pairing this could be. Or even, as you know, stack of bracelets. We're bringing this to you, I'm pretty positive it's a brand new strand. It is. Never seen it before. It's yours today for a brand new deal. It's a brand new offer, it's a brand new price point, £6.95 is your closing deal on this one. If you want to add to your order, get it whilst you can. Info's at the bottom of your screen, £2.95, you're already done and dusted, and it's a 30-day money-back guarantee if you change your mind. But this, of course, with the selection of wire you got in that kit, would be perfect. So get it whilst you can. Okay, Sue, I'm back with you. What's the next step?
So now, this all here, done here, if I can show you this is all woven. I've woven, but I've just showed you where it's gone. Now, that's all woven, and obviously where I made the mistake earlier of having that wire too short, you can see now I've run out of wire here. But what you would normally have is the 3 pieces of wire going that way, and then your 3 lengths of wire going this way. Now what you're going to do at the bottom here, this is all now trapped in place. Your cabochon's not going to go anywhere. Obviously it's going to be a bit wobbly for me because I haven't got all the weaving done. But you will be woven up to this point here on that side, and then you've done your loop, and then you've woven up to this point here, which my hand's in the way, this point here on the back. So you've got these wires here. So all you're going to do then, you're going to cross them over, and earlier on when we did the loop, and I crossed it over, and I caught that back one as part of it, so to hold it in place. You're just going to do that again with these 2 sets of wires here, and then you've got the freedom with all of these wires, which if you can imagine, if I bring in another wire so that you don't have to imagine it. Okay, these three wires here have come across the bottom here. You've caught them in place, you've woven all the way around to there, you've caught them in place. Now you've got these wires, you can weave them with the same weave and make the loops like I did, because everything from now on in is decorative, and you're free to do whatever you want with these wires. You can loop them round, you can make hearts out of them, you can do whatever, you can do a different weave, anything that you'd like to do to embellish the bottom part here. And then what I did for the, I'll take this off. I'm going to show you the back. To bring the hook in.
So obviously this is just pinned into place.
This is just pinned into place.
You know, screw into the bust.
No, I can't screw into the bust. So at the back here, now that looks like a right mess, doesn't it?
It doesn't.
But really,
no, it doesn't.
That's the back. But what I've done here is I've introduced this hook as a completely separate piece, and I've used it. While I was weaving, I just attached it through the weaving and used the tail wires from there, because what you can see there, where I carried it on, I wove down to there and I did the loop, and then I did the same thing at the back and I did the loop, and then I went round and formed these wing parts either side, and I had all these extra tail pieces, which obviously I coiled in place, but I also used them to add on this hook. I can show you how I made the hook.
Perfect. And don't forget that if you do, for the little swirls we were just talking about, want to make sure you're getting the creme de la creme finish, we had the nylon jewel round nose pliers, which will help stop the nicking or the colour taking, tarnishing type
indeed.
thing.
They'll make it, yeah, for all those embellishments at the end there. I'm just going to borrow a piece of wire off here. All I did was I twisted them into place. I got the three, I did use 3 pieces of wire. Did I use 2? I only used 2. I do know what I'm doing. I honestly do know what I'm doing.
I was saying to you in the break, wasn't I? It must be so hard to remember it all when you've got so many makes.
Now this is very simple. I've got the 2 pieces of wire here. I'm just going to
1 mil still.
Yeah, this is the 1 mil. This is the frame wire, and I'm just going to twist them together to give them that extra strength that you need for a hook. Because I mean, obviously, a hook, a piece of 1 mil wire is not going to be strong enough to make a hook. So what I did was I just twisted. All you got to do is you keep them flat, hold them firmly with your fingers, and then twist so the wires go around each other. Which you can obviously do this with, like, if you've got a twisting plier. This works really well with a twisting plier, or there's a twisting tool, which I also have. Okay, now that's what I've done there. Now, what I did at the back here, I took this side of the wires, and I used my round nose pliers. Let's just trim them down a little bit. Get that piece of wire out of the way. Use my round nose pliers. I just made some spirals, just because it's nice and easy. It's a nice, easy way to keep the wire flat, so that it goes against the back of the cabochon and sits flat against the back of the cabochon. Now these ones aren't going to be seen against the back of the cabochon, so it doesn't really matter if they're perfect or not. So we just do the spiral on the other side. There we go. And then just separate these two out. And that's what I ran up the back of the cabochon. Form that into a hook I use my ring mandrel, which Carol always laughs at my ring mandrel because it's seen better days. But it's my faithful, trusty friend.
Looks like something used off of Punch and Judy, doesn't it?
Oh, I love my ring mandrel. Okay, so I've made that into a hook shape, which obviously you can change once you can manipulate once it's on there.
Yeah.
And then that goes against the back of the cabochon there. And as you're forming all these bits at the bottom there, you just incorporate this in. Obviously, that's not going to go at the back that way. It goes that way. Obviously, you need your hook at the front.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm having one of those days today. Okay, so you do that, and then you incorporate that as you're going, and then you turn over, and that will be as part of the bottom of your cabochon there, and firmly in place. And then you just finish off these front pieces exactly the same way. Shorten these 2 little spirals, and that's the front. That's the tip of your hook. The tip of your hook just in place, and that is basically it.
How lovely is that? And the finishing bit we're doing is just this little tiny section there.
Yep.
This little bit here.
I actually, looking at it now, I think I definitely used more than 2 wires there. I used three
for the hooked thing.
3 wires in the hook, yeah.
Just to give it that added
Just
security,
to give it that added
isn't it?
security, yeah.
Sue, what an absolutely beautiful design that is, and it's nice. It's a nice, different way to create something for the home, actually, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's nice to be able to create something for the home because it's not really something that I think about doing, to be honest.
Yeah. But when you've got this many components, why not give it a go?
The freedom.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And one thing we are just popping up on your screen right now is we obviously showed you this phenomenon bracelet that Sue whipped up with that glorious strand of labradorite, and we were thinking, hey, if you did want to use something like the hook to create something like a bracelet, how's about doing it with some genuine amber? Not just any old amber either. Amber set and framed in your glorious sterling silver. These are really special pieces. What do you think of them, please, Sue?
They're absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? And I love that you've got all the colours there.
Yeah. They are a beautiful amount of colours, aren't they?
They are.
Because you don't just have, let me get this one, you don't just have the lovely lemon. Oh no. You've also got the rich and intense copper-esque tone. And you've got one of the rarest, most expensive colours out there on the planet of your sea stone, which is the glorious green. So you've got a little bit of something for absolutely everyone, whatever your heart desires. Just a little sterling silver jump ring in between each one, and you're ready and raring to go. So get these ones whilst you can. You've got 2 of each. Your price point today is just £21.95. Now that really is something special for very unique and individual pieces such as this. In particular, the likes of the green colour, which we don't get to see so often. If you were to make these into a bracelet, that is going to be a serious amount of amber that actually, if we're honest, you'd be hard stretched to find that amount in one piece on the high street for under £100 very, very, very easily. £21.95 therefore is a bargain. So get these ones whilst you can. Baltic amber at £21.95. What might you do with something like these?
You know what? I think I would stick with a simple bracelet for it because they're just so beautiful, aren't they? They go so beautifully together, and they, it would just be such a stunning bracelet, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. What's it saying? Can I have a look at the clasp on the bracelet, please? Can you let us know how you did this?
Well, that's a ready-made clasp, that one. Yeah, I didn't make that one.
This is one of our Jewellery Maker clasps, isn't it?
It certainly is.
And it's a toggle clasp, so tell me why you went for a toggle clasp.
Well, I just wanted to add just that bit of zhuzh, that final embellishment, and I just thought a a clasp that's so much bigger than the bracelet itself. It really makes a statement.
Yeah.
And I love this clasp.
It's a really nice one for the shape and size, as you said.
It is.
And
do you know what it looks a little bit like? Do you
What?
remember we had the beadle on findings thingy earlier?
The
That's
toggle
a
clasp
very
maker.
Yeah, that's a very it's very similar.
Similar
design.
You're right. Not wrong.
You can make it yourself.
We did that for you earlier on.
Yeah.
The toggle jig. Have a little
Yeah.
look back online or ask the call centre about the toggle clasp jig if you want to, because you can make your own over and over again.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for creating all of those for us and for all of that inspiration. It was fab, wasn't it? Do not go anywhere, because I need to know your opinion on this lovely star bang. Mother Nature makes some beautiful things on our wonderful planet, and sometimes true phenomenons take place that is just almost unfathomable. It's so frustrating. I'm looking at it here and I'm absolutely wowed, and then I pull it up in these lights and I'm still wowed, but not as much as I was. Get this home to appreciate it, because this is a Mother Nature treasure that she really has gone above and beyond on quality. This is a really lovely strand of your Ethiopian opal. What? Ethiopian opal, did you say? Yes, I did. Let me show you this on a black background. Thank you so much, Kerry. You're being very useful today. I have got for you. I've got for you here a beautiful quality of your Ethiopian opal. Now, this really is a Mother Nature phenomenon, because you have got something which really should not exist. It shouldn't. It's something that, if some people are to be believed in the geology and gemology world, we may well have used all of this up within the next year or two, or maybe 3. This essentially was caused by huge, mammoth volcanic eruptions that went on for years and years and years and years. We're pretty much talking day in, day out. They then stopped. As movement of tectonic plates, etc. changed, they stopped. So huge explosions, magma, etc., that then stopped for a few thousand years. As that stopped, vegetation began to grow. So naturally, as it would, you know, if there isn't magma burning everything up, then vegetation will begin to grow. Vegetation began to grow across the very sort of desolate almost land. And then, a few thousand years of the huge volcano resting, it decided it wants to come out of retirement, so it starts back up again. Therefore, huge magma spills then come and they squash the vegetation, which is why there's only a 1 metre approximately seam of this. Now, we have gone to the end of that seam a couple of times over, and we try and go deeper and deeper each time. We've got to the point now where we can't anymore. So much so, in fact, that we're so deep into it that as soon as we excavate even just sort of a human's width out, we have to fill it back in before we can fully leave, because otherwise the mountain would topple. That's how deep we are into this location. Some professionals think we've literally got maximum 2 years left of this gemstone getting out of the ground. This strand shows you that story. This strand shows you why we even bother. I mean, we could have just gone to the end of that seam and gone, do you know what, let's not bother anymore. But with strands like this, you get to see that array of colour that is so vast. We've not just got your golden hues in here, we've got blues, purples, reds, greens. You've got it all. Get it home to appreciate it, because today at £79.95 I'm happy for you. I am. But at the price you're about to see, I'm going to be over the moon for you and back again. One of the top-notch qualities at just £59.95. I'll be straight with you. I'll be honest. It's absolutely and completely one of my favourite gemstones, opal is. Sad thing that actually the colours are kind of muted in this light. It's just the situation of it. It's just the way the different lenses in this camera that Kerry's in control of at the moment, and this camera in front of me there, camera 1. Hi. You are diffracts light, it gets rid of light at each and every level, and you're watching me through a screen, which gets rid of some more of the light interaction. The great thing, or the bad thing about that is I can't really give you a full ideal feel of how great this strand is. But the good thing is you're going to be over the moon when you actually get this home. You are not going to be disappointed. You are going to see the amount of colours that absolutely swell from this, and you're going to be over the moon and back again. I'm sure of it. In particular, if you love workable strands like this, because this is a really workable shape and strand, isn't it?
It's beautiful, isn't it? 5mm. I haven't seen a 5mm in ages.
I know, it's a bit different. Why is that a good thing?
Well, it's just, I mean, it's like the 6mm. It's a really versatile size, and it's a substantial size. It's one that you can really be seen. So you could make something that would really wow with a 5mm. Really could.
Yeah, you've got that wow factor. You've got that impact. But again, workability. So go for loads of them if you want to, or just go for the one or two. The quality of this is quite simply exceptional, and I genuinely, you do just need to get this home. It's impossible to tell you. It's impossible to describe to you. Apart from just imagine, AAA grade opal, and then get this home. You will see the quality aspects in a AAA grade that are present in this strand right here. But you do have to get it home. Remember, 30-day money back guarantee, as I've said, no question, no quibble. We don't give you your voucher, we don't go, all right, here's $59.95 back, but you have to spend it at Jewellery Maker. We just put the money back into your account, okay? It's like a try before you buy, in essence. Think of it that way. Try it before you buy it. So get your hands on it, give it a little try out, have a little look what you think of it. Does it feel nice? Does it give you the qualities you want? If it doesn't, send it back, because you can always send it back and we will always put that money back into your account. $59.95. Just get it, because realistically, you're not going to believe me until you see this and feel it for yourself, because it is sensational. You're going to love it. Hello, Sue. Sue, thank you so much for joining us today.
You're very welcome.
She whipped up absolutely loads, didn't she? So when are you on with us next?
3rd of July. So good.
3rd of July.
3 weeks, something like that.
I've
completely lost track of when it is.
Morning, mid, late?
Mid. I believe it's with you, actually.
Oh, hey,
so there you go.
Probably. Hello, lovely ladies and fab crew. Wow, that strand of opal is beautiful. JM opal is incredible. So had to get the strand. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a bit.
Tune in this Saturday for Alison Tarry's Wire Sculpture DVD. Alison will guide you through from start to finish on 2 wire projects, a Siamese cat and a tomcat. Alison will teach you weaving and Viking knit techniques, framework and construction. This DVD will really take your wire sculpture work to the next level. So make sure you're tuned in this Saturday.
Swarovski pearls come in a vast array of colours, also a vast array of sizes, right up to I think a 15mm. They also come in a vast array of hole sizes, which as a jewellery maker gives us more choice in the way that we can use them. Obviously various mediums require various different hole sizes, and we know with Swarovski pearls that we can use them every time. Swarovski pearls are also incredibly resistant to outside influences such as hairspray, perfumes, humidity, which a lot of faux simulated pearls simply aren't. Swarovski pearls aren't meant to be a replacement for the beautiful natural cultured pearl in any way. It just gives us as jewellery makers more of a choice, and that can only be a really good thing.
I love working with polymer clay because of the versatility of the medium, because of all the things that you can do with it. It is, I think, more versatile than
Buying from Jewellery Maker couldn't be easier. When we bring an item to you, all the graphics come on screen, and this gives you all the information that you will need to know, from the item code to the product description with all of the key information. Then the price comes on, and whether you join at the beginning or at the end of the offer, everyone pays the final on-screen price. So, when you see an item that you would like to buy, simply pick up the phone and dial our free phone number, and you'll get through to our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, you can join us at www.jewellerymaker.com and start your jewellery making journey today. Jewellery Maker, the one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs.
Deal of the day. Wow! Look at the amount of pearls. Ooh. Huge amounts. Not just a little nudge. Oh no, a whopper of an amount. A huge, mammoth, delectable collection. 2 whole meters worth of your genuine pearls you've got here. Yes, they're real. Yes, they're true. Yes, you can have the opportunity to work with them today. I love the colours we've got here. How vintage, aren't they? Vintage, gentle, delicate lavender. You can see our Bribida's made a 3-strand design here, sort of alternating these designs, and you can see that it really shows off the colour next to each other, doesn't it? Really gorgeous, really vintage, really kind of delicate pinks and purples that kind of just shine through this. What a glorious look that is. And really, really, really nice in their smoothness as well. So you've got that characteristic natural sort of fresh water look coming through every single one of these. And you're also getting the natural colour, not only in the shape, but also in their colour. Because yes, both these strands are completely, absolutely natural in their colour, including the natural lavender hue, which is one of the rarest natural colours available. And yet, we've managed to get it. We've managed to bring you a whole whopping strand of genuine natural lavender pearls. Now, because it's one of the rarest colours out there, it's also one of the most expensive, and because it's one of the most expensive, I never genuinely thought we'd be able to bring you an entire strand worth of anywhere near this kind of purple-esque colour. We brought you snippets of purple hues on strands before. We've maybe had, 5 or 10 on a strand, but to get a full strand's worth, and not just a strand, a metre length strand, is something we've really strived for. We've worked hard here at Jewellery Maker for many, many years to try and bring you the best, to try and bring you the quality, to try and bring you, a beautiful array of gemstones in different colours and textures and everything else. And I think now and again, we do even surprise ourselves. And I think that's totally what we've done on this. This is a surprising new pair of strands that actually I would never have been able to bring you 2 years ago. In fact, 2-3 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to bring you those lavender coloured natural pearls in particular at the price you're about to see. Oh my goodness, that is working out about £10 per metre. In fact, no, less than £10 per metre for genuine, real, true, honest as you like pearls. That really is something oh so special, something really, really, really exceptional. I was having a good old gossip with Fleur just before the show. Guest designer Fleur, she's in doing a workshop today, and I was chatting to her. Last time I saw her was at Badminton Festival. She had a stall at Badminton, and I was talking to her and I said, oh, did you see any Jewellery Maker customers? She was like, oh yeah, I met a couple of lovely ladies. And she was talking about, you know, it was quite nice because one of the ladies said, oh wow, sometimes when you're on air and you say, oh, you know, this pearl knotted necklace would be on my stand £100 for a single, you know, neckline piece. She was like, I never really knew if that was true, but wow, no, obviously, you know, all your pieces are around that price point. Bear that in mind and think about the amount of necklaces you'd be able to get out of something like this. You could easily get 3 necklaces out of this, easily. More easily, I would say you could get 4, actually, because, you know, an average necklace length's probably about sort of, let's say, 15 inches, isn't it? You could get loads of them. Loads of you coming in and getting these. Do check them out whilst you can. But yeah, let's say 15 inches, let's say, is a go-to necklace length. Therefore, you could easily get 2 and a bit, actually, out of one of these strands. So you could easily make 4 very comfortable, quite large, actually, necklaces, or even 5 actually across both. So good luck to you all. If you like what you see, you know what to do. 0800 444 655. Do feel free to get in touch with us as well today. If you see anything you're like, oh, I could do that with that, do feel free to get in touch with us. We've also been talking about school trips today. Don't know how we got onto that, but you know what we're like. So do feel free to tell us about any school trips you went on. Carrie, Director Carrie, whilst you're here for a few minutes, did you go on any good school trips? Yeah. Conversation ended. Any kind of school trip. College trips I will accept. You went to Budapest at college. You went where? Austria with college. And the Pyrenees. Okay, Kerry, sorry, I maybe should have given you more of a backstory. I was talking about I went to a salt factory and a kebab house, and Bruce was talking about how he went. You went to that well-known chocolate bar world. Oh, went to Paris. You went to some amazing places. That's incredible. Who's feeling jealous now? Do feel free to message in about your school trips, or maybe you want to message us in about our theme today, at home with Jewellery Maker. Maybe you want to tie the two in. Was there anything at home, you know, when you were at school that was like your go-home snack? Do you know what I mean? Because it fills in, doesn't it, to our At Home with JM today. Brilliant school trip. We went to the Normandy beaches, wow, to celebrate the anniversary of D-Day. Very memorable. It made a real impression. What an incredible school trip. See, that's what school trips should be, shouldn't it? It should kind of grab your attention. I think that's brilliant. Thank you for texting us in. 60777. There's people still coming in on the phone lines for this. It's lovely to be with you today. My name's Becky. If we've not met before, it's rad to be with you. Do feel free to get in touch with us. It's lovely to hear from you, as always. Whether it's school trips, whether it's post-school treats, maybe, do let us know. Just get in touch with us. It's nice to hear from you. Is rad short? Sorry, I'm being asked some very important questions now, such as, what do you mean post-school treat? I mean, when you used to get in from school and you used to have that snack when you got in, didn't you? Like mine was Wheatos. Other circular-shaped chocolate cereals are available, I'm sure. But yeah, mine are Wheatos. Apart from once, I remember my friend coming over and she told me a joke as I was tucking into my Wheatos, and one came out my nose. Anyway, I've never been able to look at them again. Never. Honestly, you know what they're like? They're like chocolate hula hoops, aren't they? Kerry's just gone, that's disgusting. Well, you asked, sort of. So yeah, anything like that. And then Dion asked another important question, which was rad. Is that short for radical? Yes, it is. Yeah, rad, radical. Me? Hi all, where have you been, Bex? I've missed you. That's from Mel. Hi, Mel. I had a day off. I know. I had a whole day off. I was in London and I had a lovely time. I was nosing around shops. I went to a couple of museums. I went to a well-known location where the guy with the intelligent hat went. You know the hat that puts you in different places? What are you on about? Kerry, if you don't know, then no one's going to know what I'm describing here. You know that well-known wizarding location? Kerry? Kerry! Yes, exactly. B. Diddy's got it. Yeah, the location where, you know, wizards go to be educated and you can look around the studio. You know where I mean, don't you now? That's not in London. Well, no, it's not, but I was around there for that reason. I had a lovely time. Thank you for finally asking, Kerry. So yes, anyway, I went there, Mel. So yeah, I've been away. I've been away a bit, and then I was in America before that. Lovely to see you again, Mel. Thank you very much. Well done to all of you on that. Now there is a big amount of you coming in and over for that one. B. Diddy is handing me a treat right now, apparently. Oh no, she's not. Oh, no, I'm lying. We are going to be bringing to you now 1 minute to win it deals. What does that mean, I hear you say? It means if you see something, it's only going to be on your screen for a minute. If you don't love it, don't worry, wait a few seconds, I'll be moving on up. So we are going to have 1 minute to win it deals, which is probably for the best because I don't seem to have put my teeth in today. Let's go, D. Which one? Yep. Right, yeah. I am starting off for you, she's decided. I am starting off for you with a ruby, and this is a really gorgeous, crisp, beautiful ruby. Look at the light shine through this. Wow. Your clock is in. That means you have exactly 60 seconds to win this fantastical, crisp and clean ruby. You have got here a really lovely, delicate red ruby here. £74.95. That is your price point we've got here. This has got so much brightness to it, hasn't it? It's got much more of the effervescence, I would say, than you might normally expect in this sort of gemstone. Imagine this against a lovely black t-shirt. Imagine that, or like or a little black dress. Oh, that's going to look lovely, isn't it? £74.95. Sorry, just an itchy snout. There we go. £74.95 is the deal on this one today. If you like what you see, it's free phone number at the bottom of your screen. If you don't like what you see, guess what? It's all right, I'm moving on in about 6 seconds. £74.95. That price point will only last for a few more hours. Good luck, and if you missed it, sorry. Next up. Alarm clocks. Go on, what, D? I'm about to bring to you now. Oh, tanzanite. Oh. This is a seriously rich and intense tanzanite. Your clock is in. That means your price is almost ready. Oh, there's the clock for you. 10 seconds gone. £37.95. Look at the intensity of that. Wow. That is true beauty of look, isn't it? This, hey up, what do you mean? We're dropping it down again. Dion's just seen a sneaky way to make a blue deal. There it is for you, 30, really? These pieces are huge. I mean, intensity-wise, you know, you get a really big gradient in tonality on tanzanite. This is much more towards the deep and intense and mysterious kind of style, you know, but to get such large pieces as well, that is incredible. Larger pieces mean you get more of an impact. It generally means you get more of an inherent value within each and every single one of them. Wow, that is just beautiful, isn't it? Remember, gemstones are very different to other things. When they're big pieces, big individual pieces, it will tend to cost you more. Whereas in like the food world, it's the opposite, isn't it? For example, if you wanted to buy one big sausage roll, yeah, might cost you £1, mightn't it? But if you wanted to buy like 100 mini sausage rolls, £3. Do you know what I mean? Crazy world we live in. Sterling silver link ball chain. I've got, you're going to love this. If you really liked the chain I brought you before, the popcorn chain, this would be a nice sort of finishing look to it. £17.95 on your ball chain today. I was thinking too, how glamorous would it go? I mean, you could kind of go with a design like this, couldn't you? Sterling silver chain. It's going to be great for things around the home, actually. I mean, think about your snazzy tie backs you could make with these. What else could you do with these around the home? Someone said, Becky, you should have been on children's TV. You're not the first person to say that, Melanie. I think it's my effervescent, natural, isn't it really? You know what I mean? Anyway, £17.95 for you today. Thanks, Melanie, you're a little love. I work with children, and they are a delight. The little loves. Anyway, get them whilst you can, because I've got a serious amount of sterling silver on here. What else, team, can you use these for around the home? Let's find out. Dion's idea is, oh, time's run out. It's all right, we'll do it on the next one. We'll do it on the next one. £17.95, pink sapphire now. We're going to talk around the home, and we'll find out from the team what they might do with it. Because when you see a strand like this that sparkles as abundantly as this, it's going to inspire you. You might not think pink sapphire around the home, but actually, when I'm bringing it to you for under 100, way under, way under, then you will be able to just look at the quality. Wow, £44.95 on your pink sapphire that we have here. Go lovely with that ruby I did for you earlier on, wasn't it? Really nicely. What would we do, team? Let's start off with you, Paul.
Dreamcatcher.
A dream catcher, absolutely, yeah, beautiful on the bottom of a dream catcher. What might you do, Dion? Embellish her handbags. That's a really good idea. I mean, a bit woo, isn't it? But I like it. What about you, Bruce? I'd use it to decorate a lampshade. That's a really nice idea, actually. Because if you, like quite Victorian. Oh, that's a great idea. Because that's what Bruce's kind of home theme is. It's very like sort of Victorian, almost velvet-like, isn't it? Quite. Lots of kind of almost crushed velvet textures. £44.95, well done everyone. I'm moving on to a completely different one. Oh, you're going to love these. Brucey Bonus, have you got the Redican files? If so, can you get the concave out for me? Because I'm about to bring you a very special high-end gem. Now, sorry, she's gone. I'm going into the Redican files for the concave cut, and he's pretending to walk downstairs. I have got for you here a gemstone which I'm going to show you. The connoisseurs are going to grab it anyway because it is so high-end and beautiful, and the people who've been with us for 5-6 years will snap it up anyway, because you'll remember the days when we first started doing this cut and we were literally selling them for about £20 per gem. So you'll be snapping it up for that, right? But for anyone who is new, and we've had a fair few new buyers today, hi if you are new, let me just quickly tell you that the cut you're about to see on this brings you beauty, it brings you balance, it gives you a high RI, which is your reflective index, basically. Shine, let's put it simply. And that is because of the workmanship that goes into creating this cut. Now, this cut is referred to as the concave cut. Why? Because each and every single one of these facets isn't flat as it normally is. It's in fact concave. And the price is about to come in. Now, there it is. We used to do these for £20 per one. Do you remember? We used to literally do, I mean, they were a bit bigger and they were flat and table, but we used to do 1, 2, 3 in individual parts, and they worked out about £20 each, didn't they? £29.95 for a cut, a concave cut that takes so long to do because of how we have to bend each and every single one of these. So you can see, can't you, that you have got the different slides, the different angles that you have to create on each and every one of these. The kite shape goes to show you just one of the basic kind of facets that you would do, but imagine having to do that concave, so bending in and then outwards and get it perfectly described on each side. Okay, we've only got a few seconds left on these ones if you want to get them. This is a very high-end strand indeed, and Joan, it might go well with the pearls. Number 3. You're right. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Dion. Goes really well. $29.95. Well done, all. Oh, a lot of you on that one. Not surprised. I've got this strand actually, and I love it. What about Dion's idea? A couple of these in between a pearl or two. That'd be nice. Have a look. There's your price point on these ones. Remember, we have got 1 minute to win it. That means your clock is starting. Just get ready to dial. There we go. It's up and on your screen. You've only got 1 minute to win this, and then I am moving on. £29.95. I wish at home you could be here when we do these minute to win it things, okay? Because whoever director it is, it stresses my out. Wait, the button, where is it? It's probably the most stressful thing of the day for a director. But for us, it's great because it means we get to move on, we get to see loads of treats, we get to bring you loads of goodies, and it's always nice, isn't it? That these are lovely pearls, very different, sorry, to ones we've seen recently because of the sizability of them. I mean, I'm used to seeing buttons like this. I'm used to seeing barocks in this size, but not actually your potato variety, which tend to, as a general rule, have slightly more of a smoothness to them. To be able to get this sizability, which is at points of luxury size, at under £30, big time under, is great. $19.95. Final chance. Well done. Please check it out, and remember, once you've paid your checkout of $2.95, then you're done for the rest of the day. You're done and dusted. And let me also show you. Isn't that lovely? And that was touching at the back, just in case you've never bought a pearl strand from us before. It's really well worthwhile doing. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring this to you for 30 seconds, and then after another 30 seconds, I'm going to bring you another one in a different colour. Wild times here. Why are we doing this? It's because we promised you we would bring you memory wire, and we don't want to let you down. So here it is. Memory wire, kind of in a way, in an essence, does what it says on the tin. You have got a wire that has a memory, so it bounces back to as it should be. We discussed earlier on how you can use this and why it would be perfect to use with the likes of my extra special one to own, because we were talking about essentially stranding the likes of all of these strands just onto a few spools of your memory wire, and that kind of really beautiful wearable claspless look you could get with these. So you have got 30 seconds gone on that one. I've also got for you then the gold variety, so it's the same kit and caboodle but in the gold now for you, depends on the colour you want. And yeah, it does come with the sack too. There's your graphics. We're starting that clock again. So you're getting the gold variety here. So pick which one you want. Maybe you want a couple of different colours. It's up to you. And they do also come in this bag, which I really like because it says genuine handmade. It doesn't say genuine at all. It says handmade gemstone jewellery, which is really nice because you can gift this on. We haven't splashed any info on it on like our website or anything on there. Liz is in. Wow, we have been really spoilt with some delicious gemstones today. That and some amazing deals. What else could you want, says Liz. Hello, Liz. Oh, that's really sweet of you. Thank you. I mean, the gemstone hours have been great, haven't they, in particular? And we've managed to bring you quite a few tools, actually, which is good. So, Liz, we're glad you appreciate it. Just to let you know, Liz and others, we've got a great couple of weeks coming up. You've got a fab weekend this weekend that I think you're going to adore. You've got that lovely mesh that you saw in the VTs. They're really nice. Also, Tuesday, you've got my jewel makes with Spellbinding and Law of Binding. We picked the kits today. No, genuinely picked them. Where are they? It's because it's in this box. Yeah, we picked the kits ourselves. Let me just say, wire, cabochons, leather. Have a little look at what I've got here for you, aquamarine. And guess what? We are actually going to bring this down in price. This is an aquamarine. I know what you're thinking, it doesn't look aquamarine-esque, does it? If you can see the reflection of it there, that is incredible. What you have here is something that looks topaz-like, because you don't normally get aquamarine with this clarity. You don't normally get aquamarine with this strength of saturation. You don't normally get aquamarine in such lovely, sort of delicate pieces. You don't normally get aquamarine that's maybe as high shine and sparkly as this, because, you know, the RI on it is generally around about the 1.55, isn't it? But this seems even more sparkly. You think you don't normally get all that. And that's, I suppose, because you don't. This is very much an out of the ordinary strand. This is, or could be, the crowning glory to your piece. Remember, it is a gemstone off the crown, actually, isn't it? Queen Elizabeth II actually has a crown and a tiara-esque made from this, and a beautiful pendant piece as well. This is a very special gem, and that price was incredible for how impeccable it is. Got for you now a little box. A little box. Emerald. Oh my goodness, this is stunning. I love emerald like this, because when you get Colombian emerald, you get not just a green gem, you get the blue green, and this has got it. Just a little taster of one of the highest quality, museum-like emeralds you can get your hands on. I absolutely, very rarely get to see very high-end museum quality emerald. It's not something we get to bring you often, but when it is as Jardin free as this, when it is as opulent in its dispersion of colour as this, when it is as high shine and spectacular display as this, wow, I feel very, very lucky indeed to be able to quite confidently say this could easily be kind of museum quality. Normally, if I were to bring you museum quality on a Colombian emerald, if I bought you the average length strand, you know, blimey, ought to be looking at £400–500 possibly, to bring you that kind of quality. Obviously not everyone can stretch to that, but with this little taster you absolutely can, to create some of the most expressive and high-end pieces of jewellery you'll ever be able to. Well done all on that. Get that home to appreciate what museum quality can look like. If you change your mind, 30-day money-back guarantee. Well done, everyone. Okay, I've got for you... Oh, wow. That is so pretty. Tanzanite. Look at how exceptional the shaping is on these, because I know the rondelle is a shape we get to see quite often, but actually not when it's graduated as nicely as this, or maybe when it's as bright as this. I'm about to bring in the price. £19.95. You've got 1 minute to win this. You might think, where's the clock? The clock's having a break in a minute, all right? Give it some time. It will be back in with us at some point. Needs a bit of time off. There it is, everybody. £19.95. It is your lovely, lovely tanzanite, which has got a really nice colouring to it in its beauty, isn't it? Wow, wow, wow. I think you've got some absolutely lovely here. And I think what you get when you have that graduation in the sizes, you can make something super dainty or something big, bold and beautiful. You're looking gorgeous today, Becky. I love your dress. Who did the crew have to bribe to get these deals? The emerald was Colombian. Hi, Laura, how are you? Well, that's very nice of you to say. Thanks very much. Do you know what? I haven't washed my hair in like 2 weeks. Maybe this is just like grease chic. Maybe that's what it is. You're a love. Who did you have to bribe, Dion? Go on, be honest. Tell you what, she just went behind everyone's back. That's how she did it. Laura, you're an absolute love. You put a smile on my face. Thank you so much for your kind words. You're lovely, lass. Yeah, she basically just went behind people's backs. Wasn't bribery, sneakery, if anything. Okay, say that to me again, Deej. Hey? What? 10. What have I got? What have you got? Oh, wow. Price point me. Okay, if you want huge pieces of aquamarine, this is your time to get it. How are you today? Laura, I hope you've had a good day. Laura, we're talking school trips, by the way, if you want to put your input. Did you have a good one or a rubbishy one? £34.95 for you today. That is your closing deal. Or is it? I'm joking, it's not. We are going to roll it down today because you know what? Dion sees the blue. She realises it's 5:30, so she realises most of management has gone. The bluebird is about to fly close to the sun. £24.95. Dion's at it again. What is she like? Taking that price down, Peter. Genuinely, we're not meant to do that price at all. In particular for quality we have here, when it's got this glow and this sizability, we're not meant to do that kind of price point at all. Did you go on any weird school trips, Paul?
Not weird.
Well, good then.
You used to go to the Black Country Museum all the time.
The Black Country Museum. Now, is this the one that, Bruce, you're slightly obsessed with, if you don't mind me saying? You told me about it about 3 years ago. What is the Black Country Museum?
It's a museum bit of Black Country.
Right. And
it's like industrial revolution.
it's pretty
Yeah, coal mines along the canal.
coal mining. What do they have there?
It's like a village, it's like an industrial...
So, do they have, like, actors?
Yeah. That's a robot.
Then character, apparently, or like ones like that. That's a pretty cool school trip. Next up, bi-coloured amethyst. Oh, pardon, Dion? Right. No, lovely, it's not. You remember putting it on the T-bar. This is my T-bar. On the right, this one here. Oh, it's all right, it's over there. Paul's just going to hand it to me now. That gorgeous bi-coloured amethyst. That's the one. Thank you, Paul. I have got here a glorious bi-coloured amethyst. Now, if you've never ever seen dogtooth amethyst before, this is possibly the closest you're going to get for a while. This is sensational. Dogtooth amethyst is great. It's a really rare type that has natural texture within it, which is captivating. Price is in. This is £17 here for you. Look at what you've got here, everyone. Texture, beauty. Colouring, meeting and bending together. This texture and this beauty and these like deals of layers you've got. Really nice, isn't it? The best fish and chips, says Roz. Pip is walking out of the building as we speak. Whoa, poor Pip. Pip, he's leaving. You know, Pip, our kit maker, it's his last day tomorrow. I know, he's leaving. He's going away to the Royal Shakespeare Company. I know, it's a bit raw, isn't it? Anyway, he's made our kit for Tuesday, literally like this afternoon. He's a little love. Anyway, £17.95 on that one for you. 1 minute has gone. One of my earlier producers, Pip was. Okay, I've got for you Opal. That's a nice one. Real good one. Real good one. Gonna be able to see it though, isn't it? Look at this. It's kind of hard to see it, purely because the lights in this are so bold and so incredibly bright, and it kind of washes out the wonderment that is opal. But you can tell it's high grade because of the location, because it's natural, because of the sizability, because you can see any colour in here. We have given you a try it out price point today of £39.95. I'm going to give you the Redican guarantee on this, which basically means that if you get this home and you genuinely sit there and think, that looks better on screen than it did in real life, then send it back and you never ever ever have to get opal from me or anyone else at Jewellery Maker ever again. That is how confident I am that this is going to knock your socks off when you get it home. At £39.95, when you do get this home, take it out on a date. Opal loves a date. Opal loves to be worn outside. Opal loves to be worn in candlelight. Opal really loves the more muted daylight and evening twilight effect. So take your opal out on a date. Be lovely. What opal would you take out on a date, please, Bruce? If you had to take a gemstone out on a date, which one would you go for? I wouldn't. He's a married man. That's what he said, basically. Yeah, but Opal's one to take out, I'm telling you. I'm now going for... Which one? I'd have to take it out. Okay. I'm about to bring you now. I haven't got anything at the moment. Whilst we're sorting things out, hi, how are you? How's your day been? Oh, we've had a lovely one today. It's been quite a nice afternoon, actually. Charles, let me swap with you. That was from the other one. We've had a chilled out day, a lovely, relaxing and chilled out day today we've had. We've had loads of great creativity from Sue. We've been chatting away about some of the things we've got coming up. So I told you about my jewel designs on Tuesday. I've researched that on my Facebook page if you want. And then the weekend after that, we've got Jewellery weekend with some designers who've not really done it before, so that'll be good fun. Laura says, who has the time? If I washed my hair, I'd be missing JM deals. School trip to Zambia was amazing, but weird that there were rabbits in the zoo. Laura, you're joking. First off, a trip to Zambia at school, that's incredible. Laura, we were talking about how I went to a salt factory and a kebab shop, and Bruce went to a spring farm. It's where they farm springs. You know what I mean. But that is incredible. And second off, rabbits in zoos. Well, suppose if you don't really get rabbits in Zambia, then it's something a bit different. That's cool, that is. That's really cool. And thank you for that, Laura. Are you having a lovely day? Thanks for getting in touch. Do feel free to get in touch with us. I mean, we're only here for another 20 minutes before the late show comes and brings you deals, but do feel free to get in touch. Pink freshwater pearls I've got here. That's something I don't get to say often. Not colour we see, so it's nice to have something a bit different. In particular, when we've dropped it down in price point for you today at £10.95. You have got here a big amount of colour, a big amount of organic. You've got so much texture and so much intrigue in a colour palette you don't tend to get to see. When you see this kind of colour, what does it make you think of, team? Makes me think the word delicate. What about you, Bruce? Opulence. What about you, Paul? Pardon? Okay. Just let you know, we've only got 25 seconds left. This colour makes you think of...
Pearls.
Pearls, yes, very pearlescent. What about you, Dion? Feminine. B. Diddy? Classical, I love that. Really beautiful. That's what this does though, doesn't it? Every single person had a different word to describe it, and that's what a strand like this can do. It brings you something different, something individual, and it's a goner. £10.95. Next up, don't forget, you know, if you're seeing something and you like it, do make sure you're checking out, because some of these are very low in stock. Sky blue opal. Oh wow, coming up for you now. What? Okay. Imagine sky blue opal in your mind now. Have you got almost like a periwinkle colour? Pop. This is so much more than that. This is bright, bold, aqueous colour. This is tropical, isn't it? Have a look at the colours in this. It's so much more of a kazing than you would actually normally expect in an opal. Opal of this kind of colour. Oh, it's Peruvian as well. Oh my goodness, okay. Peruvian opal at the moment, well, I say at the moment, it's quite a relatively new, I suppose, in many ways, but it's been very popular with Jewellery Maker over the last few months. In particular, I would say when you get this natural strength of colour. Now, obviously, different people will look for different colours and will hope for different colours in their genuine opals. But the thing is that whether you want the more muted, more delicate, or whether you want more of the impact, it's going to give you a different feel. And these are going to give you the bigger impact. You wouldn't expect the bigger impact with the bigger amount of colour, in particularly on huge rounds like this. So you've got all of that mammoth round sort of area to these, that massive surface area, because they're a 7mm, and you're getting that strength of colour. That's a double whammy. All of that under £10. A great opportunity there. Well done. If you're going to work with big opals like that, you might well want to work with some precious high-end metal. And this is your opportunity to do it. Imagine this chain with just one of those opals as a centre, and then that's your necklace done. I mean, you need a clasp, but you know what I mean. Okay, that price point is in on your screen. I don't want you to miss out on any of these, so you've only got a minute to win this. My warning to you is put this in your basket and check it out. Remember for me that when you put this in your basket, every time you check out, we don't charge you again, $2.95. If you've already bought something, you've already paid that. It's already done. That's, you know, that's done and dusted. You're sorted now. You can add as much to your order before midnight as you want to. Just make sure you're making the most of that, because the deal you've got on your screen for this amount of pearls, you don't have to think, oh, well, I won't check it out yet, because if I check out again, I'll get charged again. Not the case at all. So do add these ones to your order whilst you have the opportunity, and you're going to be able to get this big, bold look that gives you a real nice, sort of classy finish to these glorious pearls. Get those ones whilst you have the opportunity, and like I say, just one big opal from these. Oh, that'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? Hey, maybe you want to add more sterling silver with these. Oh, I love it. The little bees. I've got some bees for you right now that will go lovely with this. I won't put this chain down just yet. I'll just show you the bee with it. Bees. Bees are a really, really representative thing at the moment, aren't they? See bees everywhere. I mean, obviously in the real world, your price is in, and that is for 5 of these beautiful bees. I would say it's a bumblebee. Yeah, I think it looks like a bumblebee, definitely. You have got here something that's represented a lot. It's been in a lot of fashion prints. I saw it in a Liberty print not so long ago. I also saw it, there's lots of promotion at the moment for kind of protecting the bees, isn't there? And growing sort of wildflowers in your garden, the likes of poppies and things that do attract bees, because, you know, it's something that I think there's a big push in wildlife for at the moment. This is a great opportunity. Look at the way it shines. Doesn't that look shine beautifully? The way it gives you that texture and that interest, I think they are gorgeous. And you could do, almost imagine these kind of coming from like a really floral design, like it's a bee just picking at the nectar. I think that's lovely. Hi Becky, on holiday, on an excursion, the guide said we would pop into a goat farm on the way back. Imagine the disappointment when it was only a gold workshop. Wait, what? What? So was it the wrong way round? Did they say, oh yeah, we're going to go see some goats, and you were like, okay, goats, brilliant. And then you went to like a gold workshop, like where they were, that's what I'm getting from that, Sue. That sounds amazing. Oh, I used to have a goat. Oh, I love goats. But I also love gold, as you well know. Okay, how about I bring to you another quick few deals. You know, I did those huge tumbles of rose quartz earlier on. How lovely would these go to add a bit of order? Perfect rounds. And big ones, mind you. We've just realised these are brand new. Uh-oh, brand new. We're bringing them to you. We've never seen these before. Be one of the first people to own them. If you want to, you know what to do. Number and info to get involved is at the bottom of your screen. It's free to do so. Brand new strand. This is going to be great for your collection, because I have to say this has got much more clarity to it actually than we're used to seeing in a rose quartz. I would class this more as sort of a rose crystalline quality, because the structure of this is just so idyllic, which means you're getting that lovely crispness and clarity to each one of these. I also think the lovely thing is when you see a rose quartz that is more crystalline like this, of course you get more of that glow internally than you do generally for your opaque varieties. I think you've got something really special here that does really glow, and it does really have a bit of panache, doesn't it? At £6.95. I would never expect that. Loads of you in for it. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I've just knocked that off. Loads of you in for this one. A really, really good opportunity. Well done. Oh, final chance on that one. I would like to just remind you as well that we had some of the deals we've had on earlier on when we dropped the price. Remember, they don't last forever, okay? We just had someone ask about the price of something. They don't last forever, okay? If we dropped it today, it should still be on, but if it's something that we dropped yesterday, it won't be at that price point anymore, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm being delivered some treats. What's up next? Tanzanite drops. Imagine this with those rondelles I did earlier on. Because the colour palette on this and those are just right. They really are. Wow, that's a great deal. For ones as big as this, that is phenomenal. Imagine this absolute whopper right there in the middle as a ring. Oh, that would be high-end, wouldn't it? Who was it? Oh, what's it? Kate Middleton has very recently been photographed in a Tanzanite pear drop necklace with matching earrings. I mean, when we saw this, the papers, it was front cover stuff, you know, fashion blogs went loop-de-loo about it. When you know the likes of Kate Middleton's wearing it, it's sometimes known as the Middleton effect, isn't it? You see her wear some peaks through the roof of quality, what of price and popularity, sorry, is the word I was trying to get out, but I stuttered and stumbled because of this. Look at that price point right there, 20. I've got 5 left now because I've already had people checking out. Remember, if you checked out at that original price point, the sort of close to £40 mark that I had earlier, everyone pays final closing price. I've got 2 left. That's it. Good luck, everyone. Wow, that's sensational. Okay, I've got another one for you now, which is peacock pearls. Now, I did one for you a little bit earlier on. This one's slightly different, though. You've got different sizing on this. Look at these ones. Peacock pearls in your Keshi variety. You can see that difference in sizing. Each one with its own personality, each one with its own kind of zing of nature to it. I think you've got something lovely here. If you like individuality, if you like things that stand out. Do you know what we've just done here? I'm bringing to you one of the more expensive varieties of pearl to create, one of the more time-consuming ones to create, and guess what? I've just taken £1 off. So if you are looking right now, you'll be able to see it's £9.95 for you for this entire strand. You're saving £1 on this, and £1 might not seem like that much, but actually that's a huge amount. If you found £1 on the ground, you'd pick it up, wouldn't you? If you found 2p on the ground, you probably would. If you found half a pack of chewing gum, would you? It's different strokes for different folks, isn't it? But, you know, this is the thing you're thinking. £1 is a big amount of money to be taken off, in particular when it's pearls. That is as high-end, that is as kind of eye-catching, as beautiful and as individual as this. Just one of these is a pendant. £9 for that? I reckon so. I reckon so. At the right places, with a simple chain design. Yeah. Okay, how about I go from a gemstone very much connotated with weddings to a shape very much connotated with weddings and friendship and family and pets and human nature and science and pretty much anything actually that you set your mind to. This is your sterling silver gold-plated heart charms. Now what I love about these is how much metal is in each and every single one. Now, I've actually got a ring here that I had on earlier, and I kind of forgot to take it off, which is why I've still got it here. I've just remembered it, which is handy. But this is a ring that is diamonds, and it's a bit of a quirky design. It's like a feather design. And I just want to show you that this has got, it's just under, it's quite a bit under a carat's worth of diamonds. But what I want to do is I want to flip it and just show you the amount of metal that's on there. Now, that is obviously a precious metal that we have in here. But I've got almost a carat's worth of diamonds on this ring, and yet still the band on this is kind of, well, you know, not the most substantial thing you've seen in the world. Take that in mind and then look at the amount of metal that actually goes into this design. And even if I turn that onto the side for you, just to give you an idea, the amount of metal that you've got in this is huge. Now, I just wanted to show you that because, you know, you're thinking diamond ring, you're thinking, okay, that's going to need to have something very sort of safe and kind of holding it together. And it has. It's got a decent amount on it, mind you. It really has. But these, I think, just go to show you, you know, we really go to that extra step. We could have just given you sort of a slither of precious metal if we wanted to on these quite easily, but we haven't. We've really gone a bit step further with those, and we've given you 5 as well. So enjoy. Love that ring, pretty ring. I've got for you now a very special imagine the best, richest, deepest blue sapphire you could ever, oh my gosh, hope to own. Imagine it. Hold that colour in your mind. Hold that hue in your mind. It's not going to be too dark. It's not going to be too light. It's going to be that perfect, idyllic blue, isn't it? It's going to be that almost mysterious, steel-like blue. That is what this is, isn't it? That is exactly what you have with this one here. Look at that intrigue. And that's what I would describe this colour as. It's an intriguing piece. You are going to feel exceptional wearing this, aren't you? You really are. You are going to feel like $1 million when you get to wear this. We're doing a price drop as well, I've just heard. We are doing a price drop on this. It's stunning, isn't it? Dion's like, oh, that is so nice. I love it. It's the perfect blue. It's everything I want. This has got shine, sparkle, craftsmanship, and one of the biggest price drops I would have never expected on a strand like this at all. No way, no day. Okay, six of them left. Now, five now, sorry, 5 of these ones left now. Look at that quality of each and every one. Now, what I would do with this is I would absolutely cut this up for you and let you see every single one, but I daren't, because if I did that, then quite frankly, we would have one less strand. And so only 3 of you now would be able to own it, and I don't want you to do that. But what I will say is, get this home. I'll try and turn it to the side like this. That might help you. Get a bit of a look. Get a bit more of a feel. Isn't that stunning? Well done, everyone. Wow. Okay, bringing to you now, congratulations on that. Massive congratulations on that one. Wow. You know I brought you that blue opal earlier on, the Peruvian blue opal. Let me bring you a different one here. This is to show you, if someone says blue opal, always look, always sort of glance your eyes over it, because it could be so different. This one's a whole different kettle of cod. So I'm bringing you this one now. This is the one I brought you earlier on. Do you see what I mean? They're completely different, aren't they? And that's what I love about Mother Nature. She gives us diversity. And you have got on this strand here, which is different to that one, you can see, it's slightly more of a periwinkle look, actually. It's got more of a Amazonite effect. Not the Amazonite like we had earlier on, which was the Russian variety, which we haven't seen in ages, but more of the traditional, I would say. The lovely thing about this colour is you can go really nature with it, because it's almost a forget-me-not colour. This was my very, very special malachite one to own that I did for you earlier on. I've still got some available, and I encourage you to pick up the phone and ask to order yourself a couple of these if you wish, because we don't get to see malachite often, and there was a huge amount, 3 strands worth in this collection, and it was under £15, way under. But I just think this and that together, I'm thinking so many different floral designs, and so many, you know, almost like your forget-me-nots and etc. Or bluebells you could almost create with this, couldn't you? I think they're going to work really nicely as a team. £9.95, that's your final chance on that one. Sorry, low in stock on it. I hope you enjoyed our gemstone hour earlier on. I do still have some of them left over, but I will let you know that I do have quite a few of them sold out as well. So if you're unsure, probably the easiest way to do it is to go online, because it will say sold out already. But please note, if it doesn't say sold out, don't think I've got ages on that though, because we literally do have one left of a couple of goodies. So this one I'm going to bring you now is a opal, and it is graded. Now, I've not even got this out of the packet yet, but I'm going to. In fact, let's see it together, shall we? Remember, lights in here may well not display the best of colour, but still, let's have a look. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't cheated, it's just I've obviously got the opening to this, so I get more of a sneaky peek before you. Oh my goodness! Absolutely profound. Right, hang on. They've sent over the wrong one. Yeah, that's the only opal I've got. Oh no. Okay, listen, we have got a graded opal for you. Is it this one that's on the bar? Is it? Because I did this one earlier. Tell you what, let me show you a picture. Here you go, and yeah, I'll show you a picture. So this is the one you've got here. We're going to do the price you're seeing right now. This is the opal that you're going to get. that's not going to be the price. I do apologise. We have it is graded, so you know it's going to be incredible. The one we've got at the moment that was in that box that my producer just told me about is a round, so I do apologise on that one. And one thing I would say, Dion, as well, actually, is the rounds I've just gotten out of that pouch does match up in code to the rondelles. So just to let you know, it's obviously just one that's been packed slightly incorrectly. Anyway, you know it's going to be great. And remember, even if, I know it's a bit of a sort of, well, I can't sort of jump into that not knowing what it is. Look, you know the sizes that are up there. You know the carat weight. You know you've got AA graded quality. This is going to have colour for days, you know. This is going to have that sparkle and that shine and that interest internally. But another thing I would say is, don't forget, 30-day money-back guarantee. No questions, no quibbles. Why not jump into the unknown one? See what you think of it. You can always send it back if you change your mind, can't you? Why not just give it a go whilst you can? At $37.95, that is a reduced price, so it won't be here for very long. Oh my goodness, sorry. I've only just heard I have got about 20 seconds left. Is that it? I didn't realise it was that time. Time's flown today. Just to say to all of you, don't forget, if you've seen anything you like, do feel free to get your hands on it. Do not go anywhere. The gorgeous Vicky Carr's over with you in just a few moments, and I will see you again on Monday. Stay tuned for lots of creativity. See you very soon.